pong size to tennis ball size hail from that cell that is moving eastward. So if you live in Churchill, Port Gibson, over through Fayette, and I'm including you in Alcorn State in the Lorman area, please get ready now. Take cover and protect yourself from flying debris. The storm is moving at a pretty good clip coming in from the southwest, and it's about to cross the Mississippi River. But these are the towns that are going to be impacted here on your screen. A tornado warning now in effect for portions of Jefferson, Claiborne, as well as northern Adams County. We have team coverage we're providing you with this afternoon. Meteorologist Ashley Civic joins me right now. She's monitoring communications in the chat room and also watching what's going on with the radar. What are you seeing on this storm so far? I know you've been on the air here for the past half hour talking about it.
Well, Dave, the biggest thing right now is looking like that, that hail threat. Again, we just have that report of the ping pong, even maybe a bigger sized hail right now, maybe even golf ball. Right now, this is just radar indicated rotation. Nothing confirmed as of right now. This is just radar indicated. That's
right. We want to be clear on that. We're going to show you what it looks like from another vantage point here. We're going to pull up the tower cam for Natchez and show you what it looks like, because we have very dark skies in the Natchez area right now. We've been looking at a lot of lightning in the distance too with this particular storm. This is what it looks like over Metro Jackson. We expect the weather to start going downhill in the Metro Jackson area probably in about the next hour, maybe 2 hours or so, as the storms are just starting to cross the Mississippi River. But this is Natchez, and we're watching to the northwest. We're looking west and actually northwest here on the screen. If you wait a little bit, you'll be able to see some of the lightning, but the clouds are moving quickly. I'm going to step over here just so we get a better vantage point of it. The actual core of this cell is going to go a little bit farther north, just north of the city of Natchez, but the northern part of Adams County is currently under this tornado warning. So we're looking west here, across the river, across the Mississippi River Bridge. That's Highway 84. And right now, the worst of the weather is appearing to be to the north of this area. So there you go, just some lightning. Of course, I step right in front of it, but you got the idea. There's some lightning here with that particular cell. What we'll try to do, Ashley, if we can, if you get a chance, maybe we can bump it just a little bit farther north in the next few minutes. But in the meantime, let's go back to radar real quick. And again, warn folks that are in Jefferson County, as well as northern sections of Adams and southern Claiborne County. That's where you need to be on guard here as the worst of the weather is going to move in. Don't want to forget what's going on too in northern sections of Warren County right now. We have a pretty intense storm that's moving through Vicksburg, but that particular cell just doesn't seem to be tapping into the atmosphere, or maybe there's just not enough instability for it to work with. It's an intense thunderstorm, don't get me wrong. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the city of Vicksburg, as well as the extreme northwest or western corner of Hinds County. But at this point in time, we're not seeing anything necessarily tornadic from it, but all these cells are moving into an area where the weather is expected to be quite rough for the next few hours. We have been analyzing the weather models most of the day here for several days, but especially today, and we really believe that the core of the worst of this weather will be sometime between now and let's just say about 9 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock tonight, maybe sooner, maybe a little bit later, but that seems to be the time frame that we're focused on right now. So we're not looking at a prolonged weather event by any means, but we're just starting to get into it now as temperatures today soared into the lower 80s across the area, record high levels across central and southwest Mississippi with temperatures in the 80s, and that has been fueling the atmosphere. I know I was talking to Ashley a little while ago off camera about this, and one thing we agreed upon is thank goodness we didn't have a lot of sunshine today.
That's right, Dave. We did have some earlier this morning, but luckily we saw clouds move in earlier, which definitely helped to limit any more daytime heating, which is some good news. But as of right now, we are starting to see that Gulf moisture bringing in the fuel needed for these storms. So that's what this system is tapping into right now. Yeah. But also I want to make sure that we also have just make you aware that we do have this tornado watch that's in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. So we may be seeing some storms now, but there also could be that potential for some later.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. We are expecting a stormy evening regardless. We do feel that most of the weather will be gone around midnight, maybe a little bit before that. So that would certainly be nice. We don't have to be dealing with an overnight severe weather threat, but during the day, or I should say during this evening, it will continue to be a problem. Darkness is about to come our way in about 20 minutes. That's when the sun sets here, just a little bit before 5 p.m. this time of year. So things are getting dark out there already, and it looks like that most of the weather is going to wait until after the evening commute, but that is not the case in southwest Mississippi, where a tornado warning is in effect. Let's go closer in on this storm and show you what's going on with it. One thing I can tell you, the latest scan shows that it's not as intense, but we do not want to let our guard down by any means just yet, as severe weather is continuing to threaten the region from areas of Louisiana now spreading eastward, and we expect this to cross the river here very soon, and the worst of the weather will impact places like Alcorn State first. Right now it's just on the north side of Natchez, and this will continue moving northward towards Fayette as well as Port Gibson. Let's zoom in on Natchez just for a second. I want to show you what's happening in the Natchez area specifically, and we go to Natchez and you can see that it's really doesn't include much of the city, at least right now, in that tornado warning. This is more of an issue when you start getting north, follow the river up here, the Mississippi River, and you start getting into that cell. That cell is going to go probably a little bit more north towards the Fayette area and then over towards Port Gibson. So if you live in Fayette, you live in Port Gibson, what you should be doing now is preparing yourself. You have a few minutes time, not a lot of time, but you have a few minutes. Start preparing now at 4:30, 6 p.m. and get ready for it. Let's storm track this if we can here in a minute, Ashley. If we can storm track it out just to kind of give an idea as to when it might be arriving in some of these spots. That might help the folks prepare a little bit. Alcorn State, you can see you're in the path of this storm. It is coming in from the southwest, and we're going to go on the front side of it just to let you know. Rodney's really close to where Alcorn State is, so we're thinking about 10 minutes until it reaches Alcorn State. So at this point, it's a fast-moving storm. We urge you to take cover immediately. If you're watching us in your home right now, now would be a great time to gather with the kids, maybe head for the bathtub. If you do have a helmet to put on them or yourself, that would be a good idea as well, just to protect yourself in the event there is flying debris. At this point, though, this is a radar indicated tornado, but our job is to get you ready before the storm hits, just to be on the safe side. It's been a minute since we've been talking about warnings and weather like this. It's been 5 months. It was June that we've had these types of warnings going on, so this may be a little bit of a shock to your system, so to speak, because it's been so long since we've had any real significant rainfall, let alone severe weather. Updating you on the screen now, 440 Alcorn State, about 451 around the Fayette area, and then getting further in around the Dennis Crossroads and Barland area, about 507. We're starting to get further into the county and a little bit farther out from this tornado warning. This has been a pretty intense storm cell. It's been going on now for the past couple of hours, and again, continuing to move northeastward at a pretty good clip. Natchez State Park is on the south side of the warning, and on the north side is Port Gibson. So it doesn't quite make it to Grand Gulf, but it's south of there, just to give you an idea. And in the Lorman area right here, you know where the country store is? Everybody knows where that is. That's where the weather is going to be moving in probably in the next 10 minutes or so. So again, that would be a place to take cover right now to get ready for it. We have the cell maybe splitting a little bit. I don't know what you think about that, Ashley, or it could be just a large cell the way it's showing up on the radar, but a little bit of a concern when you see a cell of that size. And it's been doing a little spin, I think, for the past hour or two.
Yeah, Dave, it looks like it is starting to split, and there is still a decent hail core as well. Just wanted to make note of that in terms of the other potentials associated with this system right now. But again, I am starting to see that new scan just came in. It does look like it's starting to split and a little bit of spin in the atmosphere right now. Yeah,
if we can go on, let's do a hail scan on it real quick. And there you go. That's some large hail. That's going to do some damage, all right? Ping pong, tennis ball size hail. When you start getting into that area, that's going to cause some problems. It's coming across the river here. It's going to be very close to Church Hill, Pine Ridge, and very north of the Natchez State Park, Highway 553, Highway 61, just to name a couple of roads here that will be impacted before long. The hail scan lags about 5 minutes or so behind what you're seeing right now on your screen. That's just the way it works. It's putting all that data together and basically sensing the size of the actual hailstones that are coming down right now. But that's a pretty intense cell. Now, where this is located, besides this being in Louisiana, it's a pretty rural spot. It's very close to the Mississippi River, so there aren't a lot of folks that live right around here, okay? And that's why we're not going to have a lot of reports at this point in time. But you give it a few minutes, it's going to be coming into more populated places such as Fayette, such as Lorman, such as eventually Port Gibson. We're going to have a better idea as to what kind of weather this is causing. But again, this storm is now crossing the river, and we expect it to really continue to impact southwestern Mississippi here and all areas along Highway 61 over the coming minutes or so. You're looking right now at a wind scan. This basically tells you how fast the wind is blowing in some of the storm activity. We're up a little bit in the atmosphere. I don't know if you want to put a scan on it real quick just to kind of see where some of the winds or what some of the winds are actually like in it. That's okay. We were showing the tornado warning here. Just want to let you know about 11,000 folks are being impacted by this particular tornado warning, and it will go for about another 45 minutes or so, 50 minutes if you want to be technical, and with that storm as it continues moving northeastward. So Lorman is right here. Fayette is also on the front side of it. Back side of the storm is still out here in Louisiana. And I hate to say this, but we're still seeing a lot of activity close to the Louisiana and Texas border. So, until we get beyond that, we're going to be stuck with this kind of weather as we go through this evening. So that's going to be the story for the next few hours or so. This seems to be right now the most active part of the cluster that's in our neck of the woods, but there's still a lot of action to our west. And it's not until you get into northwestern Louisiana that you even break free from seeing this kind of weather. So it's going to be an active evening out there nonetheless. And again, very strong winds are expected with these storms too. Wind gusts from what we've been measuring could easily be over 50 miles per hour. So this is our radar scan right now, and it shows you a new shower starting to develop in the outcrop right there around Fayette. So that's a new thunderstorm that's starting to pop on the front side of this storm. And then we've got Port Gibson here. We call these types of thunderstorms supercells. And we've been watching a few of them this afternoon. I know Ashley's been watching a few of them on the radar this afternoon. And the supercells are the ones that kind of take on their own characteristics. They tend to be a larger scale system. They can spawn tornadoes. They can also bring down damaging winds and large hail. And this one right now seems to be checking all the boxes. Right, Ashley?
That's correct. And now we do have a confirmed report that we've seen hail up to 1.25 inches in size from a storm chaser that is out there. Okay, so storm chasers are now reporting that hail with 1 inch diameter in that area. That's going to do a little damage for sure on cars. So we'll continue to watch this storm as it's getting closer to moving across the river. Again, in the red box here, that's where we have the severe weather threat, the tornadic threat. What I don't like behind this, Ashley, and I think you may agree with me on that, we've got another tornado warning that sits right behind this one. So that's the bad news. The good news is there's not a lot going on there, as I mentioned, in northwestern Louisiana. So hopefully we get through this rather quickly. That's right. And we also do still have severe thunderstorm warnings for Issaquena, Warren County, now heading a little bit into Hinds County now, but those storms aren't looking too impressive at the moment. No, they're not. And that's one of the things just to tell folks, we don't want anybody to let their guard down, but we're going to tell you where the highest probabilities are of getting severe weather this evening. And they certainly are higher the farther south you get. And if you want to use that I-20 as kind of like that line to divide the weather, we don't expect nearly as rough weather conditions north of I-20 as we do south of Interstate 20. And part of that is because a warm front has swept through the area, and it's been lifting all of this instability and moisture off the Gulf of Mexico, and that's what's been feeding into the system. So you're right. Here we are in the Metro Jackson area right now, and there's just not much going on. You may see a few raindrops in the next half hour or so, but this storm that came through Vicksburg, this looks like it's going more to the north and east, not necessarily due east. Go back to the regular view here, and we'll take a look and show you what's going on for the rest of the area. This is, again, the worst of the cells that we're currently tracking for you. Just north of Natchez now, moving up to the north and east, pretty quickly towards Lorman and Fayette. We're losing some daylight now. Do we still have the Natchez cam that we can kind of pop in real quick? Yes. Okay, and you can see that the core of this particular cell has now moved on through Richland and is moving north and east. So this is what's happening currently in Natchez. You can see the lights on the bridge there. A lot of folks still commuting back and forth across the state from Louisiana to Mississippi. But look at these low clouds from the storm. And again, the worst of it is just off to the screen up to the north and east of this image. That's where we're seeing the worst of the storm right now. But as you can see, that the storm is moving in at a pretty good clip, and doesn't seem to be holding back traffic much at all at this point in time.
4:44 is the time. And again, we are on the air providing you with severe weather coverage. A tornado warning in effect for parts of Jefferson, as well as southern Claiborne and northern Adams County from a severe thunderstorm that is currently located over the Mississippi River just north of Natchez and is currently moving towards the Fayette and Port Gibson areas. Meteorologist Ashley Civic joining myself today for the coverage. What are you seeing so far on the rest of the storm system?
Well, Dave, as we're looking right now at the tornado warning system, it looks like the cell is starting to split, and with that, we are starting to see it's not looking as organized as we were seeing earlier. Now, there is still a hail core with this system. We also got some more storms, I should say, just off to our north, but none looking too impressive for there. We're mainly focusing on this tornado warning at this time. Out near Natchez, it's starting to move towards the Fayette area as well as heading closer to Port Gibson.
$half size hail being reported, by the way, near the Faraday area. That would be just east of Faraday with this storm. That's continuing to move northeastward right now at about 45 miles per hour. So you can see that around Fayette, we still have some heavy rain on both sides of town, but the core of the storm is still sitting off to the west here, and that's where the most intense cell is currently located, and it's about to move into Jefferson County. Northern sections of Adams County are already seeing this rough weather as we speak. So that's going to continue moving north and east. So if you live in Port Gibson, you got a little time, but this is going to come very close to you here in just a short time. If we can storm track it, again, just to update folks, because this is going to be near Alcorn State very soon. Port Gibson, I know it's the holiday week around Alcorn State, but still you have to prepare for this kind of thing. We think it's going to be near Alcorn State in about 5-10 minutes, and then Port Gibson, and then eventually over through the Blue Hill area. We're covering the storm system through a whole bunch of different ways here. Want to give you the latest information, and now we're going to have an interview real quick. I know Howard Ballou is standing by. He's going to talk to some folks in Adams County. Let us know what's going on there, because sirens are sounding, right, Howard?
They sure are, and right now on the phone with me is Adams County Sheriff Travis Patton. He's going to tell us about what he is seeing in that area right now, and thank you for joining us, Sheriff Patton. You said there is a code red at this point, right?
Red that went off, but since the code red has went off, the tornado sirens that went off as well. It's gotten extremely dark down here, and it's starting to rain. You can see the trees swirling pretty hard and heavy.
And you all have made preparations for this, right?
That's why we're advising people to take cover now if they can. Every kind of warning that we have here in the Adams County and in the state has went off. And everything we're getting says that it's going to be pretty rough in our area. And if I'm standing outside right now, and you can clearly see it's a huge storm heading our way, and it's about to land on us.
Yeah, and it looks like in our traffic cam that there was still quite a bit of traffic doing their evening commute there. I would imagine you're advising folks to, if possible, just pull over or not get on the road at all if they can, right?
Yeah, if they can, stay off the road. Down here, they actually closed down the public entities early today to give people a chance to get home early, but private sector is a little different, so we're advising them to get where they can get and take cover, because it is starting to come down pretty hard here in Adams County.
And Sheriff Patton, you said you are actually watching all this develop right now. Give us an idea again of what you are actually seeing as we speak.
Minutes ago, when I was outside looking, you could see daylight. Now the cloud cover has taken over the part of the county that I'm in, and it's almost like it's nighttime out here with the cloud cover. And the storm, like I said, the trees are swirling. The tornado sirens, I don't know if you can hear them going off in the background, but they're still going off in the background on the north end of town. So just from me observing, seeing the thunder and lightning, the winds blowing pretty heavy down here, and the trees swirling, we're pretty much bracing for impact on this end of town.
Oh, man. Okay, so you've already deployed some emergency forces, is that right?
Yes, we have our emergency management has everybody on standby, ready to, to clear any roads that we need to clear once it's passed. And as a sheriff's office and law enforcement, of course, we're ready to do any rescues that we need to do. We also have search and rescue on standby as well in Adams County. It's all hands on deck when we have a storm like this, and we prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
I understand. Are there any safe houses set up? Any place where people can go to get out of danger?
We do have one safe room here that is open in Adams County. It's at 323 Liberty Road in Natchez, and everybody who's from this area knows how to get to it pretty well. So hopefully people be taking refuge there.
All right,
if they need to.
Yeah, that address again. You said 323 Liberty Road in Natchez.
Yes, 323 Liberty Road in Natchez.
All right, sir. Anything you want to add to that I didn't ask?
No, just tell people to stay safe. You know, from what I've been seeing on the news and what we've been getting in-house from our own team here, it seems like we really need to be bracing. So I hope people be smart and not be brave and take cover.
All right,
Adams. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adams County Sheriff Travis Patton, and we will be back in touch with you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Howard. Appreciate that information. The sirens are sounding, as you just heard, in Adams County. Fortunately, not much else is happening, but we're right now looking north. Okay, we are looking north at the core of this storm as it's crossing the Mississippi River, and this is where we've been getting the indications from radar of some large hail. We've been also scanning it for wind, and we are also watching a frequent lightning, but every time, of course, I want to show it to you on TV, it stops doing that. But you get the idea that this is the storm system that we are watching right now just crossing the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River kind of winds its way this way. There's the lightning, winds its way this way, and then keeps moving up to the north and east. So this storm is starting to move more towards the northeast. Let's go back to a radar scan and show you what's going on. And as far as on our radar scan is concerned, this is what we have. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Warren and western Hinds County until 5 o'clock, so another 10 minutes or so roughly. And then until 5:30, we're looking at Claiborne and Jefferson counties and northern Adams County. That's where a tornado warning is currently in effect. This thing is just going across the northern part of Adams County. So if you live near Washington, you're in it right now. You know what's going on. And you can see that the worst of this weather is starting to get close to Alcorn, Port Gibson, and Fayette. So those three cities that I just mentioned, Port Gibson, Fayette, and let's just say Alcorn, Lorman, you know what I'm talking about. That's where the worst of the weather is going to be coming in. We're right now looking at the little wedge that's given off by the water tower. That's causing the storm to kind of appear in a two-part stance right there, but that's where the core of this storm is currently located. And again, we'll continue moving northeastward towards Port Gibson as well as the Fayette area. Let's go back to the cam real quick, just see what the storm looks like as we're tracking it northward from Natchez, because we're going to lose daylight here in the next few minutes. But look at that sky. It's already dark to begin with because the sun's going down, but this is the actual storm that we're watching in the distance here, and it's continuing to move northeast at a pretty good clip right now. And we've been tracking what, Ashley, large hail. We had an observed tornado with it, I think, about an hour ago.
Right.
So this is. It's a tornadic storm, but at this point, there you go. There's some lightning with it in the distance, but it's moving through a very rural area. So that's part of the problem.
That's right. And this is also still just radar indicated. I know you just mentioned that there was an observed tornado. However, as of right now, this is still only radar indicated. But again, there is still some damaging winds along with some decent sized hail as well.
Yeah, the one thing I'm feeling grateful for right now is we're not getting a lot of tornado warnings out of this system. We just have a few. Of course, that doesn't make you feel any better if you're currently covered by this tornado warning. But again, just to let you know what's going on with it, the storm is crossing the Mississippi River right now. This is north of Natchez, and we'll bump the cam back maybe towards the rest of town if we can, just to kind of show you what's going on, in the rest of Natchez. But for the most part, it's relatively quiet, except for just the northern part of Adams County, which is where we have the worst of it right now. We're going to update the cam here for you in just a second. It takes a minute or so. But you could see that the dark storm clouds are certainly out there right now with this storm. And there's been some lightning. I will say this, I've been watching a few of the storms this afternoon, and there hasn't been a ton of lightning with them. What we normally see sometimes, a lot of activity. This is the way it looks currently. You could see here on the radar. If we could put on lightning tracker maybe for a second, that might be a good indication to kind of show folks what kind of lightning we're talking about. But most of the lightning's been just focused on a couple of areas. Here's what it looks like. And this just does the scan here. It updates every few seconds or so. But you could see west of Fayette, that's where there's a good core of lightning right now. And that would make sense because it lines up with the storm. And then you can also see a little bit further north. Let's take a look at that right there on the border That's on the Big Black River north of Edwards. That particular cell, which does have a severe thunderstorm warning with it until 5, that one is giving off a good amount of lightning too. But there's not much happening in Metro Jackson, at least for the time being. Vicksburg, the worst of that weather has now shifted east, so that's good. But our main focus will continue to be the southwest part of the state, and that's where radar is most active right now. If you live north of Jackson, you're seeing some moderate rain, but if you live in the southwest part of the state, Port Gibson over through Fayette and Natchez, that's where the active weather is. And I keep checking the radar here because, you know, before we had a lot of purple on it. We don't have nearly as much at this point in time. So if we were to take a look at the storm, and it holds together, and we think it's going to hold together, right, Ashley?
Yes.
There's going to be some other towns that are going to have to deal with this thing once it gets out of the warning. So we're talking about Crystal Springs, could be by 5:30 the way this storm is moving. So just alerting you to that, you know, Crystal Springs, Hazelhurst, Gallman, you're probably going to be seeing this weather in about 45 minutes or so. So just want to let you know about that. Maybe if we can, let's do a wind scan, if we can try a wind scan on this storm and see what you come up with on it, because that's one thing that we are looking at very closely. Damaging wind and tornadoes are the main issues with this kind of weather on a day like today. And it's a little bit harder, I think, to kind of make out the cell. We think it's right in here. That would make sense, right? Because you've got a little disconformity, and you can see how the wind here isn't blowing so fast. Then all of a sudden, look at that, 47, 22 miles per hour. When you see a minus in front of it, the reason for that is because we're measuring wind coming towards and away from the radar. So it doesn't mean a lot as far as looking at the plus or minus, but it means a lot when you're trying to determine where the actual cell is. And we think it's probably right there. Let's go closer in on this particular cell. And the reason I want to do that is we'll be able to narrow down maybe some of the areas. It's still on the edge of Church Hill, which is a very rural part of the western part of the county. There's Alcorn State. Let's go closer in even further between Churchill and Alcorn State. We don't have a lot of roads in that part of the county because we're literally right on the banks of the Mississippi River. But if you live near Alcorn State or over by the Windsor Ruins or farther south on 552, and then you get over to about Highway 61, and as I mentioned, that's where the country store is right there in Lorman. Everybody in this part of Mississippi knows the store for sure. And then you go up to about Port Gibson. We think this is going to be the area right here where the core of this storm is going to cross in about the next 10, maybe 15 minutes. And that might be generous. Now, if you are in Alcorn State and if you're in Fayette or even by Lorman, you're saying, Dave, what are you talking about? It's already storming. True, this is a large thunderstorm. It's a supercell thunderstorm, but I'm talking about the worst of it is going to be right there in about 10 minutes or so. And this is the kind of weather. Stay put. Stay where you are right now. Okay, and take cover until the storm passes you, because that's the only guaranteed way you're going to know that the tornadic threat's not going to be a big issue for you, is just stay, you know, protected for the time being until this storm moves on through. It is starting to rain now in Port Gibson. You're on the front side of this thunderstorm, and again, it will be just a few more minutes before the worst of the weather pushes on through. The good news is it's moving at a pretty good clip, right, Ashley? I mean, that's what we've been seeing with these storms.
It's moving at 45 miles an hour.
Okay, so that's a good speed, and that's good. We're going to get the storm system in and out of here. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning going on until 6 p.m. That's going to cover areas north of Interstate 20. So this is brand new, and you can see this here. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Madison County. This does include parts of Warren, it includes parts of Yazoo as well, but this was just put out. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, radar indicated for parts of extreme northern Hinds County. Let me explain to you. This is the northern part, like around Brownsville. This is north of Clinton. It's north, really west of the city of Jackson, but right here it encompasses much of Madison County, and that includes the city of Madison as well as Ridgeland, back over through Flora, Township of Livingston, Lake Caroline, Annandale, and then over through about the Brownsville area. So that's under a severe thunderstorm warning, just getting that information. That's going to go until 6 o'clock this evening. I'm feeling a little bit better about that. We still are under a tornado watch, and that's why I feel better about it, but we are getting a hail core with this, and it's not large, but it's penny-sized hail. So if you have a little time and you can protect your car, if you have a place to do it, maybe a carport, or something of that nature, now might be a good time to do that. We are seeing that there could be hail upwards of 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and also wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour could be in this thunderstorm as well. So again, alerting folks of that. Also, this does extend into northwest Rankin County. This will go into northwest Rankin County, and that includes, let's go closer in on that, just so we get folks here in the part of Rankin County, they know how to prepare. Over through about Fannin. Doesn't quite include Goshen Springs yet, but again, this storm is out to the west and moving eastward. What I've been seeing on the storms north of Interstate 20, at least right now, is that there isn't nearly as much instability as there is south of the interstate. Would you concur on that? I mean, it's still a nasty looking storm, but just something to keep in mind.
I agree, and it just looks kind of messy right now, just really providing a lot of rain. Again, there's still that potential for hail and maybe even some gusty winds. We can pull up our wind tracker here.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's not looking too organized right now.
That wind pattern right there in Western Hines, that almost looks more like it's a bowing out or a straight line wind issue. So that's the difference between this particular storm and the one we were showing you in Jefferson County just a couple of minutes ago. They look quite different in that regard, but Ashley's got the measurement out here, and it's updating by the second, as you can see, and we're getting some 46-mile-per-hour wind gusts that we're measuring. We're not that high in the sky either, so we're pretty close to the ground at this point, and so I would say that 40, 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be approaching Flora here before very long. You live near Highway 49 from the Big Black River on southward through Flora, over through about, let's say, Pocahontas. Okay, that's where you're going to be looking at some strong, if not damaging, winds and some small hail within the next few minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for your area until 6 p.m. It's now 5 o'clock right now. You're watching severe weather coverage with a tornado warning in effect for parts of southwest Mississippi on WLBT Jackson and WDBD Jackson. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dave Roberts, First Alert Weather. We've got team coverage with you tonight. Meteorologist Ashley Civic is here with me. We've been tracking the storm. Ashley's been tracking this all weekend here, but we've been tracking the storm throughout the day here, getting you prepared for this threat of severe weather. As you know, it was several days ago that we called for a First Alert Weather Day for our area today because of this weather situation that we saw it setting up this way. And now we are seeing the severe weather, and it's been several months since we've had weather like this. That's the thing. So, we were going, how many months in a drought, Ashley? And then all of a sudden, not only are we trying to break this drought, but we're also dealing with the threat of severe weather. And it's been 5 months, I think, since we've actually had warnings like this being issued.
That's right, and we are still under that tornado warning as of right now, but it's also important to remember that we do still have a tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 11 p.m. this evening. So while we are still seeing the start of the system to move in, we could still see the potential for a few strong to severe storms later on tonight.
That's right. So every county in the WLBT First Alert viewing area is currently under a tornado watch. So this goes until 11 tonight. Again, the whole area tornado watch. What does that mean? That means any thunderstorm that develops and moves on in is a suspect. Suspected of possibly being able to produce a tornado. So that's why we want you to be very careful and cautious as you go throughout the evening. This is the kind of weather I wouldn't necessarily recommend travel in at this point as the weather's starting to go downhill. But if you're one of those brave people, you really need to be checking back often to see what the latest weather conditions are. And so it's very important that you kind of heed caution and execute your weather plan that we've been kind of preaching to you the past few days. Get a weather plan together in the event the weather goes downhill. We still believe the worst will be along and south of Interstate 20 this evening. Why? Because that's where the dynamics seem to favor the best chances for getting a tornado. But as I mentioned, the tornado watch is in effect for the whole area. So even north of Interstate 20, there is the potential for getting a tornado this evening. So it is something to be very careful about and something to just stay weather aware. And that's what we're here to do for you if you're in front of your TV. If a tornado warning is issued and you lose power wherever you're located, if the tornado warning is issued, we're on the air, you're still going to be able to get us on the free First Alert Weather app on WLBT.com. So we're going to be there for you so you get the latest weather information. If the storms have not reached your area yet, stay aware, as we've been preaching here. Check in for updates. Also very important that you charge up your devices and make sure you've got the alerts on loud. I've been charging this up, my phone up most of the day today. In fact, I had a problem with the charger, and that was the first thing I addressed this morning. And then if a warning is issued, know where to go. And this is the stuff that we're always talking about. If you live in Mississippi, if you've lived in Mississippi more than a day, you kind of know about this, that you want to have a plan as to where to go when severe weather is threatening the area. We're also monitoring lots of different things via social media, as well as our weather chat, so we can keep in discussion with the National Weather Service as well as other emergency managers. And I know, Ashley, that's one of the jobs that you're tasking this evening. I just didn't know if you're seeing any additional reports on what's happening so far with this weather.
Well, Dave, I haven't seen a whole lot of reports. Now, some of this could be because we did see this tornado warning in a rural area. There may not be as many reports as of right now, but we did get a report of $half size hail earlier.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, noticing that we are seeing quite a bit of lightning on some of our cams. So it's kind of interesting that just wanted to point this out to you. I'm just looking at different communications going on, and a lot of people are commenting on the amount of lightning that we are seeing right now. So again, this is the cam that we're watching here. This is currently looking off to the west, and maybe we could just bump it up just a little bit just to see the lightning. But you can see that nightfall is out there now. The sun set about 5-10 minutes ago, but there is quite the lightning show going on currently in Natchez. So that's the view of the Mississippi River and the Highway 84 bridge that you can see out there right now. Lightning continuing to light up the sky and the ground there. So it's got everybody's attention, that's for sure. Just to be clear though, Natchez, the city itself, is not under a tornado warning right now. But north of Natchez, absolutely. That's where the core of this cell is traveling right now. And if you're in Natchez, don't get me wrong, it's storming in parts of town, especially on the north side of town. But if you live in the Washington community, that's where you're going to see some of this worse weather. And then it's moving now over Fayette as well as Port Gibson. Put on hail tracker again, see what the latest is on that hail, because hail was pretty large with this storm, and you could see it's now just north of Natchez. There's some large hailstones in there, ping pong to tennis ball size hail. That is going to do some damage, and already west of Fayette we're seeing some decent size hail falling as well, penny to quarter size diameter hail. So that's a large hail, and again that will cause some damage, and we have had confirmation on the hail a short time ago.
Yes, and they're still continuing on with this tornado warning as of right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So the tornado warning goes for another 24 minutes if you want to be technical, and that's what we do here. We're technical. And so 24 minutes on the hail. And let me just get some additional information. So far, no damage reports coming in here. Just checked in with the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, and they're saying they are not getting any reports of damage at this point in time. So no news is good news. Now, if you follow this storm out and we start tracking this farther down the line, eventually this is going to get closer to the metro, maybe just stay south of it, right, Ashley?
That's right. It's starting to look like it's still going to remain on its course heading northeast.
And we haven't seen any deviation in that, but we've seen a nice little rotation to it, right, as it was coming across Louisiana. And maybe what we could do is roll it back a little bit and just kind of get an idea as to what the regional perspective is on this radar as it moves in. We'll just take a look here. Not much going on again in Jackson itself, but north of town, that's where that severe thunderstorm is. And you can see Ashley's rolling it back a little bit for us here. And then just to give you an idea as to where this thing's been evolving, and it's moving more towards the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So there's the cell. We're getting a little bit closer to the radar beam here, so we should be able to see it a little more vividly. We're not seeing the purples like we were seeing a short time ago at this point, which usually indicates the heaviest of precipitation. But still, it's a pretty strong cell that is continuing to move through southwestern sections of Mississippi right now. Fayette, Port Gibson, at this point, the storm is on you, and you should be taking cover. You should be in your safe place. Again, if you are under a tornado warning, you can continue watching us on the free First Alert weather app or on WLBT.com on your phone, on your mobile device, your tablet, so you don't have to worry so much. We now believe that the core of this storm is very close to Fayette. Is that what you would think, Ashley, looking at this latest scan?
Yes, from looking at this, what we call velocity, which is about measuring winds, it looks like that's where the core of this system is looking right now for this storm.
And just, okay, just got information here. CJ LeMaster letting me know that no damage in Claiborne County or emergency management, so appreciate that information. We believe as we scan here that we are seeing the core of the cell just south of Lorman. So Alcorn State is right here where I'm pointing, and you go a little bit to the southeast, that's Lorman, and that's Fayette, so it's kind of splitting the difference right in between those three areas. We are seeing winds up to 60 miles per hour. Just saw that on the screen. It just disappeared, of course, but 56 miles per hour is what I saw there, and this is updating, and you could see that this is now going across the highway. Let's push in a little bit closer. That's Highway 61. And I just want to show folks here, because if you live on Highway 552 or Highway 28, you need to know about this storm because it's going to be very close to you. So this is the area by Red Lick, 552, and then you've got Dennis Crossroads, and that's Highway 28. So this is the area right here. We're going in a little bit closer now. This is the Stonington area, which is just east of Fayette and Stonington Road. And this is the area, if you live near here, this is where we believe that this tornadic cell is located. So take cover immediately, especially if you're in that area. Ashley was just showing you some more roads across there. But where 552 and 28 kind of come into each other, that's another area where the storm will be passing over probably in less than 5 minutes. So this is the particular storm. Lorman is right here. Old Highway 61, Poplar Hill Road, Jessamine Ridge Road, all in these areas where we believe the center of the storm is located and the potential for a tornadic cell at that. So just continuing to get additional information. There's some pretty intense weather now on that cell,
yes.
And that's just east of Highway 61. The reason for that being, it could be that it came out of the wedge, but also that that cell is intensifying on the southern flank. And so that's something we have to pay very close attention to as the storm continues moving eastward.
It does look like it's starting to get more of a hail core, starting to pick up. It's also just, it does look like it's intensifying. It's also starting to look a little like a bow echo.
Okay. Why don't you tell us what you see in that? What do you mean by that?
So usually when we look at a shape like this, we call it a bowing feature, and typically what that means is there is some storm motion to wrap around itself, which is usually where we look to see if there is any rotation associated with this cell right now.
Okay, and so really the most intense part of the cell is going to be going towards Red Lick and Dennis Crossroads. And when you said the hail core is picking up, I mean, I agree just by looking at the radar here. Maybe we could zap the hail thing back on it again real quick, see if anything new is on it. And again, the hail lags by about 5 minutes or so. So you got to go back to Churchill before you start getting into any kind of significant hail. But this could be something that could be a big issue. So we've been saying this already. Jefferson County, if it's not the hail threat, it's the wind threat. And now it's the tornadic threat as well from this cell. A tornado warning in effect for another 18 minutes, 19 minutes for Jefferson County, southern Claiborne County, as the storm cell continues to move on through. Natchez, you're being treated to a doozy of a lightning show this evening because that's what we've been seeing, just tons of lightning with this storm. And you know, the storm continues racing off to the north and east. Now it is east of Lorman, east of Fayette. It's going to keep storming for a little while, though. So do not let your guard down. You're still in the thick of it. But this is the overall radar image. I'm looking back from Natchez. I'm looking at that storm cell. That storm cell is still trying to move a little bit east of north, but I noticed the tornado warning has been either canceled or it's expired on that storm farther back in Louisiana. So that's a good sign. That just indicates right there, from what I'm looking at, a storm capable of producing a tornado versus a tornado storm. Brookhaven, you're starting to get some weather on the south side of town. Let's go a little bit farther south of Brookhaven and over through Macomb. And I just want to show you that these are new storms that are just starting to fire up. And this makes sense in this area. If we can roll it back a little bit, just put them into motion. This makes sense what's going on here because these are in some pretty unstable atmosphere in the south, central, and southwest part of the state. So we're going to see these storms firing up here, and we'll have to keep a very close watch on them because right now they're just showers. But give it a few more minutes. Let's see if they're able to tap into enough energy. The sun has set. That's on our side. okay? Without having the sunlight, that's a good thing because the sunlight's a bad thing. It actually churns up the atmosphere. We already have the instability that's been dragged off the Gulf of Mexico, right? And so then you have the sunlight and sunshine. That kind of just heats up the atmosphere, almost like popcorn kernels, right? And then what happens is, as you go through the evening, these storms just really either fire up or they just kind of flatline. They just maintain a certain level before they go falling apart. So we're going to know here very shortly if these storms really can develop any teeth. Otherwise, the main storm that we're watching right now is near Fayette. And I want to just, if we can, zoom out here because do we have a lot of action going on back across Louisiana at this point? Let's zoom out and just see. And we've got one tornado warning there southwest of Alexandria. But if we go look at the radar here a little bit farther out, I don't think there's a lot of activity beyond that.
There doesn't look to be a whole lot.
This is the back edge of the system. So the back edge of the system's already moved through Fort Polk. So if we can just keep this moving along at a pretty good speed, this is where your main storms are. That one right there, the one that's in western Madison County, and then you've got the storm here that's in Jefferson County as well. So they look pretty intense there.
Yes, and I was also just keeping an eye on this storm here that's heading closer to the metro, starting to look a little interesting, although as of right now, still just under severe thunderstorm.
Okay, when you say interesting, what are you referring to?
It looks.
I see the rotation there.
Yes, yeah. I'm starting to see that rotation. It's starting to get that hook, that feature, that Boeing feature that I was mentioning earlier, which again means that we're getting a little bit of a wraparound in our winds. Yeah,
what I don't like about this particular cell is that it is starting to kick out here. Right there west of Flora. So we're going to pay very close attention for you folks on what's going on with these storms. Again, it's a rapidly developing situation. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 6 o'clock for Flora, Canton, Madison, and Ridgeland, including Lake Caroline, Annandale, and Gluckstadt. You are included in that severe thunderstorm warning. About 58,000 folks are impacted by this particular warning. It does include a small portion of northwest Rankin County and extreme southern Yazoo County. The potential is for wind and hail with this, but we are under a tornado watch, so we have to pay very close attention to what's going on with this. The city of Jackson is not included in this warning, but the tornado watch is for all of central and south Mississippi. So we're going to watch this very closely to see what it's going to try to do here. Another important moment will come our way in about 14 or 15 minutes, and that's when the tornado warning that we've been covering extensively for you in Jefferson and Claiborne counties will come to an end or will be extended, or a new tornado warning will be issued. So we'll have a better idea on that storm as well. We're able to gather more information on it. And at this point in time, I know you're monitoring the chat, Ashley, but I'm not seeing a lot of data points here, a lot of input on what's going on with the storm besides radar indicated.
Yeah, and I just keep seeing indicated. We did actually just get a storm report of trees down near Faraday. That's due to wind damage that they're reporting.
All right, and that's out in Faraday's in Louisiana. So just to keep, it's the same storm cell, but it came through Faraday first, and that's what prompted really this tornado warning. It's been kind of circulating through parts of southern or central Louisiana during the past few hours, and finally it made its move across the Mississippi River. I noticed that core is not nearly as intense as it was, but that's part of what we see with these storms. They do cycles. They'll pulse up in intensity, then they'll pulse down in intensity. So they don't always maintain their strength throughout. They're not a constant, and that's kind of how these storms work. They're cycling, believe it or not, as they're moving across the countryside. So that's one thing that we're indicating with this storm. It's now extends from all the way back from about the Washington community north of Natchez. It extends northeastward towards Perth, Blue Hill, Norman, Port Gibson on the northern end of this tornado warning, and Fayette included as well. We also have our storm tracker in the field this evening. We'll be bringing you more information from that as needed. Let's hope we don't need it too much, but as needed. So the storm tracker is out. It's been deployed, and we've got a crew manning that as well. Let's go back to Brookhaven here. You got a shower on the south side of town. It's going to be moving over downtown Brookhaven here within the next few minutes. So some heavy rain will be moving over your area. At this point in time, it's a pretty intense shower, pretty intense thunder shower at this point. I don't know if you want to lightning scan it real quick, but that's hail tracker. Not much going on with the hail, but if we can lightning tracker it, let's just see if we're getting anything with it. There's not much lightning with it, so it's really just in its infancy It just popped up there, but you're going to get some heavy rain out of it nonetheless in Brookhaven in just a little bit. The rest of the lightning tracker shows you, right, we expect to see a bunch of lightning where the core of the thunderstorm is, and that's what we're seeing right now with that storm. There was a lot of lightning with it too when it was near the Natchez area. We could see that. And there's still a good amount of lightning, as you could see, trailing back on the backside of this particular storm. Let's go look at lightning tracker farther north. We'll go into Madison County here. And again, the worst of that weather is right near Flora. And that's where you were pointing out, Ashley, a short time ago, that you didn't like the looks of the storm, at least when it was nearing Flora.
Yeah, as of right now, it doesn't look as impressive as it was a couple minutes ago, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, this the red, when you see red on the screen, that indicates heavy rain. When you start seeing the purple in here, that purple indicates very intense rain. That's the top of the scale. So we're seeing that around Vernon. Now, sometimes the radar will blend them together and they confuse hail for that, but we're not seeing a lot of hail out of this storm. We're just seeing pea-sized hail out of this particular storm cell. The hail was quite a bit larger in western Jefferson County a little bit a while ago, but this is what we're looking at right now. And this storm seems to me, like you said, it's doing the little dance. We'll call it the little dance, okay?
Right.
And that storm seems to be moving more northeastward than probably eastward at this point. I don't know if you'd agree on that.
Yeah, as if I take it back here, it does be looking more northeast, although maybe shifting a little bit more east as the new scans come out.
Yeah, this is just like right in here. It seems to be very close to the Big Black River as it moves, so just a little bit north of east movement with it.
Yes, just checking here to see if there is any hail associated with this. There is some penny, maybe even a little bit larger than that associated with this.
Yeah, it seems like it's trying to get maybe to a quarter-size hail with the particular storm. This is a good map, though, just to show folks what areas are being impacted by the severe thunderstorm warning in the metro. It starts at about Tougaloo, works its way up through Madison and Ridgeland, up to Canton, back through Lake Caroline, Pocahontas, Flora. Those are the areas that right now are under the under not just a tornado watch, but a severe thunderstorm warning until 6 p.m. And then if we could zoom in there just to the western part of Rankin County, over through about Fannin, that's where we also have the severe thunderstorm warning that goes right into the extreme western part of Rankin County. So right there is also included in this particular severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the severe thunderstorm warning until 6. Let's go back to the tornado warning now, which goes for another 10 minutes or less for parts of southwest Mississippi. And this is the area. We still have northern sections of Adams County, a good chunk of Jefferson County, most of Jefferson County, and then the southern areas of Claiborne County from Port Gibson on southward under a tornado warning for about another 10 minutes or so. I haven't seen any indication yet, just looking at communications on what they're going to do at 5:30 with this particular warning. But again, something that we will continue to watch very closely. The worst of the storm is now over 5:52. That is east of Lorman, northeast of Fayette, and well south of Port Gibson. Don't get me wrong, it's storming in all the places I just singled out that I just told you about, but the worst of the weather seems to be right there where that S is, right? Yes. And that's moving up to the north and east. And again, 45 miles per hour is a pretty good clip for it to move. Here are some of the towns that are in the path of this particular storm, and Ashley's plotting out the front side of the storm so you can get the earliest warning, the first alert really on what's happening with this particular storm. And we want you to be prepared because the core is sitting a little bit further back in it. Let's talk about hail scan again real quick. And let's see what it's been doing, because that's the thing about this storm. It's been pretty intense on the hail. Not so much near Fayette, although that's a decent size hail, getting close to quarter size. But if you go farther west here, that's where we start getting to the larger hail. I mean, that was something else near Faraday. They got a hail storm out of this. So that was right near Faraday on 425 and Highway 65 that runs through north to south through the eastern part of northern Louisiana. That's where the worst of the weather is. Then it made it across the river, got close to the Anna community and just kind of fizzled on the hail. But we're still seeing penny-size hail. We're still seeing almost quarter-size hail in some cases. But I guess I'm humbled and happy about the fact that this storm has not intensified from this standpoint, at least in the last few minutes. Would you agree?
I would agree. It doesn't. It looks to be just continuing with that hail.
Mm-hmm. Just smaller amounts of hail
right
at this point in time. So that's what the storm continuing to move northeast. And Ashley, if you would, just keep an eye on that chat. See if they start talking about anything, what they want to do with this.
There is questions on if they are going to extend it or not. But
yeah, we just haven't had a lot of additional information on it so far. So yeah, let's look at the bigger view here of central and southwest Mississippi so we can get an idea as to how the radar looks right now. All right, so this is the breakdown. The most intense weather is currently in Jefferson County. We can agree on that. It's moving northeastward. We have some showers now starting to form near Brookhaven, Macomb, and over through Monticello and Prentice, but they haven't shown much in the way of any lightning. So that's good. We'll keep watching though for you, because in this area here, we still have quite a bit of instability. And then north of I-20, we've got a severe thunderstorm that's going on for Madison County and northern Hinds County. That includes parts of Yazoo as well as northwest Rankin County too. That's a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of damaging winds 60 miles per hour, some hail that could go up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. And then you look back to the west, and I'll tell you, there's not much going on around Monroe, Louisiana. That's good. There's just a little activity in central Louisiana, and that's good too. So that tells us where the back edge of the storm is, and the back edge of the storm is right here. So it's pretty much showing up in northern Louisiana now. And if we could just kind of keep this weather as is, we can be okay. Hopefully that tornado warning expires or gets canceled at 5:30, but we feel it's probably going to go into more of a severe thunderstorm warning unless we get some new information to the contrary or the storm flares up again. And I do want to let you know that while we've been on the air continuously with you now for almost an hour, or just a little bit less, any of these storms can turn back into a tornado or can turn tornadic at a moment's notice, and that's why we're not letting our guard down this evening. We're going to be here for you, and we will definitely go back on the air if we need to when a new tornado warning is issued. Right now, a tornado watch is in effect for the whole area, and this goes until 11 p.m. this evening. Ashley and I are not really surprised, if I could speak for you, Ashley, we're not really surprised at all about this tornado watch. We expected at least this today from this type of system. Part of the issue that the storm system has had, right, is it didn't have a large window of time to work with today. Wouldn't you agree? It kind of had a small little window where we just really couldn't, we had those variables coming together, but they just weren't all together. So.
That's right, and they were all there, but it really just came down to the timing, and we really only had a small window of when we could see the potential for these storms. Now, if we continue on the path that we're on, where there's not a whole lot behind this system, I'll pull up radar here. There wasn't a whole lot right now here heading into Louisiana, at least towards the northern part. They just issued an observed tornado here with a tornado warning. We'll continue to keep an eye on that. But if we're continuing on the current path we're on, it doesn't look to be too concerning in terms of the ingredients that we need as the sun has set.
Yeah, it looks like a very broken up system. It's not all congealed together. And you know, as I mentioned, Ashley, we're just covering this from so many different angles this evening. Our WLBT 3 on your side, CJ Lemaster, now joins us. He's got some information concerning Claiborne County.
Dave, thank you. Yeah, on the phone right now is Claiborne County Sheriff Edward Goods to tell us a little bit about what they're seeing as some of the severe weather moves across that area, again, centrally in the southern part of Claiborne County. Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. What are you seeing out there?
All right, how you doing? I'm here with my public relationship officer, Ms. Mika Harris. She's going to give y'all a briefing right quick.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. Right now, we're just seeing storms. As right now, no damages have been reported.
Okay, so no damage at this point.
No, sir.
Okay. What about, we saw some hail that's been coming down in, I guess, some of the southwest part of the area. What have your deputies been seeing out there while this has been coming through?
Right now, everything. What we're seeing right now is just high winds, little rain, but nothing really major at the time.
Okay. Sheriff, I got to ask you about, as Dave mentioned, as you know, the sun set about 30 minutes ago, the difficulty in trying to navigate these areas, especially in a rural county like Claiborne County. Can you kind of give us an idea of your severe weather plan, how you react in these situations, especially when you no longer have the light of the day to help guide your deputies when you're trying to check this stuff out?
Basically, we rely on the fact of getting information from our citizens as well. We do have the sheriff office that's 24/7, and they receive calls and report information in to us as the day progresses.
Well, Sheriff Edward Goods, I really appreciate you taking time to join us and talk with us. We're going to be checking in with you as this system continues to move through. And I know, Dave, it's a good thing that we don't have any damage right now, but as we know from covering these things, seeing these things, going wall to wall, as we say, that can change in an instant.
Yeah, absolutely, CJ. It's a valid point to bring up. This weather could change in an instant. For now, at least, we're giving you all the reports. We have access to the information that we're seeing. We have 2 minutes left on the tornado warning here, and that should be it. If we do get additional, if they do extend that warning, we'll continue to stay on the air with you, obviously. But barring that, we're just going to continue to monitor the radar conditions here and watch these storms as they move across central and southwest Mississippi. We're here throughout the evening for you, regardless. So we'll be providing updates online and on air. But again, the only tornado warning that we currently have in effect for the area, at least right now, is for parts of Jefferson and Claiborne counties, and that involves about 4,000 people at this point. It's shrunk a little bit in size, the amount of the tornado warning, but there you go, about 3,590 people in the parts of Adams, Claiborne, and Jefferson counties. We'll have information within the minute as to whether that warning will be extended or a new one will be issued. But again, it's an intense thunderstorm regardless that's moving through your area in Fayette and Port Gibson. We've just heard in the last few minutes from Jefferson County. We've heard from Claiborne County as well. So there's the storm there. The other thunderstorm that we're watching on the board here is in Madison County, and that one's near the Flora community. Let's take a look at that real quick. And go ahead.
They are going to issue a tornado warning for Jefferson and into Copiah County.
So there you go, folks. We're going to stay on the air with you and continue to update you on this particular storm cell that is moving into Copiah and as well as coming out of Jefferson County. So that's the new information for you here. We're just waiting. We should have that in about 30 seconds. A new tornado warning will be issued shortly. And so we'll try to get some folks on the phone for you in Copiah County in the next few minutes as well. This is an this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado that is currently coming out of Jefferson County. The good news is we haven't had any reports so far of damage, as we've just checked in with Claiborne and Jefferson counties. But again, this storm is something to watch. It's been a pretty intense storm cell. It's produced large hail. And again, this is moving from southwest to northeast out of the area. So this is the overall view that you're seeing right now. We now have a new tornado warning in effect. This tornado warning goes until, this is for Crystal Springs, Hazelhurst, and Weston. It stays just north of Brookhaven. This goes until 6:30 this evening. A tornado warning is in effect for this area. This includes much of Copiah County. It does include Fayette. So Fayette, you're still in the worst of the storm right now. And that storm is continuing to move eastward towards Crystal Springs, Fayette, Hazelhurst, Wesson, and the Gallman community. Again, a tornado warning until 6:30. 14,000 people are impacted by this specific warning out there. So that is the latest on that. The tornado is currently about 14 miles. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. About 14 miles east of Fayette. It is now moving eastward at 45 miles per hour. So that's the latest on that storm. We are also monitoring what's going on with that heavy shower that just moved over Brookhaven and is now headed north of town. So not terribly surprised by this. We were mentioning that the decision point was going to come at about 5:28, 5:29. That's exactly what happened with the new tornado warning that's now been issued. This extends again from the old tornado warning that was in effect for the Fayette community, and it is moving eastward towards Copiah County. So we're going to check in with our storm tracker here very shortly, because our storm tracker actually is on the road on I-55 right now, and it will be intercepting this rough weather probably within the next half hour or so. So we'll be checking in with them very soon, because we'd like to get them on the phone and see what they're observing. Again, the weather hasn't gotten any worse, I should say, around Interstate 55 or US 51, but we've got a shower now coming in from the south. Now this one's moving, do you find this interesting? Ashley, this one's moving from south to north, okay? And this one's going west to east. So there's definitely some converging going on in the atmosphere here.
I definitely think that this could be a potential issue for this current storm that's heading towards, off to our east. Could honestly bring some hindrance, I should say, in the progressing storm that's associated with this radar indicated tornado.
Yeah, a couple things on that. Sometimes people look at this and they say, well, the whole thing is just closing in. And to some extent it is. And we'll have to see if this shower, right, if this shower can basically moisten the atmosphere, that it kind of tamps down what's going on here to the west, right? So that's kind of what we're thinking right now. But this is a pretty intense storm cell. I mean, look at this right here. You can see we've got a little notch indicated there near the Blue Hill area, and that's where we believe the tornado is indicated. So I don't know if we could throw on, not hail, wind scan, sorry. And yeah, right, this kind of matches up, am I right, Ashley, with what we're seeing?
Yes, that's where that notch is.
Yeah, so that's where the notch is. That's where we believe the tornado would be located, very close to Highway 552. Ashley's plotting wind right now, and just trying to give an idea as to where this storm is located. Right here on the edge of your screen, you've got Crystal Springs, you've got Gallman, where the fairgrounds are, and then you've got Hazelhurst. So you can see that this storm is still quite a distance away, but if you're anywhere in Copiah County, prepare now. Okay, prepare right now, because you're not going to have a lot of time. This thing's moving 45 miles per hour. It will move across the whole county in less than an hour's time. So again, be aware of that. But we think it's right in here on Highway 552, just east of Blue Hill. This is where we believe. And McBride, as a matter of fact, is the community or subdivision neighborhood right here near Old Highway 552. So this is where we think it's going to be. Housey Road in that area, and then this is Highway 28. So this just gives you an idea as to where this storm cell is located. And again, if you're out here by Copeland Lane or Newell Lane, this and Leggett Road, these areas here, that you're in front of the storm. But 552, get ready, because that's where this notch is located. And it looks like a pretty large cell, does it not?
Yes, let me just, it does look pretty large in all honesty.
Right here. So that's the thing. We're not getting any reports in yet, but this could be changing now. And again, the difference a lot of times is you'll see the storm and it's off the ground. So it's not producing necessarily a tornado, but it's capable of producing one. And this one here is definitely showing more characteristics. It's the most intense storm on the board here, and it's showing intense characteristics very close to Blue Hill. I don't want to ruin the party, Ashley, but if you look a little bit farther southwest on Highway 28, I'm also seeing it looks like some pretty intense activity near Highway 33. Yes. South of Fayette. So this makes sense why we have a tornado warning, right, affecting both areas.
That's right, and the chat just issued or said that there's a storm report with decent-sized hail coming out of Adams County.
So that's the storm. That's pretty much the storm right here, the storm cell. So let's throw on hail track real quick if we can, and you can see there. Whoa, there you go. Okay, so this thing is dumping some pretty large hail out right near tennis ball size hail. By Highway 61 south of Fayette. So that's moving off to the east. So we're taking on a couple different dynamics now with this storm system, aren't we? We now have a hail threat on the back side of this storm, and we've got a tornadic threat on the front side of this particular storm cell. So this is the one we're watching for you very closely, and it's headed for Crystal Springs, Gallman, and Hazelhurst. What did I say about 15, 20 minutes ago? These storms pulse up, they pulse down. They pulse up, they pulse down. They cycle as they're moving across the countryside, and that's exactly what this one is doing right now. But this is the most serious of the storms that we currently have over the area, at least for the time being, and that's why we are being very cautious here in alerting you to what's going on with this storm. We want to give you as much notice as possible on the weather that's taking place out here, because you're not going to have much time. If this thing does produce a tornado, or it already is producing a tornado, this is something that's going to be very serious. We have had no reports so far of a tornado on the ground, but that could change very quickly. And again, we think the cell is still located well to the west of Crystal Springs, but it's out here on the border between Claiborne and the border between Jefferson and Copiah counties, and then throw in the fact that we've also got some large hail that is starting to show up with it as well. So you've got two threats that you're going to have to deal with here. Ashley is scanning the winds right now and just trying to see what the winds look like as they blow to and from the radar.
It's definitely looking a little bit more broad at the moment in terms of the winds that we just saw a couple scans ago, but again, there still is a decent notch, I should say.
And what do you make of the hail on the south side of the storm, on the southern end of the you know, it could be a secondary cell, or it could be actually part of the same cell, but that's a little bit farther back.
Yeah, let me pull up hail tracker. I definitely think that it really, I think that it is still part of this storm here. But again, I think it's not necessarily feeding into what we're looking at in terms of the tornadic part of the cell.
Gotcha. Okay. So two different things going on here, but large hail definitely for sure. Cadillac's just kind of like a little not a subdivision, a neighborhood, excuse me, on Highway 61 south of Fayette. And again, this continues to be a storm that's impacting a large amount of the area. This is all penny-sized hail from Fayette eastward right now to where we believe the tornado is located in the McBride community. So penny-sized hail has been pretty common with this storm cell. We're zooming out here, still an impressive notch.
Yes.
And what is the notch? The notch is really where the inflow and the outflow is taking place of the storm, where the engine's located, okay? That's kind of what we look for here. When it shows itself, you say, okay, wait a minute. You pay attention because that's exactly where you're likeliest to have the tornado. And that is exactly what we're talking about. Housley Road, right here, which is northeast of Copiah, not northeast of Copiah, excuse me, it's western Copiah County almost, all right, but it's in the eastern part really of Jefferson County. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to get some additional information for you. Obviously, Copiah County, you should be paying very close attention to what's going on with this storm. And for more coverage on that, we're now going to go to Patrice Clark, and she's got additional information on Copiah County. Patrice?
Thank you, Dave. Right now, we're on the phone with the Copiah County Sheriff to talk to us a little about what he's seeing as far as severe coverage. Good evening. I think we do have him on the phone. Probably are having an issue, but we're supposed to be, there he is right there. Good evening, Sheriff.
I don't want to interrupt you, Patrice.
Okay.
We now have a new tornado warning, though. This goes for Madison and Scott County and Rankin County, too. So let's go to that real quickly. I apologize, Sheriff. We're going to come back to you if you don't mind.
Okay.
But this is a new development. We have a new tornado warning going on right now. Here we go on the screen. This includes the city of Madison. It includes the city of Canton, as well as Ridgeland, and this extends into northern sections of Rankin and extreme northwestern Lee County. This is a new tornado warning. This will go until 6:45 this evening, and we're getting the information on it right now, so just give me a second here to pull it up on my screen. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Gluckstadt. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. Radar indicates rotation. You know, Ashley, you kind of called the storm about 20 minutes ago when you started saying, hey, this is, you know, starting to notch up a little bit. And that's exactly what we're looking at. Let's go back into Gluckstadt a little bit closer here. All right, and that's the area where the worst of the weather is. So take cover now in Gluckstadt. Potential tornado over Gluckstadt moving northeast. All right, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So you've got Gluckstadt here. You start talking about exits 108, 113, 114, getting up farther into the northern part of Madison County. But this is an area that we're very concerned about. Gluckstadt Road, right here under red, that indicates very heavy rainfall. So now we have two areas of tornadic concern on the map here. This is moving east. Let's pull out a little bit so folks in Madison County get a better handle on where this storm is moving. It's moving east. So just to give you some clarity here, the actual cell is just north of downtown Madison, all right? It's from Gluckstadt. That's where we believe the cell is located, right there west of I-55. And this is going to keep moving eastward. But the reason why Canton's included in this is because look at this mess here. This storm is probably trying to close the gap in there. We do have hail being indicated around Annandale and the township of Livingston. That is quarter-size hail from that storm, and that is moving off to the east. So again, Canton, Meltonville, Gluckstadt, the north side of Madison, city of Madison, take cover immediately as this storm is now moving east at 40 miles per hour. We believe the storm has already passed Lake Caroline. I'm saying that to you at 540, 541. I just want to be clear on that. We think the storm cell, the actual tornado, is just outside of Lake Caroline, but closer to Gluckstadt and moving off to the east. Would you concur? Would you agree on that, Ashley?
I agree, yes.
Yeah, so that storm is right now moving up to the east, and again, take cover, Nissan plant. I know a lot of you are watching us at the Nissan plant with severe weather threatening your operations this evening. Take cover on this storm at this time. Also, Old Canton Road as it winds its way through the northern part of Madison County. A potential tornado, Doppler indicated rotation just outside of Lake Caroline, very close to Gluckstadt here. This is where we feel it is. on the north side of Madison, and this storm is moving east at 40 miles per hour. So Gluckstadt and Meltonville, Canton through Madison, this is where the tornadic threat is. A little bit less in Ridgeland because of what radar is showing us. All right, but the storm is building eastward, and again, a very intense storm cell over Canton to accompany with this. That almost looks like the parent cell, doesn't it?
It does.
But this is where we think we probably have the tornadic cell.
Yes, and I was just looking at the velocity at this where we measure wind speeds, and I was just looking at this notch here where we're looking at that area of interest.
Okay, and let's go back to Patrice Clark real quick while we gather up more information on these storms. We do have a tornado warning also in effect right now. That is also in effect for Copiah County, and so we want to get the information out to folks in Copiah County. Patrice, back to you.
Thanks, Dave. Okay, on the phone with me right now is the sheriff of Copiah County to tell us what he is seeing so far. Good evening, Sheriff.
Good evening.
Okay, talk about what you're seeing in the county.
Yes, right now I'm in the Hazelhurst area, and we're experiencing some rain, lightning, and thundering right now. That's what we're experiencing right here in Hazelhurst right now. Of course, lightning very strong. The wind not very strong right now, but a lot of lightning and thundering and light rain.
But as you know, things could change, and you are in a rural area. What's the plan of action?
The plan of action right now, of course, the deputies out. We just kind of stationary the deputies at the sheriff's office. If we get any calls, we're going to respond to them because right now, due to the dry weather that we've been having, of course, we're concerned about the freeze falling and stuff, of that concern. So right now we staged up and ready and waiting on service calls and updates of the weather.
And talk about the challenges that you face with dealing with severe weather in Copiah County.
Well, of course, we ask that if you let it be a necessity that you're on the roadway and, be listening for updates on what's going on in our area.
Okay. And what do you want residents to know who are watching right now?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that part.
What do you want residents to know if they're watching right now about severe weather?
Right now, just stay tuned to the updates and weather alerts, and just be, like I said again, if you don't have to be on the roadways, just stand by until we can get active updates on what's going on in our area.
Thank you, Sheriff. Anything I did not ask that you want to say?
We just, of course, we know we still have residents that's trying to get home from work, and we just ask that we keep everyone in prayer.
Thank you, Sheriff. And of course, continue to please keep us updated on what's going on in Copiah County. Again, that was the Sheriff of Copiah County giving us an update about what's going on right now. We're going to go to you, Dave, to give us an update about the other areas.
All right, thank you, Patrice. I have a funny feeling we'll be checking in with you again as we go throughout this evening. Again, a dangerous storm, not just for Copiah County, but now this one that is currently going across parts of Madison County. The radar is updating you there on the screen. Tornado warning in effect. I just want to give you an idea. So where you should really be concerned on this storm cell, not so much in Ridgeland, okay, because the actual storm cell is on the north side of the city of Madison. I just want to be clear. Don't want folks worrying unnecessarily. I want you remaining vigilant. But if you're in Gluckstadt, if you're at the Nissan plant, or you're in Canton, you are definitely in the path of this intense storm. Now, if you're in Gluckstadt, you already know how bad it is. And there you go. The scan just updated. It's now across the highway. It's close to US 51. A radar indicated rotation with a storm here that is moving eastward towards Meltonville and then around Canton as well. Very intense cell sitting right over you. But it is not over Lake Caroline, and it is no longer over the city of Madison. It is storming where you are, yes, but we're talking about where the tornadic part of the storm is located, and that is more towards Gluckstadt, Meltonville, and the Nissan plant, and then it includes Canton. Let's bump a little bit farther north. You had the right idea there, and you could see how awful it is in the northern part of Madison County. This is Canton. It's wall-to-wall red. Cobbville, as well as the rest of the area. This is where heavy rain is falling from the Canton Square just northward through the rest of the county. It's just some awful weather. Let's go to hail scan real quick on this. I just want to see, I want to make sure we're not missing any part of the storm. And, you know, around Lake Caroline and Annandale, there's been some quarter-size hail, which we expect. But there's a lot of penny-size hail elsewhere from the city of Madison northward right up through the Nissan plant. So this is an area which obviously has a growing population in Madison County. And again, this is where the worst or the highest part of the tornado threat is currently located. A tornado warning is in effect until 6:45 p.m. for this area. I have some new information to share with you as well. We have some good news, and right, let's find some good news where we can. Where we can, the tornado watch is being removed for some counties in our area too, because the storm system is shifting a little bit more south and east. So Humphreys, Sharkey, and Issaquah counties, you're no longer under this tornado watch. Why is this so important? Because we know what you've been through, okay? Earlier this year, again, we'll never forget the Rolling Fork and the Midway tornado that impacted your area. So you need a break. You're getting a break now. You're no longer under a tornado watch. So we're thinking of you this evening for those of you in this area of Rolling Fork and Midway. And anytime you pop up, I can give you some good news. Let me give you some good news. So there you go. But the rest of the area, a tornado watch does remain in effect. And it does need to remain in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. We hope we can get rid of that sooner too, because that's 5 hours from now. I don't think this weather is going to be going on that long. I feel it's going to end a little bit earlier than that. So just want to update you on that. Let's go to Copiah County now. Let's focus on what's happening here with this weather. Let's go farther south into Copiah County, because I want to show folks to start getting ready. That storm is still in the western part of the county, had an impressive notch in it. The notch is still there. It's a little bit further east. And if you're in Crystal Springs, Gallman, or Hazelhurst, this is where you need to be preparing for the storm now. All right, over through Weston I would include, a little bit farther south, but the storm is getting closer to your area at this point. So what we're going to do, so let's do this. Let's go to our storm tracker now, because storm tracker is on the road intercepting this storm, and the weather is starting to go downhill in Copiah County, and that's exactly where our storm tracker is, Storm Tracker 3 with Quentin Smith. Quentin, what are you seeing so far, and where are you located?
Hey Dave, so we're actually in Hazelhurst. We just took the Hazelhurst exit, and right now, as you mentioned, the storm is still a ways away, but things are starting to pick up here. I'm going to turn the camera so you all can see how things are looking here on our end. As you can see, the lightning is continuing to pick up. The rain is continuing to come down. Surprisingly, there's still been a good amount of people on the road so far. I guess these are people getting off work, trying to head to the house. As you just heard that loud thunder. So thunder, heavy rain, and a heavy lightning presence. That's what we're seeing in the Hazelhurst area so far. This area is expected to get hit hard once the storm comes through. You can see the shot right now. That's the area the storm will hit, Hazelhurst. But so far, just rain, lightning, and thunder as the storm gets ready to come into this area. But of course, we're going to continue to be out here and monitor things, and we'll keep you posted as things continue to pick up here with the weather in Hazelhurst. Okay, and I know, Quentin, you and I talked personally this afternoon about your safety. I want you being safe out there. You are in the path of this particular storm, okay? So the storm is sitting just to the southwest. Don't get me wrong. As Quentin reported, it is storming right now in Hazelhurst and Crystal Springs, but the core is back here. So, Ashley, let's do this. Let's see if we can give an idea as to how long it's going to take for the actual core, where we think the tornadic part of the cell is, to get to Hazelhurst and Crystal Springs and whatnot. And you can see as we're moving eastward, we're going about 45 miles per hour. And that's where, this one we're moving at about 45, am I right? Yeah, 45 miles per hour. So the core of the storm is still back here a little bit. So it's probably going to be about 15 minutes or so before the core catches up with areas such as Hazelhurst and whatnot. So that's the thing. It's right here that the worst part of the storm is located on Highway 28. And that's in the western part of Copiah County. So just a matter of time before that makes it over into Crystal Springs, into Hazelhurst, and into Weston. But beyond that, you could see that's the front line of the storm. And if you're outside of the tornado warning, you could see where that storm's going to be impacting you. This would be Georgetown at around 6:09. Crystal Springs, you're kind of already in it. But as far as the worst of the storm, instead of doing the line draw, let's do the funnel, the one that does the funnel draw. Okay. Out of there, and do it right from there where Highway 28 is, because
That's going to come really close to Hazelhurst. There you go. And that's the thing. And with this storm, this looks more, honestly, just looking at the times here, 6:11 in Hazelhurst, about 20. Let's drop 5 off of it. You don't want to get too complacent. So at about 6:05 or so, about 10 to 15 minutes, Hazelhurst, Gallman about the same, Crystal Springs maybe about 20 minutes or so. That's when the worst of this storm, where the tornadic part of the storm is located, that's when the worst of it will move across the area. So again, you're seeing some rough weather right now. That's not the tornadic part of the cell, just an awful part of this storm. Let's zoom out here a little bit so folks in the rest of Copiah County can kind of get an idea as to what we're looking at. And we just want to give you the regional view. We had some large hail on the southern flank of this storm. And if we can, do a hail scan one more time just to see if that was just a thing that popped up with it. And you can see that the worst of the hail was back here south of Fayette. And that's what we saw 20 minutes ago. But it hasn't really migrated eastward. So maybe that hail portion is not nearly as strong as it was. But this is where the tornado warning is currently in effect. So you're not under this tornado warning in Brookhaven. But you are if you live in Weston, Hazelhurst, Strong Hope, for instance, Crystal Springs. This area is something that we're concerned about as this storm moves on through. So keep your eyes on the sky, so to speak, and take cover now in these areas to protect yourself from flying debris. Let's go back to Madison County and talk about the tornado warning that's in effect there until 6:45 this evening. Excuse me. That tornado warning is now the tornadic part of the storm, is from the city of Canton southward. So it has cleared Madison, it has cleared Gluckstadt, it has cleared the Nissan plant. I want to be clear with you. This part of the storm, this tornadic part of the storm, has cleared Ridgeland, Madison, Gluckstadt, Lake Caroline, and the Nissan plant. The storm threat has moved eastward. So this is where we're expecting the worst of that weather. That's Highway 16. That's coming in and out of the Canton area, and then you've got Highway 43 getting closer to the res, and that's where we have the tornado warning in effect. So if you're in Farm Haven or you live on the north side of the res, this is where you need to be prepared for this storm. Also, I should mention the northern part of Rankin County is still very much in this tornadic or in the tornado warning until 6:45. So that's the northern part of Rankin County from Goshen Springs northward. I'm talking about Sand Hill. I'm talking about Pisgah. So this is the area that we're watching for you most closely as this storm cell is starting to shift more northeastward and eastward. It is still very rough over Canton. You should definitely be in your safe place. If you're watching us on the free First Alert weather app or WLBT.com, this is for your safety. Make sure you're covered up, protected from flying debris. I said this earlier today when we had the tornado warning issued in southwest Mississippi. If you can, bathtub, good place to go, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. If you have helmets, put them on, get the helmets on the kids. All of these things could help you in the event that we have a tornado on the ground. For that, I'm going to throw it back to Ashley and say, hey, Ashley, are you hearing anything right now on the potential of any damage? Are we getting any reports whatsoever from the field?
Yes, Dave, we've actually got a report of 60-mile-an-hour winds associated with this storm that's in Madison right now.
Okay, so where's the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts?
That came out of Gluckstadt.
Okay.
Now the storm has progressed a little bit, but there has been wind gusts upwards of 60 miles an hour.
All right, we're going to do a phoner here in a second, but let's do this. Let's throw a wind scan on this stuff real quick. I just want to give folks an idea because now we've had the confirmation of 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be a damaging wind gust. So let's just see if this is translating into more winds east of where it came through. And the good news is this is moving quickly where it just literally popped over Gluckstadt and then moved off to the east. We're not seeing the most intense winds at this point, so that's good because you were certainly looking at intense winds a little while ago. The big view shows you that most of the area at this point is under a tornado watch, all right? And that includes many counties that have yet to be impacted by severe weather. For more on that, we're now going to go back to Patrice Clark. She's got someone she's going to interview from Scott County.
Thanks, Dave. Now, on the phone right now is Scott County Sheriff Mike Lee. Our First Alert weather team was just talking about a tornado warning over Scott County. Sheriff, tell us what you are seeing right now.
experienced some high winds in the Cooperville area, which is in the northwest part of the county, southwest part of the county, and that basically has been all the damage that we've had reported. Of course, we continue to watch the weather, and winds are picking up here in Scott County.
Okay, any areas you're keeping a close eye out on in Scott County?
We're definitely looking at the same area where we have experienced some high winds. That is the Cooperville area. We, definitely want people to be mindful of their safe spots of where to get. Just in the event that this storm does come in, the way it looks like as we're tracking it now, that will be the most impacted part of our county.
And just talk about your plan of action.
Right now, we are ready with any of available deputies and all available deputies, as well as any search and rescue that we need. We are already prepared for that, as well as our road crews clearing roads of debris. And we do want people to be mindful. If you have to be out and traveling for work or whatever, to understand that trees can fall anywhere at any time. And in the past, we've had vehicles that have struck trees on highways and back roads in not well-lit areas before we were able to get out there. So we want everyone to remain vigilant.
And that was going to be my next question. Talk about the challenges you deal with in severe weather times like this in Scott County.
The big thing is with severe weather, we ask, one, that our citizens stay home if at all possible, not to be out. And in the event that we do have storm damage, we ask people still to remain out of those areas. We want to make sure that our people are safe. We also, again, are asking people to know your safe spots, listen for any of the weather sirens that we have that would go off, and to just remain vigilant, because we won't see these winds till maybe around 7 o'clock. It looks like the storm will be coming through here. So we're just asking for the entire county for everyone to remain safe.
And anything that I did not ask that you want the viewers to know right now?
I think that's it. We just want to, again, I can't reiterate about folks staying safe and not getting out to, if you don't have to be out, stay where you are until this storm passes.
Great advice. Thank you, Sheriff Lee.
All right, Patrice.
Thank you so much, Patrice Clark. We're going to check back with you as needed as we go through this evening. Again, it is coming up on 6 o'clock right now. You're watching severe weather coverage on WLBT Jackson, WDBD Jackson. We continue to monitor numerous tornado warnings that are out there right now. Madison County, let me give you some good news. Lake Caroline, Gluckstadt, Madison, the worst of the weather has now shifted. It is actually shifting away from Canton, but it's going downhill in Farmhaven and Revive. I did just get a report from meteorologist Todd Adams. He says that the wind and rain was basically a sideways rain the entire drive between Gluckstadt and Madison a short time ago. Farther south we go, we have another tornado warning in effect for Copiah County. That's where this storm is still ramping up. It's getting closer and closer to Hazelhurst, and that's where you'll find our Storm Tracker 3 and Quentin Smith right now for the latest on that. The storm is about to hit Hazelhurst. You are under a tornado warning. Take cover immediately in this area. Quentin, what do you have for us?
Hey Dave, so right now we're actually heading up I-55 north to Copiah County. What you're seeing right now is the storm coming to Hazelhurst. We left just to get out of harm's way. We're going to go to Crystal Springs where it's a little more safer there. But as you can see, the lightning is continuing to intensify. The rain is coming down heavier and heavier. There's still a good bit of traffic out on the road right now. Still some thundering here and there, but for the most part, heavy rain and a lot of lightning. That's what we're seeing right now, what you're seeing in this shot right now. We're actually heading to Crystal Springs away from Hazelhurst, which is where the storm is going to hit first. But yeah, this is the scene right now. We're going to check back in with you once we get into Crystal Springs here in just a few minutes.
All right, so what we're going to do right now is we're focused on this storm. Why are we focused on this storm? Because take a look at it. It's got that notch that we've been talking about. We've got a pretty decent looking hook echo here. Isn't that right, Ashley?
Yes.
With the storm that is just outside the Smyrna community, Smyrna neighborhood, Smyrna Road in front of it. And this storm cell is going to be moving eastward. We have Barlow Road picked out here in Copiah County. If you live near Barlow Road, you need to be in your safe place now. You don't have any time to spare. Old Highway 20 also in front of it. This is Highway 28. All right, and we're going to follow Highway 28 here. Let's pop out a little bit and just show you what happens when we get towards like the Gallatin area. All right, that's where the next line is going to be, where these storms are going to cross. Highway 28 over by Gallatin, Old Natchez Road. I'm mentioning these roads. I'm trying to get your attention so you take cover now. Don't play games with this storm. This is the best representation of a tornadic cell right now on the radar. Let's go farther east and get folks ready in Hazelhurst. This is coming right for Hazelhurst. Okay, make no mistake about it. This storm is coming right towards Hazelhurst. You have, but maybe about 5 minutes. Maybe, and that may be generous because you need to treat this extremely seriously. So I'll repeat again what you should do right now. It's been a minute since we've had this kind of weather. It's been about 5 months since we've had warnings of this nature being issued in our part of the state. What you need to do now, go towards the center part of the home or wherever you're watching us from. Get away from the windows. A bathtub might be suitable for you. They tend to be pretty sturdy, okay? And you need to cover yourselves at this time to protect yourself. The most important thing is that you don't get impacted by flying debris if there is any with this storm. So you want to get low, and stay covered and protected until this storm threat goes over you. The good news is there's not a lot going on behind it. It's all about what's happening with this storm cell right now. So if you're in Hazelhurst, okay, don't be scared, get prepared. And that's what you need to do because the storm is sitting off to your south and west. We've had no reports so far of any damage, okay? So that's the thing. But again, as I've mentioned, with these tornadic cells, they pop up and then go down and pop up and go down, and they cycle when it comes to intensity. And that's a vivid shot right here. Hazelhurst, right there on the right side of your screen, the community of Gallatin here, and then here's where we believe the tornado is, and it's going to go towards the east and northeast. So Hazelhurst is going to be in the path of this storm, and it is going to be at about 6:11, 7 minutes. We're being generous. It's probably pushing it, but 7 minutes until the core of this storm is over you. And so let's just treat it like it's the next 5 minutes. This is not the time to be on the roads traveling through the county. It's already awful when you start getting north of Hazelhurst. You get towards Gallman and Crystal Springs. That's where we already have heavy rain falling. But the tornadic part of the cell is sitting off to the southwest by about 5 miles. Go.
We do have a radar confirmed tornado now east of Canton.
Okay, let's go back to Canton and shift up there, and let's go closer in on the radar, and that's probably going to be right in this vicinity. Let's put on wind scan so we can kind of see it a little bit better as well. And there you go. That would be to the east of Canton. Right in here is your potential, or excuse me, you said radar confirmed tornado.
Yes.
Ashley, you just dropped that on there. It's a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. So we're starting to see right in here the tornado. That is Highway 16. So there we go. That is a radar confirmed tornado. That's why the white box just showed up. And this involves the community of Farm Haven. You are in the dead center of this tornado warning right now. So I'm going to repeat to you what I just said to the folks in Hazelhurst. We've got another storm going on in Hazelhurst. We've got one right now nearing Farm Haven. Take cover immediately because now this is a radar observed tornado that is currently to the east of Canton, moving right along Highway 16. A tornado warning is in effect for the Farm Haven community. And again, if you live in Oklahoma, St. Anne, Carthage, up through Singleton, start paying attention because this storm is going to be moving in your direction here in just a matter of time. But again, this is the new information. Let's go closer in on where the tornado is on Highway 16 just to give folks a better idea. So this is cleared Canton, just to be on the safe side here. It's east of Canton now. So if you live in Canton, breathe a sigh of relief because this particular cell is located right in here. And is that right, Ashley? You probably have it right there just by Highway 16. So this is showing up. Let's go to Debris Tracker and see if Debris Tracker is indicating anything as well. And that's a concern because now we have a debris ball, it looks like, just south of Highway 16. Let me challenge you here a little bit, Ashley, if you can. Roll it back just a little bit and let's see if this debris ball is actually forming or just coming together here in the last minute. So we're going to just roll it. There we go. And it just popped right in the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
All right.
And this storm is moving at 25 miles an hour.
Okay, so this has changed, right? Because this was going east at 40 a little while ago, and so now are we going in a different direction, or are we still going east at 40?
It's still moving northeast.
Okay, so we're northeast at 40 miles per hour. Let's go closer in and get in front of this debris ball, because I want to alert folks that are in. We're going to go back to Copiah County here in a moment, but this is a serious situation. We have a debris ball, folks, that we're showing to you on radar right now. So if you live on Ratliff Ferry Road, Robinson Road, Highway 16, this is 4-H Club Road. Let's go a little bit farther north, get across 16. So let's get across 16 a little bit, and there you go. Old Highway 16, and then Highway 43, Robert Dearborn Road, excuse me. This area, debris ball is just south of you and moving towards your area right now. So let's pop out a little bit and let folks know exactly where this is. And let's just cross that road. Can we go back to that road right there where the debris ball was sitting on it? I'm sorry, I'm throwing a bunch of things at you real quick. Robinson Road is where this debris ball just crossed, and it's now going across Highway 16. So a debris ball on radar. This is telling us that there's large objects in the sky reflecting back on radar, and they could be numerous too. So it could be just trees. We know there's a lot of trees out there that have basically died in this weather, right, in the drought. That could be what's making this up, but we hope we're not seeing anything more structural in nature, like a house or a barn or anything else, or a business. So that's what we're seeing right now, or cars for that matter. I mean, you could have any of those things making up a debris ball. So this is the exact location. All right, old Highway 16 in front of it, then Highway 16 here, and that's Devines, which is just east, and Ratliff Ferry Road. It is very close to you, and it's coming across the road. We have a debris ball that literally just popped on the screen here in the last few minutes, a tornado warning in effect. We've got all the ingredients here that tell us there's a tornado there in northern Madison County, east of Canton, moving away from Canton. So this is where you need to be on the lookout. We're just giving you these roads here so you're prepared. All right, this is the area that's got less than 5 minutes until the storm moves in. Let's go a little bit wider out. Just show folks again. That's our debris ball on Highway 16. You seeing anything new, Ashley?
No, but I do want to preface that this is updating as we're talking. I know you're saying be 5 minutes out, but this storm is still moving. So we are maybe saying 5 minutes out. Just make sure that you are taking your tornado safe place.
Got it, got it. Okay, so let's come out a little bit. And let's go back down south to and let's go into Copiah County. And I want to go back in towards Hazelhurst because that's where that storm is coming in. And you can see that's where it's nearing now, the Hazelhurst area. And this will be moving into town here before long, coming in from the southwest on Highway 28. So that's where the weather is going to be coming in from. From the Smyrna area over through Gallatin and then over through about Interstate 55 moving eastward. So on this particular storm, have we gotten any new information on it?
They have canceled the tornado warning for Lincoln County.
Okay.
But it's still moving at 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, so this is really mainly an issue for Copiah County now. Jefferson County, you've been removed from the tornado warning. Also, that's the case from Claiborne County, too. You've been taken out of it. So this is just for Copiah County, and you're looking at the area that's going to be impacted the greatest by the storm. Let's zoom out just a little bit more, and you can see Crystal Springs, Hazelhurst, Martinsville. This is where the worst of the weather is about to sweep across the area in the next few minutes. It's already over Midway and Smyrna. So again, we have not had any ground truth reports on this particular storm yet, but it is a concern. The one in Madison County, we have had ground truth reports. We had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and then we've got a debris ball on the radar. So we just want to alert everybody in Copiah County here. If you live close to I-55 or US 51, the storm is now moving on you, and it is now moving over Hazelhurst. If you're not in your safe place, this is the last moment that you can really do it with any degree of real safety. So again, a tornado warning in effect for this area, and we have our storm tracker located on I-55 somewhere between Hazelhurst and Crystal Springs. I say somewhere because he was moving in the last few minutes. So we'll go to Quentin if we can. As soon as we can get him popped up, that would be great. Let me know. But otherwise, this is where the worst of the weather is right now. So again, a tornado warning in effect. Let's go to Storm Tracker 3 in Copiah County. Quentin Smith, what are you seeing and what's your exact location?
Hey Dave, so we're on the north side of Crystal Springs, just off of I-55. we kind of wanted to get into a safe area to get out of Hazelhurst and get away from the storm. But I want you to take a look at what we're seeing right now here on I-55. As you can see, there's still a lot of lightning, a lot of rain, and also a lot of thunder. So in Hazelhurst, that's where the storm is coming to right now. Things are kind of calm and clear for right now here in Crystal Springs. As you can see, we still have people out on the road, but just for the most part, just a lot of lightning, thunder, and rain here in Crystal Springs right now. We're going to wait it out right here until the storm passes over us, and then we're going to head back into Hazelhurst and see how things are looking there. But that's the very latest from right here, here in Crystal Springs.
All right, so this is where we have our tornado warnings right now. Quentin, stay safe there in Copiah County. Again, the worst of the weather is currently sitting over Crystal Springs, sitting over Hazelhurst right now. And then you can see in extreme eastern sections of Madison County, the northeastern part of Madison County, we have a radar confirmed tornado in that area. So this is where the worst of it is. Let's go back and zoom in if we can on the weather that's going on in eastern Madison County and get an idea. And you could see as we go a little bit closer in towards Farm Haven, and that's where we're looking at the heaviest of the weather. It is now just southwest of Farm Haven with this particular cell that is moving up towards Highway 16. Actually, it's right there on Highway 16, just to the west of Raytown. So that's where the worst of this storm is currently located. Let's do a wind scan on it real quick, see if we're getting any damaging winds on it. And excuse me. And this is pretty much where the location of the cell is. Ashley is right now scanning the winds on it. We had 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts a little bit earlier, but at this point, not so much. 47 miles per hour, that's what's showing up on the latest scan there. Again, we see the winds going towards and away from the radar. That's why you see some minus symbols in front of them. And then you can also see Highway 16. That's where we're getting some rough weather as well. Looking for additional information. Have you had any... so I have an unconfirmed report, but I just want to make sure we get this verified. Right now I have radar indicated, but have we had any ground truth reports of the tornado on the ground?
We have not, just radar confirmed.
Okay, just radar confirmed. All right, so this is at this point an observed tornado. This is from radar near Sharon, and it's basically moving up to the northeast in Madison County. Guys, I'm getting some reports here from our newsroom of a confirmed. I just want to make sure that we get that information right. But at this point, we don't have any reports as of right now of a tornado on the ground, but I just want to make sure that we get this verified, because right now we do have an observed tornado on radar that is moving eastward. So you can see it's very close to Farm Haven and east of Canton. There we go. The storm now has moved farther east into the eastern part of Madison County. It's headed towards Oklahoma, but otherwise the rest of the area relatively quiet when you start getting your way back towards the Canton area. Let's go to Copiah County real quick. I just want to show what's going on there, because the storm is now sitting over Hazelhurst and sitting over Crystal Springs. And again, no reports of damage so far, but this is an area that we're watching very, very closely for you. Look at this, just solid red, almost from border to border, from Hinds County southward towards Lincoln County, Martinsville, Hazelhurst, Crystal Springs. This is the area that we are seeing right now, wall-to-wall heavy rain, gusty winds, and again, the potential of a tornado in here. The tornado that was observed on radar in Madison County was a little bit more vivid for a while. And this seems like that notch that we were talking about, Ashley, for the longest time. Looks like that notch has pretty much kind of closed in a little bit. It looks like the radar is kind of mashed in. And you know, you may have been onto something earlier when you talked about the storms eastward kind of may have been interfering in the flow of this storm.
Yes, Dave. It looks like it kind of has at this point. It looks more like an S shape. It definitely looks like it's not as impressive as it was a couple of minutes ago. Just looking like some really heavy rain at this point. Okay, and you could see near Midway. Let's take a look at closer to Midway. And I just want to see if we got some large hail coming out of that particular cell. That is west of Silverina Road, south of Browns Wells Road, in the extreme southwestern part of Copiah County. This is going to be getting closer to I-55. And the good news there is I don't see large hail. We're not seeing a lot of large hail. We're seeing some quarter-size hail, which is to be expected with a storm like this. But the rest of the area is not as intense. Would you agree? I would agree, yes.
Yeah, so we're over these areas right now, and we're moving to the east, and you can see very close to Hazelhurst, and that will continue moving eastward on 28, Highway 28. But otherwise, the rest of the area, let's take a look at the bigger view of the whole area. So if you just to give you where get your bearings straight here as to what you're looking at. All right, so this is the radar picture here. The good news is they took the tag off in eastern Madison County. That means it's no longer observed by radar. All right, but if you take a look here at Copiah County, that's where we still have a tornado warning in effect for Crystal Springs, as well as Hazelhurst, Gallman, and Wesson, and that's really it. Otherwise, we've got a lot of heavy rain on the screen. We have a lot of rough weather, and we have a tornado watch that covers now most of the area, but not all of the area. So at this point, we may be right at that point where we're seeing the worst of this weather. 3 counties are taken out: Humphreys, Sharkey, and Issaquena counties, and that's good news for y'all because, of course, you had the horrible tornado, devastating tornado earlier this year. So it's nice that you can kind of escape this severe weather threat. You don't have to be amped up and worried about this. But the rest of the region still very much dealing with the severe weather threat that goes on. We have a tornado watch until 11 o'clock tonight. So just to confirm, get the information. There were some reports, some scanner reports of a tornado on the ground in Madison County earlier, but we have not received any other reports than a scanner report. So we can't really attribute it at this point. All we can tell you is it was a radar observed, and you saw the debris ball that we showed you that was going on with that storm. But all of that has weakened considerably, and you can see the storm's a lot smaller now too. Let's go back into Madison County, and I just want to make the folks in Madison County feel a little bit better about this, because for a while we had Madison, we had Ridgeland, we had Gluckstadt, we had Canton, all under a tornado warning, and at this point in time we don't. And if I'm seeing this correctly here,
yes, they're going to extend a severe thunderstorm warning off of just off to our east.
Okay, and that's going to be for Lee County. That will go until 7:15. And just give me a second here. This is going to be for Lee County, a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. The severe thunderstorm is now near Farm Haven, 12 miles west of Carthage, and it's moving east at 40 miles per hour. So take down the attitude a little bit with the storm, because it's not nearly as intense looking as it was, say, 10, 15 minutes ago. But we're going to keep watching this, right, Ashley? Because it's still moving into a favorable environment of some rough weather. Carthage, you're going to be in this storm very soon. Let's storm track it if we can for the folks in Carthage, because that's the most populous place that's in the path of this storm coming out of Madison County right now. And you can see as she puts the plot on there, this is going to be over the city of Carthage by 6:38, about 20 minutes or so. Still a pretty impressive looking cell, wouldn't you say? Just a lot smaller, I think.
Yes, it seems to be weakening just a little bit, but it's still looking, again, pretty impressive.
Yeah. So that's the thing. A lot of these storms tonight, they've been pulsing up, they've been reaching those severe levels, but now that's moving off to the east. Let's take a look here at the rest of the Metro Jackson area. I want to give you an update in Metro Jackson. We haven't talked much about you this evening because there hasn't been a lot of weather so far. Just some rain and a lot of lightning. You've probably been noticing that. Some thunder out there too. But the storms that we're seeing right now, at least in the immediate Metro Jackson area, the immediate metro, they are not reaching severe limits at this point in time. Flash flood warning, by the way, for all of Jefferson County and northern Adams County. And then we also have to pay attention, right, with what's going on with this particular storm cell. That one, it could be the one that ruins the party in southwest Mississippi in about an hour, if that can hold together, right?
Yes, we're going to continue to keep an eye on the stuff that's just behind the main focus right now, because there is still some instability out there that could continue to fuel these storms. However, since we have lost the heating of the day and the sun has set, definitely going to be a hindrance in terms of the possibility for some more supercellular activity.
Yeah, I mean, these storms right now, Ashley, right, they're just working off the atmosphere. They're just working off the energy that's been generated throughout the day. Because it looks like, as you mentioned, the sun's gone down. We had temperatures in the lower 80s this afternoon, record levels out there. That just fueled everything. We were lucky we didn't have more sunshine, because that would have actually made the atmosphere much worse. But now what we're seeing is this tornado that's about to come out of Madison County. Again, tornado warning, that's going to get downgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning. But again, I have to tell you, it is in an atmosphere where we have a tornado watch in effect for most of the area. So it could possibly go tornadic again. That's why we'll keep watching it for you. And then we're watching this particular cell that is located in the southern part of really Copiah County at this point. But there hasn't been much going on near Macomb or Brookhaven. It's just been raining earlier this evening. We showed that to you. Natchez, the weather's calming down a little bit. I just was getting information. Meteorologist Todd Adams is checking back and forth with us. He's in northern Madison County right now. He said that storm that went through there, which is this storm that started in Gluckstadt, spawned the tornado warning, and then we had the debris ball for a few minutes. As that kept moving off to the east, he said the cloud to ground lightning was continuous. So just to make sure, yeah, a cloud to cloud, continuous lightning in the sky. So that was a ferocious storm. And one of the things that we've noticed is the lightning's been very concentrated. If we can throw on lightning tracker here, that lightning has been very concentrated in a couple of areas for this evening. We just haven't seen a lot of widespread lightning. So there's the lightning with that storm that's now in Leake County. And then we've got lightning with the storm in Copiah County, which we expect. And you can see there's a scattering of lightning through the rest of the area. But this is not looking like outbreak material at this point, which is fine. We're happy with that. But you can see in Copiah County, that storm is still very intense, very close to Hazelhurst. So let's go back on radar and get into Copiah County here, because that seems to be where the most widespread rough weather is taking place at this very moment. And I just don't like the way that's looking near Wesson, do you?
Yes, it's that bow-looking shape that's not looking.
I mean, this looks like this storm's about to do something again.
Yes.
So I hate saying that. Wesson, okay, you know, you want to be technical? All right, the tornado warning is right there over the city of Wesson. Let's see what this little part of the storm does. It may rotate over it, but
we've got a new tornado
there we
warning
go.
Now.
Yep, that makes sense. This storm is now migrating more eastward. So now Simpson County, here we go. This includes Mendenhall and Braxton. A new severe thunderstorm warning. Here we go. Excuse me, tornado warning. Had to correct myself there. This will go until 7:30. This will extend out of the eastern part of Copiah County, and this is going to go more into Simpson County now. So Harrisville, Georgetown, Pinola, all right, over by the Fish House. We're going to be looking at a tornado warning in effect for much of the county. McGee, you're not included. Upton, you're not. Shivers, I said the Fish House. I meant to say the Shivers Fish House. You're not included in that. But you can see Pinola, Georgetown, Harrisville, and over through Braxton, Mendenhall. These areas, yes, are included in the tornado warning, as this is a pretty ominous cell that is now coming out of Copiah County and moving eastward. So again, back to what we taught you earlier this evening, so these storms are pulsing up, they're pulsing down, they're cycling, and this particular thunderstorm has really been the most long-lived storm that we've tracked during the day today, right, Ashley? We started probably about 2 in the afternoon on this thing, or 1?
Yes, and they are starting to say now that there might be a little bit of some tighter circulation just northeast of Hazelhurst along Highway 28. All
right, so let's get in there, and so we can alert folks what's going on. All right, so there we go, and we're on the east side of Hazelhurst here. This is Highway 28. You can see it clearly on your screen there. We're going to go to wind scan and just take a look at what we can pick out from this storm. And there you go. Right there on the east side of Hazelhurst. And yeah, wow, you just hit a 57-mile-per-hour wind gust right there. There's some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 63-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If I can challenge you to hit right there, maybe on Highway 51. We're in the sky, by the way, right over this area, so you could see the winds really drop off once you get away from it. 54, you're finding a lot of wind right here in this storm. So that 157-mile-per-hour wind gust really stands out to me. I bet you it's a little bit higher in there too. So 63, as you indicated. So this is a dangerous storm now, right here. We know that there's some damaging wind. We're measuring it.
We do have someone in the chat saying major power flashes in Hazelhurst.
All right, so major power flashes in Hazelhurst. We have our storm tracker in this vicinity. So what I'm going to ask in the back, you could start probably moving him southward, because the storm is going to... Can you hear me, Quentin? Hey, Quentin, I don't know if you can hear me in Storm Tracker 3.
Yes, we.
Okay, Quentin, I was going to say, if you're in Crystal Springs...
Yes, we can hear you, Dave.
If you're in Crystal Springs, you probably should start heading southward and get towards Hazelhurst. You'll be on the backside of the storm. I know it's raining very hard where you are, but I'm just telling you where the worst of the storm is now east of US 51. we're getting lots of power flashes being reported in Hazelhurst, and I know you're not that far away. So if you can, with caution, approach Hazelhurst, and where 28 and US 51 are located, we want to make sure that we're just getting an accurate account of what, if any, damage is taking place in that area. By the way, just to let the folks know at home, Quentin is not driving. So, yeah, Quentin, you're seeing some heavy rain. Why don't you tell us what you're seeing right now while you're on the road?
That's right, Dave. So we're taking your advice and we're headed south towards Hazelhurst right now. So far, still heavy rain coming down, a lot of lightning as well. Thunder here and there, but so far just a lot of a lot of lightning and a lot of rain so far. We're taking your advice, so heading to Hazelhurst to get out of the way of the storm coming in.
Okay, so just to let folks know, Quentin, I just want to reiterate again, you're not driving. You have someone who's driving while you do the talking. I didn't want to think folks to think at all that we're being irresponsible, and you, of course, the least of which. But you can see it's you can see the heavy rain coming down out there, folks. That is something else. We are getting a lot of power outages. I just talked to Courtney Ann. She says there's a lot of power outages. They are jumping up dramatically in the Hazelhurst area. That lightning looks almost continuous. So, yes. Ashley, what do we got? 4,500 now?
We're at 4,500 right now, but that could. Wouldn't be surprised if we get an update here with much more in the next couple of minutes, as we are starting to see much more lightning associated with this.
Yeah, so what we believe right now is that the worst of this is located, I'm just looking over information here. So the southern part of that storm, all right, the southern part of the storm, Ashley, that we were just talking about, near Wesson, they're putting a severe thunderstorm warning on that. So let's just keep everybody in the loop here. If you live in New Hebron, over through Oma, and Wesson, it's a severe thunderstorm issue for you, and that includes the Shivers area. But if you're Mendenhall, Touchstone, Braxton, Georgetown, all right, this is a tornadic threat. And we are now getting a lot of reports. Courtney, and I think you said some trees down too, right?
Trees down in Hazelhurst.
Okay.
I was watching the Entergy map, and it went from like 900 plus about 10 minutes ago in Copiah County to the last I checked, it was up to 2,700 plus.
Right, and that's a lot of customers for Copiah County.
It is.
So. Yeah, so okay, so that's the information we're getting for you. Again, tornado warning in effect for Simpson County, for Georgetown, Touchstone, Mendenhall. That includes Hazelhurst here. Crystal Springs, you're really not under the tornado warning at this point. The storm has now moved east of US 51. So if you're in Copiah County, your issues are east of US 51 at this point in time, as the storm continues moving eastward. And that's where the tornadic threat will lie. And now we have to get ready in Simpson County as well. Our storm tracker is right about here, and he's moving southward towards Hazelhurst. Go ahead, Adam. Yeah.
I was going to tell you, I just heard from Sheriff Paul Mullins over in Simpson County, and he says there's a lot of heavy rain and some wind right now, but no damage, no storms coming in, but they're preparing for it. Just
Okay.
in case, yeah.
Howard Ballou, thank you so much for that information.
Yeah.
So here we are, Mendenhall, and that's what Howard's talking about right here, across the Pearl River, Simpson County, on the front side of the storm. We're going to want to check back with Simpson County here in the next few minutes. Let's talk about this purple area. Right there. Sorry, it's okay. It's all right. No, we're moving quickly. I know. That purple area east of Martinsville and northwest of Stronghope. If we can, let's see. We got some large hail in there, huh? Ping pong size, it looks like. Yep. That part of the cell looks like it's starting to really get a little bit intense. We've got a little bit of a notch here. But again, let's go back to Highway 28, just east of Hazelhurst, and see what's going on with the winds. Because that was where we were seeing those 60 plus, and there it is again, right? So that's on the east part of town, and that's moving more and more towards the Hopewell area.
74 miles.
Yeah, that is something else, and it looks like it's a little bit higher just to the left of it. 65 mile per. Wow, that's something else. So we're going to have some issues. This is what came through Hazelhurst 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. This is what came through Hazelhurst. So that kind of wind damage, all right, is now going to be moving eastward. So let me get some roads here right in this area for you so you can get an idea as to where this kind of weather is moving. Because if there isn't a tornado there, there's certainly wind damage. And this is going to be Harmony Road and Bailey Road. This area is right in front of it. Alford is also, but here's the story. It's probably on you right now. That's how fast this thing is moving. Let's go right over it a little bit. Let's go to Pitts Lane and maybe hit it with the wind scan right over the cell. So let's just move over real quick. Maybe we can get a little bit closer in and see what kind of winds we have. That's Bethesda Road, which is east of Hazelhurst. And so we're going to put on wind scan here and really trying to, look at that, 82 miles per hour. And 83. Do I hear 84? But you can see, this is where we're getting 80+ mile an hour wind gusts. All right, this is going to cause damage. You start getting into this territory, you're getting the equivalent, again, without calling it, you're getting the equivalent of EF0 tornadoes, a little bit higher than that possibly, but you're getting an idea as to what you're seeing in this area. So if you live in Alford, Lane, or South Harmony Road, or Harmony Road for that matter, this is the area that's going to be impacted by this in the next few minutes. It's moving right now just east of Hazelhurst, and we've had numerous damage reports in there. Lots of trees down at Copiah Road, and possibly one on a car. So we're checking that out as well. Our storm tracker is about 10 minutes or less from Hazelhurst, so we'll be getting additional information for you on that and any other places that we get some damage out of it as well. Let's go back to the radar now and show you what's going on. And that red just shows you it's heavy rain. That purple that's just south in the southern part of the county, that's not just rain, that's hail. And again, this is a pretty intense storm cell, just updated there on the scan for you, a very intense storm cell. And this is where we think there's a tornadic cell, if not wind damage, right? Coming right out of this particular area east of Hazelhurst, getting closer to Georgetown. So if you're in Georgetown, this whole area on Highway 27, Highway 28, it's going to be a rough ride here for the next 20, 30 minutes, 30 minutes tops, probably more like 20 minutes with this storm moving through.
We do also have storm reports of a minor damage to a gas station at US 51 and MS Highway 28.
Okay, so that's exactly where I was, right? We were telling Quentin to kind of move towards that intersection, and that's going to be where. Go ahead, Courtney Ann Jackson.
So I'm in communication with the mayor of Crystal Springs. Obviously, as you mentioned, they have not gotten the worst of it,
Right.
but the
It's just
Crystal
outside of
Springs volunteer fire chief, I'm told, is slap dab in the middle of it because they were hoping to try to get him on the phone so we could hear what he's seeing. But we just got a report from him. That's Crystal Springs volunteer fire chief James Barnes, that people in a car with a tree on top in East Hazelhurst.
Okay, so that would
be the area you've been talking about.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, I don't want to pick out the exact location because we could track it back here, but we've been following that wind, and it looks like it was right at US 51 and 28, right? I mean, that seems to be where it, on the east side of town. It makes sense. And now, you know, as Ashley's been tracking between 28 and 27, that's where we have now this heavy wind field that's producing over 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that's why I kind of said, let's drill down into this, because I want to alert the folks. Once you get beyond 27, you're going to be over the Pearl River, right? And there's a couple of crossings. That's Hopewell Road that goes across between Simpson and Copiah County. But you get the idea. We're moving into this territory now where the worst of the weather is. It's going to be going across 27 before long. Let's go back to wind scan if we can. Make sure that those winds have not even tightened up further. But there it is, Burt Loop Road, and getting close to 27. That's where those winds are going to be going right across the highway. Look at that, 68 miles per hour. You're still getting some intense winds. Well, 68, we got that. 58. So you see what's going on here. That seems to be the worst of it, and that's going to be moving across 27. So if you live near Beach Grove or 27, what are you looking at here? This could either represent tornadic wind or it could represent actual wind gusts. So that's the story there. We're continuing to watch this as it moves across the road, but the rest of the area is pretty quiet. So you can see the tornado warning continues for Copiah. It continues for Simpson County. Crystal Springs, you're kind of out of it, but still Hazelhurst, you're still included in one for the time being. And that's new. Go ahead.
We do have a new tornado warning, confirmed tornado on Lincoln, Copiah County. County line warning coming.
Okay, got it on the screen. If you can, let's go zoom in on it. This is a new tornado warning. This is the one we were watching, right? Just outside Wesson. And this is going to be for south central Simpson County. It's also going to be for northeastern Lincoln. It's going to be northern Lawrence, southeastern Copiah County, and northwestern Jefferson Davis County. This goes until 7:30. That's an impressive looking cell that is right there near Strong Hope, which is on the border, like you said. It is moving east at 40 miles an hour. It's got a fix of 12 miles southeast of Hazelhurst, very close to the Sontag community. And you can see we're measuring 80+ mile-an-hour winds. I don't know if I can get you to grab one of those pixels right there, but that's probably even higher. And moving east at 40. Whoa, you got 100 miles per hour. There you go, 100 miles per hour on the wind scan, showing up southeast of Stronghope.
And this is a confirmed tornado.
Okay, yeah, we're confirmed on this now?
Radar confirmed.
Okay, radar confirmed. Let's just be clear on that. Okay, radar confirmed tornado right now on this storm outside of Stronghope. Let's go closer in. We had a really bad storm hit this area. Do y'all remember this? It's been a few years, but we had a bad storm actually go through. It was closer to New Hebron.
Yeah.
Okay, but it started out right around here. This is Monticello Road and Ronnie's Lane. And so let's go a little bit, bump it down just a little bit so we can see more of the wind thing and maybe grab some more of the winds in. But 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, this is a dangerous storm. And again, it is believed that there's a tornado located right in here that is moving off to the east, Monticello Road, Mustang Road. You can see 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 85 miles, 98. I mean, that seems like it's pretty common here. And we are right outside Ronnie's Lane and Monticello Road. So this is the area very close to the border of both counties. This is where we're getting intense winds right now. This is going to cause damage for sure. So a new tornado warning. All right, this is a new tornado warning. And I believe we have, let's see what else is going on here. It's an active night, folks. We have a new tornado warning going into effect now until 7:30. This is for Leake County until 7:30. A new tornado warning now in effect for Leake County. Again, this is dealing with, there it is, that's brand new. If you're in Carthage, take cover immediately. Hold on one second. Radar confirmed tornado. This is a radar confirmed tornado that is sitting near Carthage. Let's zoom in to Carthage, please. Carthage, take cover immediately. This storm is now on the southwest side of town. Carthage, this tornado is on the southwest side of town. It is a radar indicated tornado. It is moving east at 30 miles per hour. So here's Carthage. The actual cell is just west of the city. If we can zoom out just a little bit, I'll show it to you. Just a little bit more. There you go. And that's where it is. By Old Canton Road and Highway 16, that's where the core of that cell is. If we can take a look at winds there, again, radar confirmed. And this shows you the winds are a little bit off kilter from it. Probably not getting the 100-mile-per-hour winds, but let's not let our guard down, okay? But that's exactly where the storm cell is. So if you live in the Carthage community, we now have a tornado warning in effect for you. And this will go until 7:30. So we've got new tornadoes now, new tornado warnings that are popping up on the board. It is becoming an active evening here in central and southwest Mississippi. This tornado warning goes until 7:30. Carthage, take cover immediately. The storm is just southwest of town. It's over you now. It will be moving over the city of Carthage in the next 10 minutes and then clearing off to the east. So the warning goes till 7:30, but just to be clear, for Carthage, the warning will be discontinued. If not, the severe threat will end before we get to 7:30, probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes when this storm cell moves overhead. All right, let's go to the big picture. We got a lot going on here, so we just want to keep y'all straight with what's happening, and us too, right? So let's take a look here. This is what the board looks like right now. This is the radar view of the whole area. We've got rain just about everywhere north of I-20 right now.
So they did just updated the tornado warning. It is actually not radar confirmed for the Leake County.
No, okay, so it's not, okay, they just changed that, right?
They made a correction.
Okay, made a correction on it, all right, but corrections we're allowed to, right? That's why they create pencils with erasers, isn't that right?
Yes.
So you could see, that's what my dad used to tell me all the time. I think he was right. So you could see central areas of Leake County. We've got severe weather moving over Carthage, and then you could see also observed, that's the one that's the most intense, right? Yep. That just came out of Stronghope. And then we've got a tornado warning for eastern Copiah and also western Simpson. And then we're going to talk more about, we just alerted you to Carthage, right? Carthage, you know what's going on. You've got the storm moving overhead. Get to your safe place now. But let's get back over to this storm near Stronghope for a second. Because as you can see, the one near Stronghope, that concerns me the most. Sontag, I said Stronghope's here, Trias is here, Sontag is right there. And so this storm is going to cross Highway 27 near the Oma area very soon.
And it's got a notch on it.
Yeah, it's got a notch on it. So give us the explanation on what we should be looking at with that.
So this notch is the inflow and outflow is what we're looking at. That's usually indicated of some type of rotation going on right there.
Mm-hmm. Right in here. So you've got your inflow here feeding the storm, outflow here, and it's got that notch Don't like seeing that notch. And then that is exactly where Ashley was measuring those intense winds. And I'm seeing them again near the Trias area. Again, we're above the ground. So remember, tornadoes aren't straight north. They aren't straight up and down. They are, they wiggle through the sky. So we're in that area. But we've got 70, almost 80 mile per hour wind gusts. I bet you they're higher. If I can we go a little bit farther south towards Trias, I bet you they're a little bit higher in that little part of the cell there. But this is not good because this is where you would have the tornado, right? Mm-hmm. That's exactly where you'd have it. So right there near the Trias area, that's where the tornado would be located, very close to the Oma community and Highway 27. So this storm is moving eastward here, and again, there you go, 90, you're at 90 just about, and we've got 80. So that's the same area, right, Ashley, where you had about 100 mile per hour measurement.
Right, and I mean, this is looking a lot more tighter in terms of our inflow and outflow. That's what those plus and minus numbers look like. It's the wind speeds towards and away from the radar. And when those get high and they start to create that notch that we've been talking about, that's when we start to get concerned. Yeah, and with good reason. So this is indicating here that tight inflow, the notch that Ashley was referring to, and this is where your highest likelihood of having a tornado is located. This is going to be moving across Highway 27. This is the regular radar view. Shows you where the intense cell is, and this is going to be moving eastward over time. Shivers, New Hebron. Remember, I was just talking about New Hebron? New Hebron, I was just telling you about we had the severe weather that was just a freakish event a few years ago. But if you're in Oma, 6:47, and if you're in New Hebron, 7 p.m. is when we think that storm is going to go over to you. We are now following up on damage in Hazelhurst right here on the western edge of the screen. I'm going to throw it to our Storm Tracker 3 while I get a sip of iced tea. And Quentin Smith is in Storm Tracker 3. What are you seeing? Because I know you're pulling up on Hazelhurst as we speak.
That's right, Dave. So we're cruising up Highway 51 going into Hazelhurst after the storm has now passed through this area. I want you to take a look at how things are looking. Right now there's a lot of debris. We saw tree limbs and tree leaves scattered all along the road, as you can see right here. The rain has actually let up some, but the lightning is continuing. And as you can see, the power outages there are a lot of power outages all throughout town. As you can see, these buildings right here have no power. We know in Copiah County in general, there are more than 1,600 people rather, who are without power, and everything is just dark right now. We're driving along Highway 51 to see if we can spot any damages to any buildings or anything like that. Kind of hard to see because the town is so dark right now. But so far, the main thing we're seeing is a lot of debris scattered everywhere, tree limbs and leaves. The rain is continuing to slack up as we speak, but the lightning, that's continuing to intensify. But we're going to continue to cruise along Highway 51 and cruise throughout the city of Hazelhurst, and we'll definitely keep you posted on what we see along our route.
Okay, now Quentin, I would suggest probably getting to the area of Highway 28 and 51. It seems like you're getting closer because it looks like you're in the middle of town there. But are you seeing any power outages? Because I see the lights on just about everywhere. I know there's a lot of power outages because I can see it on the map, but what are you seeing? You know?
Absolutely, a lot of power outages. The Walmart was without power. As soon as you get into Hazelhurst, the first two gas stations you see, they're also without power. And as you can see right now, the road we're on, it's dark. Everything here is without power. So that's what residents here are dealing with, and we're trying to spot damage as we drive throughout Hazelhurst. That's kind of making it hard right now because things are dark and the town is without power right now. But so far, the main thing we're seeing is just a lot of debris scattered all across the road. We saw one tree limb that was in the middle of the road. That's been the biggest thing so far, but of course we're going to continue to drive throughout town and see what else we can find.
Okay, doesn't seem like you're finding a lot of other traffic on the road with you, but definitely a big deal when the Walmart is without power. That says something right off the bat there. But you can still see that we have Quentin Smith in Storm Tracker 3. We're going to check back with you, Quentin, because again, we are getting a lot of damage reports from around the Hazelhurst area. So we'll continue to work over those reports and get you into the right position so you can follow up on that. Meteorologist Ashley Civic, you've got some additional information?
We do. We have a now confirmed tornado northwest of Panola in Simpsons County.
Okay, so let's get on that. And that one is the storm that is currently coming out of the Hopewell area. This is moving across the river. Now this is the one that's farther north, right? So
Yes.
now we've got two confirmed.
Radar confirmed.
Yeah, so we've got 2 radar confirmed tornadoes. So this one you mentioned is now near Pinola. So Harrisville is here. Let's come out a little bit further. And Pinola is going to be in the middle. Here it is. Pinola is right there. So this storm is probably just to the west of it. I mean, it's an active storm cell. This one is really the most prolific one, I think, that we're keeping track of for you tonight in Simpson County. So Pinola, take cover. Mendenhall, take cover. Harrisville, take cover. These are radar observed or radar confirmed?
Radar confirmed.
Okay, so when you have a radar confirmed, basically the radar says, hey, this is a tornado. All right, that's what it's telling you. We don't have people on the ground that are seeing it, but the radar says, nope, this is confirming as a tornado, and that's that. So you could see Mendenhall, that is under the gun here for this rough weather. It's not bad yet, but in the next 10 or 20 minutes, we believe it will. So we've got some additional information for you here. Let's take a look at some hail that's been falling this evening in Martinsville. That's some pretty large hail. That's from Laura Miller. Appreciate you sending that in. Again, you could send in your weather pics. Just do so safely on the free First Alert weather app. You open up the page, slide to the bottom. It's really easy to submit your picture or your video of the storm. But again, only want you doing it if you can do it safely. But that's some large hail there. Again, from the Martinsville area, that is just south of Hazelhurst, as the caption indicates. We've been getting reports of hail. We've been talking about hail tonight, right? And we've been talking about these tornadic storms, too. Let's pop out a little bit further here. While you see a white box, that's a radar-confirmed tornado. We've got the same thing going on near Oma as we do going on in Simpson County right now. Crystal Springs, Hazelhurst, Gallman, you're out of the tornado warning. Breathe a little easier, but you are out of the tornado warning in your particular neighborhood. Not the case in Simpson, and not the case near New Hebron either. Mendenhall, New Hebron. It has not made it over to McGee at this point in time, but we are watching the weather for you very closely here. But it's Simpson and extreme northern Lawrence County and northern areas of Jefferson Davis County. That's where we continue to watch this weather as it's moving off to the east. But we have 2 radar confirmed tornadoes. It's a little messy, the one in Simpson County, to see on radar, but if you go to the one near Oma, that shows up a little clearer. That's very close to the Pearl River. Let's zoom in on that area from Rockport to Oma now, and that's where the storm is. All right, so you can see here, Rockport to Oma, that's where Monticello Road, we mentioned that to you before, and Highway 27. This is going to be crossing Oma and going northeastward across the Pearl River before long. Can you give me an idea what wind scan looks like?
Yes. And we also do now have storm reports that a metal roof has been blown off of a building at MS Highway 28 and Bethesda Road.
Okay, so that's 28 and Bethesda Road. That's going to be pretty close to Hazelhurst, I'm assuming.
Yes.
All right, there's a wind scan. I just want to get this real quick, then we're going to go back to Storm Tracker 3 and see what he's seeing. But again, we're seeing some blue on the screen here. When you start seeing that, you're talking about some pretty intense winds in here. So Ashley's going to plug those numbers in and see what she comes up with. Remember, we hit 100-mile-per-hour winds a short time ago. There's 63. We believe this is where the tornado is, 91-mile-per-hour wind gust right in there. That's on the Pearl River, right there south of Rockport. So that gives you an idea where this is, and it's moving eastward towards Shivers, 93 miles per hour. So there we go. We're right in that area where we think it is. Let's go now back to Storm Tracker 3. We're tracking the storm damage that this cell is producing. Hazelhurst hit about 20, 30 minutes ago, and our Quentin Smith is on scene right now.
You can pan your camera up to it.
That's right, Dave. So we took your advice and we were trying to head to Highway 28, but we have this thing right here that's blocking our view. I want you to take a look at this. This is what we're seeing all throughout Hazelhurst. We're seeing the strong winds cause a lot of tree limbs to topple over into the road. This one is actually blocking the road, so we got to find an alternate route to get to Highway 28. But this is what we're seeing right now here in Hazelhurst. So far, no structural damage, thankfully, but just a lot of debris and tree limbs and tree leaves scattered all across the road, as you can see right here. This is in front of a home here in Hazelhurst. As we were heading to Highway 28, this blocked our view. But as you can see, no damage to this structure right here. But this tree did snap and it did fall over into the middle of the road. No one can go through this road because it's blocked right now. So we're going to try to find us an alternate route as we go to Highway 28 to see what else what other damage this storm left behind here in Hazelhurst.
All right, thank you so much, Quentin. Stay safe out there. By the way, getting some reports near Bethesda Road and Highway 28, as Ashley Civic was just telling us. All right, so right now we're watching this particular storm cell because meteorologist Ashley Civic was just looking at it intensely and saw we had, again, close to 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts on it. This is going to cause considerable damage if we have an actual tornado on the ground coming out of it. We have not had the reports yet from Rockport or Oma. It is literally over there right now. But we're seeing extensive power outages right now, isn't that right?
And yes, we have now 11,800 people without power right
Is that
now.
statewide? Or?
That is statewide.
Okay, and where do you see the worst of it?
The worst of it is in Copiah County.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, right? Probably right around Hazelhurst is where we're seeing the worst of this weather. So here's where we have tornado warnings. Let's go back to Carthage. We did not forget you, but the storm was on you when we were updating you. The worst of that storm has now moved east of the city of Carthage, and it's closer to the Sunrise community now. So it's still horrible in Carthage, okay? When I tell you the storm has moved over, I'm talking about the core of the storm. It's still pretty rough in Carthage, but the worst of this storm is now near Coosa and over by Sunrise and continuing to move off to the east. So that's going to be near Edinburgh before long, and that will get out of here. But around Redwater and Carthage, you can see that's where the worst of this weather is located. So something to keep in mind. Highway 16, that's the area that's being impacted the most by the storm. But the worst of that storm has now moved east of Carthage. Again, a tornado warning in effect for much of Leake County. All right, that sums up Leake County. We're not seeing a lot of action now north and west of Jackson. Let me just clarify that real quick. Got a pretty good cell that's out here in the western part of Madison County, but as far as anything that's showing signs right now of being tornadic, this is what we're watching. It is Leake County, and then we're watching Simpson County here, and that's where we've been getting the damage reports coming out of Hazelhurst. And also we're watching what's going on with this notch right here on the Pearl River with that storm that's coming out of, really, I guess that would be southern Copiah County at this point, moving eastward into Simpson County. This is where it seems to be all coming together, and that's northern Lawrence County too.
Yes, and they are continuing this tornado warning now into Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Simpson County. Okay,
so here we go. You can see this continues to move eastward, as you mentioned. We also have trees down. This is in Hazelhurst, the South Extension Street in Hazelhurst. A car has a tree on it, and you can see that this storm continues moving eastward right now, getting closer to New Hebron. So New Hebron, you're under this tornado warning. All right, you need to take this seriously as the storm's moving in. They've dropped the observe tag on this, and they've dropped the observe tag. Right?
Yes,
the radar
they've just now
I keep saying observe, but it's really radar confirmed. The radar confirmed tag has been dropped off both of these storms. So a tornado warning is a tornado warning, right? But at least here we're saying we have less information to suggest that it's an actual tornado happening right at this moment. But still, it could pulse up in a heartbeat and spawn a tornado and cause some additional problems. The tornado warning on the southern flank of this system has been reduced. It is only from Oma eastward through New Hebron. All right, it's been greatly reduced in size. And the tornado warning is now from Georgetown eastward to Mendenhall. So we're starting to see that shrink up a little bit as well. So we have a tornado warning in effect for Simpson County, and then for northern Lawrence County, that's where we have another tornado warning in effect, and then Leake County. So those are the three that we're watching right now with most intensity. The tornado watch remains in effect until 11 o'clock, another 4 hours for most of our area, but already 3 counties have been dropped from that. Issaquena, Sharkey, as well as Humphreys County. So we've got 3 counties taken out, and look at this, northeast Louisiana now removed from the tornado watch. So this is progress.
This is progress.
We're moving in the right direction. We just need that to hurry up and catch up with us so we can get rid of the rest of the counties on this map and not have them under a tornado watch any longer as well. What are you seeing right now, meteorologist Ashley Civic?
Well, if we take a regional view of what's going on, taking a quick look back at Louisiana, nothing looking super impressive right now. They do have one severe thunderstorm warning in effect, but other than that, it looks like the majority of what's going on is going on right now.
Okay. Not much happening north and west of Jackson per se. Seems like a lot of what's happening is now east of 55. We still have a flash flood warning in effect for all of Jefferson County and the northern part of Adams County. And that storm that's been across the river in Louisiana looks like it's about to head to Natchez.
Yes, and we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. But as of right now, not looking super impressive.
Yeah, not like it was earlier, right?
No.
Because I'm not going to lie, that was giving us a little angst.
Yes.
Right? As we were watching all this weather developing here, we're saying, oh, great. Is this stuff going to try to redevelop and move in? So I think what we're starting to see here is the atmosphere is stabilizing across northeast Louisiana. And as that atmosphere starts moving more eastward, that should really shut things off around here. You know, we mentioned earlier today that we felt that this window was really going to be between, 5 p.m. and 9 p.m.?
Yes.
And we kept shrinking it. We seem to be stuck in that window right now. We feel that most of this weather, probably in the next couple hours, is going to be done with. Now, if you live in Macomb or Tylertown, or even close to Brookhaven, you're probably wondering, okay, wait a minute, when's it going to happen around here? But at this point, we're just not seeing the development getting over that threshold. We see it getting close, but it's not really reaching that point yet. So it's really Simpson County here, northern Jefferson Davis, northern Lawrence County. We have a tornado warning in effect. And then Leake County, we have that tornado warning too. I am watching this storm, right? This storm has still some energy to it in Yazoo as well as Madison counties. So we'll keep an eye on that because that really spun up quick, right? That storm that we were watching about an hour ago.
Yes, and I also do think that because now that these storms have tapped into some of the energy we were talking about, some of that juice that was available earlier this afternoon, that some storms may still have trouble getting that oomph that they need to develop or strengthen by any means. But we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're going to do for you here as these storms keep moving to the east. The radar looks a little messier out there right now. And that's a sign that the atmosphere is kind of, just there's more stable air available. But again, you can't let your guard down yet if you're in eastern Lee County. You can't let your guard down yet if you're in Simpson and northern areas of Lawrence County too, or Jefferson Davis. And remember, we're doing play-by-play weather here, all right? So the conditions are changing by the moment. And so that's why we're here to kind of guide you through the process because, like I said, warnings are coming and going. Storms are pulsing up, pulsing down. Some of them are flattening out. Other storms are just trying to get going. So we're still in that window here where they can tap into those variables and still get intense and move across the area. So we know we have our first alert storm tracker is located in Hazelhurst. Right now, Quentin Smith is with our First Alert Storm Tracker. Where are you located now, Quentin, and where are you headed next?
That's right, Dave. So we're actually headed down 51 South. We're trying to head to 340 South Extension Street. We're told at that location there's a tree on top of a car, and so we're just cruising along trying to head to that location right now. If you can look, you can see emergency lights kind of flashing in the distance. So first responders are already there on scene right now, and we're going to head that way to see what we can find out. And once we get there, we'll definitely check back in with you all.
Yeah, is the road blocked off there, Quentin? It looks like the cars are either veering off or they're just trying to get out of the way, hopefully just trying to get out of the way for the emergency vehicles.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit of both. They're trying to get out of the way from the emergency vehicles, but also so far we run into two streets that are blocked off because the strong winds caused trees to topple over into the middle of the road, so you can't go in or out of the streets. Only two streets have been blocked off so far that we've come across, but so far everybody is just trying to drive slowly to avoid some of this debris that you see in the road right here.
Give folks an idea, what part of Hazelhurst are you in? Are you in the southeast part of town or south part of town? I can't really, I'm not familiar with that road, South Extension Street. So what part of town are you in right now? Because it looks like there's a lot of debris on the road there.
Yeah, we're on the south part of town, and we're actually just a few feet away from South Extension Street right now. There's a tree limb in the road right here that people are trying to be cautious as they pass through this road. But yes, sir, on the south part of Hazelhurst, and we're actually headed up to South Extension Street to see how things are looking there.
All right, and we'll check back with you. Again, that's Quentin Smith in our First Alert Storm Tracker. Again, arriving first on the scene of the storm to give us the latest information and let us know what exactly is happening out there right now on the ground. And so Hazelhurst is still looking at the heavy rain. You could tell that from the picture. We can confirm that with the radar here. But we are still looking at a tornado warning effect for Mendenhall, much of Simpson County. And then you could see also the northern parts of Lawrence County too. Now, let's talk more about Simpson County for a second, all right, because the weather's still ramping up across parts of Simpson County. So let's go to the sheriff now. Sheriff Paul Mullins is standing by. Good evening, Sheriff. What's happening so far in the county? Anything to report?
Hey, Dave, right now all we got 28 highways blocked at Strong River Bridge is right there around Pinola. They're saying the reports of that around Jupiter against a few calls, but right now the deputies are headed that way. We really haven't had any calls of any damage yet, other than that one tree down on 28. We just have a lot of rain and a lot of lightning and wind, but at this point we hadn't had any reports of damages, and as soon as if we get any, I will let you know.
Now, Sheriff, you're in McGee, right? So you're not in the central or western part of the county right this moment.
Yeah, we at Mendenhall.
Okay.
Pinola,
I'm sorry. You're over there. So that's where most of the damage is. So we're looking at this probably being over in McGee, which is a more populated part. More commerce in the next half hour to an hour. Are a lot of people still on the roads tonight, despite the fact that it's quite stormy out?
The deputies are not reporting a lot of people on the road right now, but they're going to check that around Jupiter area, and then they're going to migrate down to McGee. But we're trying to check out what's going on around Jupiter, and the only road we have blocked right now is 28 at Strong River Bridge.
Okay, well, I'm hoping, Sheriff, that the weather kind of quiets down a little bit for you.
Yes,
makes
sir,
life
me too.
Yeah, it makes life a little bit easier for you, and hopefully when those storms get over towards McGee and Delo, that they're not nearly as intense. But looks like from what meteorologist Ashley Civic was looking at a little while ago, we had some winds that were gusting 80, 100 miles per hour off the ground. So I'm happy that so far we haven't had any widespread damage except for that one tree. Thank you for joining us, Sheriff. I know you're busy. I'm going to let you get back to work, but we may check in with you a little bit later if that's okay. Okay, and thank you very much, Sheriff Paul Mullins. Appreciate you joining us this evening. Again, we want to make sure that we're approaching the storm system from all angles, giving you the most intense information, the most up-to-date information, your first alert on all this, because, of course, we don't want to miss anything, and no news is good news. If we can reach out to an official who says, hey, we haven't had any damage yet, that's great. That gives us an idea as to what we're looking at, because, again, what we're looking at a lot of at night is what's on radar and what you report and what the police report to us. And so we're trying to bring all that information full circle to you, and that's exactly what we're doing. And our First Alert Storm Tracker helps in that effort too. So, at this point, the damage reports that we are receiving are minimal. Let's keep them that way. If you're sitting in the dark in Hazelhurst, it's not minimal to you. I understand that. All right, but hopefully you didn't suffer any major damage, and we can get you back up and running here before long. But right now, the most intense weather is close to Pinola. The sheriff indicated Highway 28 is closed off, blocked off, very close to Pinola. So this is 28 here. We just saw the tornado warning shrink back a little bit further, so that's good news.
They just canceled it for Copiah County. Now it's just left for Simpson County.
Okay, so Copiah County, you're out of it. All right, you're out of the tornado warning. That's good news. So now we just have this, what would you call that, a hexagon? What is that? I don't know.
Something like that.
Something like that. No, it's missing the side, isn't it? I was close, sorry. Anyway, it's just a weird rectangle. Pinola, Mendenhall, that's where we're looking at a tornado warning effect, and then Shivers. I'm just concerned about the cell near Shivers. That's the one that's close to Highway 43, and it's south of 28. Do you agree with me on this? This is the one that keeps showing that it's tapping into the atmosphere. And kind of getting the juice.
That's right. It was looking a little less impressive, but now it's really kind of pulsing back up, kind of tapping into some more energy. So I'm definitely going to continue to keep an eye out on that as well.
Yeah, so this is the area right there. We still have a tornado warning in effect. This is Shivers, New Hebron, just northwest of New Hebron. That's where we had considerable amounts of damage a few years ago with a microburst event that happened in New Hebron, caused an awful lot of damage. So we now have the worst part of that storm almost close to the same area. It's a little bit farther north and west of town. All right, we just got the updated radar image. So As we can see it here, the notch is still there. Maybe not as impressive. Let's talk about winds, can we?
Yes.
And get in here. And this is Highway 28. And the sheriff said that Highway 28 is blocked in the Pinola area. But we're still seeing these pretty intense winds. I'm just going to back out for a minute here. This is very close to the border of Lawrence and also Simpson counties. So if I can, there we go, 72. Okay, is that a new tornado warning? Let's see what we got going on here.
They are continuing the tornado warning for Leake County.
Okay, and it looks like this one was just shrunk up a little bit too.
Yes.
Come on over here a little bit south of Shivers Road if I can get you to drop into that dark blue area south of Highway 13. See it northwest of Gwynville? There you go,
Yes,
94. Look at that. So we're still getting these wind gusts. Now, we're a little bit up in the atmosphere, so it may not be reaching the ground, but this just gives you an idea as to what kind of winds we're measuring out here this time of night. And that's why we're concerned about the damage that could possibly happen from when you're talking 94-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's a serious situation. 72-mile-per-hour wind gusts near Highway 478 as well. All of this weather is moving eastward right now. And again, Highway 28 is the area here that's of most concern. Highway 13 is in front of it too. Where am I talking? Simpson County. That's where we've got to watch this. And we're measuring winds here that are still pushing over 90-plus miles per hour, indicating there's going to be some wind damage or a tornadic cell here. The good news is, though, Ashley, I mean, you're looking at the same data I am. I don't want to miss anything, though. Are you seeing any reports at this point?
I haven't gotten any reports. I've also been keeping a look at social medias. Haven't seen really much in terms of storm reports.
So that's the thing, you know, we're looking here at all these different sources of information. Now, at night, we hate this. Just, you know, meteorologists, we all hate this. We all hate reporting on tornadoes at night because you get the least amount of reports. Most people aren't mobile, they aren't out and about, they aren't able to take a picture of anything or video and say, hey, look at this, I just saw this. So at night, we're relying really on what police get reports of and the limited information we have. We have radar, which is our most vital tool in this situation. And this just shows you a very intense storm. When you see red over Pinola and over Shivers, you get the idea. There's a rough storm in this area, and this is where a tornado warning is currently in effect. Let's zoom out now. Let's give folks a little bit more of a broader view as to what's happening in the atmosphere. All right, here we are. We're just past 7 o'clock. 7 minutes past 7. You want to be technical. And we've got tornado warnings in effect right now for extreme eastern Lee County, right? We've got central Simpson County. We've got south central Simpson County included, and then a flash flood warning that goes for all of Jefferson County and northern sections of Adams County because of that storm that moved very close to Natchez. We're still looking at a rough storm. You see this? It's now,
Yes.
the one over there across the river, that's going to move more towards Wilkinson County probably in the next hour or so. But again, the weather north and west of Jackson, there's just a lot of rain, and nobody's complaining about that. I mean,
No, we really need the rain.
yeah, so if there's one benefit from all this, it is the fact that this is really helping us out with our situation, because if you're not getting the severe weather, you're at least getting a pretty steady, if not moderate rain that is falling across the area. So this is the situation, 7:08 p.m., and this is the weather that we're watching. I'm curious about the storm in Franklin County. We'll keep an eye on that, see if that one starts getting out of hand. But beyond that, what are you seeing?
I want to take a look here at the tornado warning that they still have for Leake County. It's not looking super impressive, but it could still have the potential to maybe get a little bit of rotation, although it's not looking as impressive as it was a couple minutes ago.
You know, all these things are, they have a little swirl to them. All right, that's what you have to understand. When you put them in motion, maybe we could do that, put some of these storms in motion just for folks, and they'll get an idea. And when you see the swirl, the rotation, you got to pay attention to it, because that's your indicator. Now, that's in the air. Is it translating to being on the ground? That's really the big question here. And so when we're watching these storms, they all have a little bit of some rotation to them, sloppy at times. That one looks sloppy to me, but you know, it looks like it's got some tentacles to it, so to speak, of the heavier rain. So we got to pay attention to that. But again, that looks more like it's just a regular old thunderstorm at this point, a severe one with the potential of putting out a tornado. Let's go farther south, do the same thing you're doing, and just kind of look at that storm that's been really in southern Simpson County and northern Lawrence and northern Jefferson Davis and northeastern Lincoln County. It's a bunch of counties that it's touching. And you can see that as we put this into motion, this may give you the same kind of impression, because this inflow notch that we've been seeing, You could see it. It kind of just like curls its way in. There's a broad rotation. It's very slow, but it's there. And these little nodes, if you will, keep forming on the front side of it. I think that's what's tapping in right to the instability and to all of that. So this just gives you an idea as to what's going on in the atmosphere right now. Let's do this on the bigger view. Let's zoom out while you're doing that, while you're putting it into motion here, and show folks what it looks like on the overall view of the area. And you can see that, yeah, there's a little bit of rotation. Even that one that's in Madison County, look at it here.
Yeah, it's
right?
starting to tighten up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a concern for sure. So let's zoom in on Madison and Yazoo for a second if we can. This is north of the city of Madison, by the way. We're going to zoom in here for you just to get, and take a look at that. See, that's concerning, isn't it?
That's when that notch is starting to...
Yeah, and we're seeing that a lot.
A little bit.
Put that into motion again if we can. We're looking just west of the Nissan plant, just east of the township of Livingston. And
yeah, there's,
you see, there you go. And so you've got this little area of rotation. You got to pay attention to this stuff. That's what we're doing here. And that's why, you know, Ashley and I go back and forth, because what we're trying to do is bounce things off each other, make sure we don't miss anything. She sees things that I don't see. I see things, well, no, let's just be honest. She sees things that I don't see. So anyway, the bottom line is, so that's what we're doing right now, is we're trying to, you know, watch everything here and not miss anything that's popping up on the radar, because we're still in this volatile atmosphere. And again, that goes until 11 o'clock. We've got a tornado watch in effect for every place in central and southwest Mississippi, with the exception of Humphreys, Issaquena, and Sharkey counties. But we got to be on alert. That's what we're doing here. And we want to give you the first alert on any of these storms that possibly get going. What else are you seeing right now, Ashley?
We do also have reports coming in from our newsroom that power lines are down in Copiah County.
Okay, so it seems like so far, the most amount of reports of damage have come in from Copiah County by far, right?
Yes.
I mean, we've had some other reports, very isolated here or there, but as far as any damage coming in, that's it. There's that new tornado warning. There we go. Look at that.
There it is.
And that is for Franklin as well as Lincoln County. So let's jump on it. This affects the city of Brookhaven. So Brookhaven, you are now involved in this new tornado warning going on in effect. This will go until 8:15. This goes until 8:15 this evening. This is 7 miles southeast of Meadville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Little Springs. That's southeast of Meadville, and that's moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Radar indicates rotation. So this is a storm that we're going to watch. Let's track it out here if we can, up towards Brookhaven. And again, this is the new tornado warning that just came up. This includes south central, central Lincoln County, and southeastern Franklin County in southwest Mississippi. So as we plot it out here, Brookhaven about 7:37, about 20, maybe 30 minutes. And New Site about 7:41, West Lincoln about 7:24, and the community of Zetas about 7:30. So a new storm to track for you. We kind of felt that this was still the atmosphere that was relatively charged up and being tapped into. Right? Wasn't it 10 minutes ago I looked at that storm and I said, what about this one?
Yep.
And that's what happens, folks. So we kind of expected at this point in time. We're going to continue to monitor, of course, for any damage reports coming out of it. It does look like on the southwest side of it near Little Springs, right where the tornado is located on radar, that's where it's starting to tighten up. 98, Highway 98. Getting close to Little Springs, would you agree? Can we throw a wind flow on it real quick, and let's check the winds, see what we've got on that. There you go.
There's that area of interest right there.
And that's, you see what's going on here? Again, that notch. There's a notch. Auburn is a community right there on Highway 98 that's east of it. And Auburn had a pretty bad tornado a few years ago. I was on the air reporting on that. Look at these winds, 74 miles per hour wind gusts. So, you know, this is giving us the idea that's damaging winds. We know it's there. We're seeing it. We're measuring it in the atmosphere. And that's moving towards Little Springs. Now, I want to alert you, if you're in Auburn, especially north of town, all right, that's where you need to be very careful. And then eventually Bogachita, the city of Bogachita, and Brookhaven, you're down the line with this storm. But it's moving at a pretty good clip. What did I say it was moving at, 40?
40, yes.
Yeah, going northeast at 40 miles per hour. So if you're in Brookhaven, you need to get ready for this. And again, we've got our first alert storm tracker. He's just north of you. currently in the southern part of Copiah County, so we'll keep monitoring that. But this is a new storm that's coming out of the Homachita State Forest, and this is moving right across central areas of Franklin County. So you haven't been mentioned much tonight in the weather, Franklin County. You had a tornado warning for just a small part of the county earlier, but now this is a larger storm cell that's moving over the county, and it's the southern part of it that's really starting to act up. So Meadville, you're not really in this tornado warning per se, but you start getting to the eastern part of the county, McCall Creek, and then you could see, look at that line, it
There's
goes
that
right
new-
across, yeah, there's a new scan. And look what's going on here even farther southwest. You see this?
Yes, I see it. Yep.
By the town of Busy Corner, which is busy tonight, if you ask me.
Yes, it is.
And that's where the backside of this storm is starting to develop. So what do you see with these storms, Ashley, when they start back building like that? I mean,
They can start cycling, and that's what we've been talking about. You still need to be weather aware. Even if the system is starting to look a little messy, there is still the potential for these storms to backbuild. And what we mean by that is that they're still tapping into some energy. Over the next couple of minutes, we could still see that storm starting to make that notch again. But yeah.
Yeah, so we're not done. The party's not over just yet. I will tell you something to feel good about. This is not going to be an overnight severe weather event. All right, so, Ashley and I have been looking at this all day. We even talked about this last week. We said, oh, is this going to go into Tuesday? Doubtful, really looks doubtful that we make it, much past 11 o'clock. And I still feel, I said this about an hour ago, I still feel it's going to be probably a couple more hours of this, 9, 10 o'clock or so, before this weather really starts to die down. But for the most part here, this is all a lot of radar stuff that we're going to be sharing with you this evening, because we just don't have a lot of ground truth reports. And when I say ground truth reports, that means people on the ground saying there's a tornado. I see it. It just came through. That's good. Okay, but it's also bad because it'd be better if we had people that could see what's actually happening on the ground instead of waiting for it to happen. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That's kind of what I'm trying to say on this. So that's what we're looking at right now. That's where we have our tornado warning. So we've got a tornado warning here, a really small box in the eastern part of Lee County. Got one in central Simpson County. Got another one here, south central Simpson County. By the way, Jefferson Davis, northern Lawrence County, you're out of the tornado warning, at least for the time being, because in Lincoln County, it's going strong again with this new system that is just starting to develop now, where Highway 98 and 84 split.
Yes.
And so that's where they split in Franklin County. That's exactly about where this storm cell is, a little bit farther east maybe on Highway 98. Natchez, you're getting some heavy rain right now. I mean, you've had a night. You had a lot of lightning and some heavy rain earlier. Now you're getting it again. Flash flood warning in effect for parts of the city of Natchez, especially the northern part of Adams County. That means flash flooding is happening. It's imminent. And it's still raining. And it's still raining near Fayette as well. And then we're looking southwest. And I don't know, you want to talk about that storm? I don't want to talk about it, but you can.
Yes, well, unfortunately, we're going to continue to keep an eye on it as it heads closer towards Wilkinson County. Right now, that warning is radar confirmed tornado. Hopefully we'll start to see that weekend as it gets closer, but that is where it's at this time.
All right, so the most amount of information and damage we've been getting tonight has been coming from Copiah County. So I want to go back to our first alert storm tracker if we can get him ready and see what's going on there, because that's where it seems like the worst of the weather has been tonight, right here, where the weather's now starting to improve. It looks like they're on the road again. And so let's go to our first alert storm tracker. Quentin, can you hear me? Quentin Smith in the first alert storm tracker. What are you seeing right now? And where are you at? I don't think Quentin can hear me necessarily, but it looks like he's close to the intersection of where I-55 is located. So just panning off to the side just to show us what's going on there. Looks like a tow truck possibly passing him on the left from what I can see, or a utility truck. I see a bunch of flashing lights there, so there's definitely some activity going on where he is, but it looks like just mainly wet roads and a bunch of leaves on those roads. So at least he's about to go under 55. I think I know where he is right now. So he's moving through Brookhaven. He's about to go under 55, and as you can see, traffic's flowing. So that's a good sign right off the bat. But we've had an extensive amount, of power failures tonight, power outages reported in Hazelhurst. So
Yes, most of them are coming out of Copiah County. We do still have about 12,700 customers without power, and that's most of that, again, is coming out of Copiah County.
All right, so let's look at this map here real quick, all right? And here you got the city of Jackson. You've got some showers all around the city of Jackson. It's raining. At least we're getting some rain, right? We're not going to complain about the rain. We're just complaining about what could come with it. But it's so far, all the rough weather has spared the immediate metro. The roughest of this weather has spared the immediate metro for the time being. But where we have these small tornado warnings, we've got this one for eastern Lee County. I would imagine that's going to go away, right?
Yes, they're talking about most likely canceling that.
Okay, so that one's probably going to go away. Lee County, you can rest a little easier. We still have had no reports of damage in Lee County. And let me know if I need to be corrected on that. But Ashley, I have not heard anything of damage.
I haven't heard anything as well. Nothing really showing up on the chat. And nothing really posted also on social media.
Okay, and then we just checked in with, let's go to Simpson County here. Simpson County, we checked in a little while ago, and we talked to the sheriff, and he said that there was a tree blocking Highway 28. Okay, so a tree's blocking Highway 28, but we still have tornado warnings in effect for the city of Mendenhall and also Pinola. But at this point, that's really it. You see this bigger rectangle here is for a severe thunderstorm warning, so it's not the same thing. Our most, I'd say, dynamic storm, the most intense one that is showing up right now on radar, is this one coming out of Franklin County and headed towards Brookhaven. So let's spend a little more time on this particular cell and see what's going on with it. But that cell is definitely more intense, and you can see that this is where it's traveling. It's traveling very close to Highway 84, where Highway 84 and 98 kind of split in the middle of the county or come together, however you want to look at it, whatever your perspective on life is. This is how that storm is going to push eastward towards Brookhaven. In our planning meeting earlier this afternoon, Quentin and I were talking, and I said, Quentin, you're probably your best bet, right? Ashley, you were there for this one. Your best bet is to go to Brookhaven and kind of use that as your base of operations for tonight's severe weather event, because we felt that's where most of the storm cells would be. And in fact, that's where they have been. Most of them have been there. When I say in this area, I'm talking really Copiah County, Simpson County, and now we're seeing this particular cell that's moving northeastward. Let's do a wind scan on it again. And I also want to do a hail scan on this particular storm to kind of see where we're going. We still have those intense winds on the south side of it, so it seems like it's really tapping into the atmosphere right on the southern flank. Am I correct?
Yes. Winds are looking 66 miles an hour. So they're 67, excuse me. So there's some pretty gusty winds still.
Yeah, and that's moving northeast. So let me just tell you, if you're in Franklin County or you don't know Franklin County that well, where it's moving between 98 and 84, it's heavily wooded in this particular area as you get closer to the Lincoln County border. Then once you cross over in Lincoln County, you're going to get closer to Brookhaven, and then it comes into a more populated area. But right now we're still seeing some pretty impressive winds. Can we do a hail scan too? Just to see. I just don't want to miss anything with this particular storm. There's a little hail, right?
Yeah.
I mean, a little hail here. This is west of Little Springs, a little hail near Little Springs. And then up by Weston, that was from the storm earlier, right? That was from the storm that came through a little while ago that did some quarter-size hail when it went across that way.
Yeah, so I just got a text from our Holly Emery. She said that Sheriff Mullins in Simpson County said that all we have is trees on 28 at Strong River and trees down in the Jupiter area. No structural damage reported at this time.
Okay, so let's go back to that storm in Madison County for a second, Ashley, if we can. I just want to make sure we're not taking our eyes off that. And you can see it's getting closer to Canton here. It's not severe warned or tornado warned or anything like that. But earlier this evening, we had a little bit of a scare, right? We had that storm that came through Gluckstadt. And I want to go to Albert Jones right now. He's joining us on the phone, Madison County's Emergency Management Director. Good evening, Mr. Jones. And were there any reports of damage from the county tonight?
Yes, the only damage that we received were at this time is trees being down.
Okay.
Trees. Yes, sir.
So nobody injured and just your typical probably litany of power outages and maybe some roads kind of blocked a little bit temporarily.
Well, a couple of roads are blocked, but we do not have a large area with power outages at this time.
Okay, what roads, do you mind if I get specific with you? What roads do you know of that are blocked currently?
Right now, you're looking at the Rankin Road area.
Okay.
The Sharon Road area, Raleigh Ferry,
in Robinson Road area.
All
And
right.
I'm pretty sure as the night go on, we may find some more, but as of now, that's where we are.
Well,
My staff as well as the sheriff's department deputies.
absolutely. Well, Mr. Jones, I was told I only have you for a short period of time. I want to let you get back to work, but I'm grateful that you took a moment to talk with us, all right? You have a good evening and stay safe.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That was Albert Jones, Madison County Emergency Management Director. Appreciate him taking a moment to join us and give us a brief update on what's going on in Madison County. You know, again, we were talking about, Gluckstadt, that tornado just blossoming on radar right over Gluckstadt a little while ago, and that quickly moved through the Canton area. We had a debris ball on it. I mean, you saw that.
Yes.
And it's one of those things, if a tree falls in the woods, what's the saying? If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, you know what? Write me on Facebook and set me straight. But the bottom line is, it was one of those things. It can pick up debris, sure, in the woods, in the forest, but again, fortunately, it's just trees. So we're okay with that versus the alternative of being people or material things. But you could see that most of that has lifted northeast. We're still watching some heavy rain near Canton, but for a moment, things got a little hairy, right?
Yeah, there was that notch earlier.
Yeah, that was an impressive notch.
Yes.
And that was near Gluckstadt, and we tracked it, and then we had the debris ball for a brief moment of time, and across Highway 16, but fortunately we haven't had those reports. And as Mr. Jones said, Albert Jones from Emergency Management said, yeah, well, we just have a bunch of trees down, so that's good news, some smaller trees. But let's go to the bigger view of radar now. And the bigger view of radar shows you that you can see this is where we currently have our warning. So this one's going to go bye-bye in a moment, the one in Lee County, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then we've got this small little area here of Central Simpson. We'll have to wait and see on how that evolves. You know, it's moving towards the eastern part of Simpson County. Mendenhall's included in that tornado warning, Pinola as well. And then the bigger storm is still in Franklin and headed towards Lincoln County. Not much happening west of Jackson. Vicksburg, you're pretty much done with this rough weather, I'd say, at this point. I would say Natchez, I don't want to say you're out of the tornadic threat by any means, because you've still got some nasty storms around town. And in Natchez itself, it is pouring down rain, and you have some flash flooding concerns. So we're still not done. Macomb, Monticello, Prentice, Tylertown, you still haven't had this weather move in yet. So you're still on the front side of the storm where the atmosphere is still primed to develop some thunderstorms. But if you're in Belzona, if you're in Rolling Fork, if you're in Mayersville, it's pretty much it. The weather's done for you. You're not going to have to worry about any severe weather for the rest of tonight.
So I know we were just talking about that earlier storm we saw near Gluckstadt. There has been a storm report now of a reported tornado at Sharon and Robinson Road.
Okay, so it's Sharon and Robinson Road, but that's earlier. That's
that was
not
earlier.
ongoing.
This is not right now.
All right, any damage associated with it, or is it just what a storm spotter said, hey, I saw a tornado?
Just an official
okay.
Observation.
Okay, so that was just an observation.
Yes.
All right. So we'll take that under advisement, and it's possible there was a brief tornado and it just didn't do any real damage, which we're happy about. That's fine. It's the ones that come into town, like the one that was very close to Carthage on radar. That kind of concerned us there for a moment, which is why we jumped on immediately and warned you of it. And we're of course we really gave you a big heads up, I think, on the Copiah County storm. And fortunately, there's not a lot of damage with that, except for in exactly the Hazelhurst area, especially the south part of town. So this is the area that we're really most concerned with right now, is what's going to happen in Brookhaven before long. So let's go focus in on this storm. It's getting closer to you in Brookhaven right now. Tornado warning in effect right now. And let's map it out so we can tell folks how long they have until the core of the storm arrives in Brookhaven. Again, this is moving more northeastward, and as it moves more northeastward, we're just going to go outside of the boundary here for a little bit. Brookhaven, probably going to be about 10 minutes, 11 minutes if you want to be technical. And then Lake Lincoln State Park, 7:51 is probably when it's going to arrive there. And then we're back at Sontag. You're dealing with the severe weather threat again, but that'll be 7:59. Remains questionable how strong this storm will be when it gets there, but we certainly believe there's going to be some heavy rain with it at least as it moves in. But we're not getting any reports right now out of Franklin County as to any kind of additional damage or things like that. Let's check in with the video real quick, see where our first alert storm tracker is now located. Just get an idea, and if you could tell me in the booth maybe where where he's located, or at least give me an approximate fix which direction he's heading in right now. I just want to get an idea. Also, we're getting some heavy rain now over the city of Jackson. That's starting to fall too. So this is what we currently have going on across much of the area. Let's go to the bigger view of radar just to show everybody. And if we can, maybe throw up a cam, Ashley, when you get a chance, of what's happening outside, at least in Jackson, because you can see there's some heavy rain. There's some rain coming in right now into the city of Jackson. So you can see that we have the rain falling now in downtown, and the rain is welcome. If we could just have it with all the other, without all the other stuff that it's bringing with it tonight, we would all be happy campers. But I'm just curious, have you seen what our rainfall has been around the area so far this evening? I'm curious to see what the rainfall amounts have been. They're gonna, if we show you the radar image, it's going to be a little contaminated maybe because of hail, but it'll at least give you an idea as to what kind of rain has fallen out there. And, you know, this is a very welcome kind of thing. We have a new warning, by the way, but it's not a tornado warning. So it's a downstream warning for Simpson County. But I want to show you the rainfall first. All right. So this looks to me like it's got a little hail mixed into it. What do you think?
I agree. It's those where those higher values are is kind of where those storms were tracking earlier. I wouldn't be surprised, again, as you mentioned, if that had some hail associated with it.
But I feel like when you look at those dark blues, I mean, you're talking about an inch of rain. So we're seeing that. We're seeing that in the lower Delta. We're seeing that where you just plotted that in Rankin County. We didn't have any hail in southern Rankin County earlier this evening. So that's probably valid that we've seen 1.5 inches in some spots, and that's great news.
Yes.
Half inch there, that's close to Satartia. This is really the welcome news that we were looking for across much of our area. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and this is going to be really downstream of the tornado warning in Simpson County. So you see things are cleaning up here on the map. We no longer have in Lee County a tornado warning. We no longer have a tornado warning in Simpson County. So we right now have a tornado warning for Franklin and Lincoln counties, and now McGee. I know I've been mentioning you a bunch. McGee and Mize, you are both together in this. You have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and we're still looking at heavy rain moving across northern Madison County. So the situation is really areas, I would say, and I don't want to be married to this, but I'd say close to Highway 84 and southward, that's where the most vulnerability remains, right?
Yes.
As we go through the next couple of hours, because that's the atmosphere that hasn't been really plugged into yet.
And it looks like we have some good news. I know we're still keeping an eye on what's going on in Louisiana. It looks like that a radar confirmed tornado has been dropped off. So it looks like it's starting to lose some strength.
Yeah. So I don't want to tell you to let your guard down yet, especially if you're in Simpson or Smith or Lincoln or Franklin counties. I don't want you to let your guard down yet, because we still have this tornado warning in effect for Franklin County, and we got to be on guard here. But if you're in Brookhaven, you still want to take your precautions right now. The thing about the storm is you've had plenty of time to be warned about it, so we don't want you to loosen up and say, well, nothing's happened so far, nothing's going to happen. The storm is just approaching you now from the southwest, and if you're in Brookhaven, again, cover yourself from flying debris and protect yourself. That's the most important thing you can do. A bathtub sometimes is suitable as long as you can keep away from windows, and that's really your safest bet. Bathtubs tend to be very sturdy objects when it comes to any kind of flying debris and stuff, and you can take shelter in those if you don't have another place to take shelter. But you can see that for the most part, this is our only area where we have a tornado warning that is currently in effect. So we're covering the storm here from many different angles. We've got, of course, our first alert storm tracker on the road tonight. We've been focusing on some of the damage there, but this is the tornado warning until 8:15. This is including Franklin and Lincoln counties, and you know we're at 7:30-ish right now. So we'll see if this holds together as we continue to monitor this storm. It could get worse. It could actually pulse up in intensity, or it could actually weaken a little bit further. But right now, the most populous place in front of it would be Brookhaven, and then you've got Bogachita, and Auburn is kind of just on the line here. The Auburn community is just on the line with this storm. But you know, Highway 84 is another major road that goes through here. You start getting out towards the border between Lincoln and Franklin counties. That's where you just got wall-to-wall heavy rain. Meteorologist Todd Adams, he was in northern Madison County earlier. He said it was just sideways rain. That's how hard the wind was blowing everything. And, you know, a few years ago, Auburn, you were hit by a pretty significant tornado. You got a lot of damage. I remember it. I was on the air when that happened. But at this point, that storm may be just going north of you, going north of Auburn, north of even Center Point. So we'll watch it as it moves northeastward. Let's do a wind scan on it again. And just to get an idea, I'm going to stand over here so you can see a little bit better. There's a lot of wind in this. So it looks like it's really tapping in on the southern end of the storm. I'll step out of the way here for you. 68-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You know, again, that's been pretty standard with what we've been seeing tonight.
That's right, and even though we are still under this tornado warning, and there still could be some broad circulation, straight line winds can be just as damaging with these storms as well.
Mm-hmm. So this is what's happening with this particular storm cell right now. We have it just to the west of West Lincoln. Haven't had any additional reports on it, though. Have we had even a follow-up yet on it?
We have not.
Okay, so we're going to wait and see. But again, it's almost not fair because it's south of Highway 84. It's really heavily wooded out here in this part. So you're not going to have a lot of reports from on the ground as to what's going on anyway until it gets into a more populated area. And unfortunately, you don't really see that until you get to West Lincoln, and then you get more towards Brookhaven and Bogue Chitto right there on US 51. So once you start getting into those communities, and that'll be right up on you at that point. But it looks like there's some kind of vortex in the middle of the screen. As I see it. Let's zoom in on that South Aleutian. And that's right there on Bill Lofton Road and Burt Jordan Road, and you know, right in there. So that's an area that we're going to watch for you. Tabernacle Road, and then eventually over towards Patrick Road before it starts getting out of the county. But this is the area that's most active. So we're going to wait until it gets closer to Highway 84, which we think that's going to happen when it gets close to like West Lincoln.
And we do now have a new tornado warning for Adams County.
All right, let's go to that because that probably has to do with that storm cell we were talking about. And that's going to be the southern part of Adams County. Am I correct? Yep.
Yes.
Look at that. Well, that's a weird configuration, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's going to be for the southern part of Adams County. That's really far south from Natchez. We will watch this storm as it moves across the city of Natchez, but it seems like the tornadic portion of it is really far to the south.
Yes.
So just keep that in mind. Otherwise, this is the view that we're seeing right now. Centerville also has some heavy rain that's falling in your area too. But the worst of the weather is really going to be, and they just adjusted the tornado warning. I don't know if you saw that.
Yes, they did.
Let's move over to that. Franklin and Lincoln counties now. They took a good portion of Franklin County out of the tornado warning, and they kept it in place. So Little Springs is out, McCall Creek is still in, West Lincoln is still in, and over through about Brookhaven and down through Bogue Chitto. That's where the heaviest of the weather is still taking place.
And I'm looking at this little just new radar image came in. This little, it looks kind of like an S shape is what would be the area of interest here in this tornado warning.
Okay, and why don't you go closer in on that just to show folks? Looks like a seahorse almost.
Yes.
But that's the area that we're watching that would have West Lincoln Drive, which is getting closer to, you know, Jackson Liberty Road and West Lincoln, which comes up here by Highway 84. That's going to be the area that we'll have to watch most closely as the storm cell kind of moves in that direction. So that's going to be the next thing to watch. Again, right now in a very heavily wooded area of Franklin County, but eventually coming out of it before long. So this is the bigger view. And you can see Brookhaven is still in front of this storm as the storm starts moving in. Why don't you plot it out there? There we go. And this will update you on the time frame. Zetas, 7:51, Brookhaven. We're now going to push you back a little bit to 7:57. And then the community of Weston, 8:07, Beauregard, 8:09. The tornado warning goes until 8:15. So this storm is moving. It looks like maybe it's moving a little slower than before, but we'll have to wait and see. Let's see here.
It's now moving at 35 miles
Okay, we
an
now
hour.
have a new tornado warning.
Yes.
Okay, new tornado warning just coming out. This is going to be for Simpson and Smith County.
Yes, that storm is moving now at 35 miles an hour. So
All right,
they've slowed up a little bit.
Yeah, so this is now let's go switch over to Simpson County. McGee is now under a tornado warning. And look at that storm. Look at that. You see it? That notch is showing up now just west of town. All right, folks in McGee, this is your time now. The storm is on your door. You need to go to your safe spot immediately. McGee, Maddox, up through Cohay, on the east side of town especially, but now the storm cell is just west of the Walmart, okay? just west of downtown McGee, and it's going to be moving across the highway here before long. So now's not the time to be traveling on the roads here. It's a 7:40 at night, and we've got the potential of a tornado here. Let me give you the latest information on it. This is a new tornado warning being issued for southeastern Simpson County, including McGee, and central Smith County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Sanatorium, very close to McGee. This is moving 35 miles per hour. So let's take a look right here. This is where it is. Almost northwest of town here. And that's where the actual storm cell is located. So we've got some rotation in there. That's where it is, just northwest of town. And this is going to be moving across Highway 49 here in the next few minutes. So McGee is under a tornado warning. The storm is just about to move in from the west. You could see Martinville here. We had some large hail there not too long ago with the previous storm cell. But this is what's starting to happen now. Mendenhall, you're not included in this, but you know there's some rough weather going on all across Simpson County. There's Sanatorium. You see it there on 49? So just drop south of there. And we think that's where the cell is going to cross McGee. Yes. So, okay, to give you an idea, if you don't know McGee, there's a lot going on in McGee right now. They got the new Zaxby's. I pay attention to these things. They got the new Zaxby's in McGee, and then you look west, all right, and you've got this particular storm cell that is just going to cross northwest of town, very close to Sanatorium. So it's still going to cover up McGee, but the actual tornadic part of the cell, am I right, Ashley?
Yes.
Is probably right in here, just the northwest of the city.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so let's take a look here. And there's McGee. And like I said, you've got the Walmart, you got Highway 149 where it kind of crisscrosses 49. And then you got the Hardee's on the north end of town. You got to go a little bit farther, just a few miles outside of town, and you get to Sanatorium. And that's where this storm is probably going to cross the road. But McGee's still going to get impacted by the storm, maybe just not the tornadic portion. But this is definitely curious, is it not?
Yes, I was just about to point out that feature. It looks like something's coming together.
Yeah, very quickly. So let's just stay on it here for a minute, wait for the radar scan to come in, and we can kind of give folks a better idea. McGee here at the bottom of your screen, as you can see. There are all the city streets with McGee, and then we're watching very close to Sanatorium, where we think the tornadic part of the cell is at least in the air over Sanatorium by Golf Course Road, and then about to go over 49, and then get over to about Walter Jones Road. So, yep, it's one of those things, folks, where this weather's going to keep doing it until all the energy is zapped out of the atmosphere, and that should happen here in the next couple of hours. Let me know if you see anything on the chat.
They've just said that the rotation has picked back up near McGee.
Yeah. Okay, why don't we come out just a little bit more. And I just want to show folks that even if the tornadic part of the cell goes north of McGee, they're still going to get walloped by that cell on the south side. You see that coming into town there on the west?
Yep.
So let me step in front of the screen here just to give folks an idea. All right, so McGee's right here. This cell is going to come across town. We think the tornadic part of the cell is right in here. So that's where things have really been getting active in the last couple of minutes. And that's where that storm is really starting to come together. And then eventually it'll impact Dry Creek and all that. Still kind of messy on the wind scan, would you agree? It's just a lot of wind out here.
Yes, not looking too impressive, but there is still that notch there, that broad area of rotation.
Yep, and so we'll wait to see as it moves across. Should have an updated scan here any second just so we can kind of see what's going on. But if you're in McGee, take cover at this time. Sanatorium especially, this is going to continue moving northeast where it's going to be closer probably to Cohay once it starts getting going into parts of Smith County. And there you go, Sanatorium. It seems to be where the cell is located now. We don't have that weird deformation that was showing up on the radar a little while ago. But we certainly have a pretty intense part of the cell here. There's definitely something going on here. The wind scan, as you showed, didn't really reveal too much to us. So we should have an idea. But things are moving at a pretty good pace. 35, I think this one's going 35 miles an hour northeast.
Yes.
So it will be over McGee here before long. But you can see this is Sanatorium right in the middle of your screen, which is a smaller community than McGee, just located north of town. And that's where we believe the tornado is located. We will check back in, by phone. We'll check back in with the sheriff, Sheriff Mullins, Simpson County to see if there's any damage being reported. But so far, you've heard nothing. I've heard nothing.
No.
And the news department isn't telling me anything
There's
either.
the
So
new scan.
new scan just came in. Doesn't show us too much, does it?
No.
Pretty much shows heavy rain, which we knew. Rough weather, awful weather. I wouldn't want to be driving out in this.
No.
That's for sure. But that's exactly what's going on right now. I'll pop back in the screen here for y'all so you can see me. But let's go back to the bigger view here, and you can see that the storm is now over McGee. See that heavy rain right over McGee? So the storm is over McGee now, and then you can see Brookhaven is starting to get some rough weather as well. You know, we still got some heavy rain going on in Madison County here, the northern part of Madison County, and even around Ridgeland.
It's still looking a little
Suspect.
Yes, a little suspect.
Sus.
Yes.
That's what they say nowadays, sus. And you know what? We're going to go check in Madison County. Let's go up there. We're going to go to Brendan Hall, who is standing by right now. What are you seeing for us right now? Brendan?
Well, Dave, I'm going to keep it brief because we just had emergency responders get to the scene of what appears to be some sort of debris fire out here in Madison County. You can probably tell it's raining out here, but aside from that, not too much in terms of the conditions are very bad, no wind, anything like that. But we're not sure if this fire that my photog Nathan has given you a look at is the result of lightning or what have you, but we were actually heading to Sharon and Rankin Road, which I believe is outside the city limits of Canton, but in Madison County, because we were told there were some trees down in that area, and the smell of fire and smoke just became overwhelming, so we stopped and actually called the emergency responders out here. They just got to the scene, so we're going to get out of the way and let them take care of what they need to take care of out here. But that's the very latest from here in Madison County. I'm Brendan Hall. Back to you guys.
Hey, Brendan, I'm just curious if you could still hear me. What's on fire exactly? Is it just a pile of debris that's on fire, or is it a tree, or is it some object?
It's pretty dark out here. We're just in a lot full of dirt. You can see some construction equipment, so I'm assuming it might be some debris. It doesn't look like a tree unless it toppled over or anything like that, but I am going to ask the emergency responders and see if we can get some answers for those of you at home.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brendan Hall, Madison County, where it's still raining up there. Be safe. Again, a debris fire spotted by our Brendan Hall, so he's getting more information on that. The first responders on the scene. McGee, heavy rain falling right now.
We do not have a radar confirmed tornado.
Okay, and that's why it just went to a white box here.
Yes.
All right, so give us the information on that, Ashley.
Yeah, so now it is a radar confirmed tornado. Again, this is moving at northeast at 35 miles an hour. And yeah, it's been radar confirmed. There is a little bit of a debris ball that has been reported with this.
Okay, and where's that located?
That has been near
Sanatorium?
Sanatorium, excuse me.
It's okay, say that 5 times fast, right? But near Sanatorium, that's where we've had potential debris as it came across the highway not too long ago. So Mary Grove Church Road, Charlie James Road, these areas, but we're now, I think we're closer to 541 on where the location of this actual storm cell is.
It does look to include a little bit of McGee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we knew the bad part of that storm was going to come right over McGee. And just to give you an idea, right here, can you just pan down a little bit? That's the Walmart parking lot right there. I don't know if you can see it. It's okay. There we go. Right there. So, we're looking here at, this is right over the center part of McGee. And that's where the worst of the weather is. And then, of course, we're looking north of town. And on 541 is where we think the actual tornadic cell is. It is just going to rain a ton right now over McGee. And the wind is blowing hard. So it's a bad storm, but we think the actual cell, the tornadic cell, is now north of town and is moving northeast. And again, the rain, I think that just updated the scan while we talked. Yeah. So Dry Creek Road, over through Maddox, but it's probably here on 541 or up by Dry Creek Road that we actually have the tornadic cell right now moving northeast out of McGee. So that's important to keep in mind. The other bad news, Ashley, is Wilkinson County now under a tornado warning. Mm-hmm. Wilkinson County, we're going to pay attention to this particular storm. If we can, we'll zoom out here. This just shows you the radar observed tornado warning that's now for Simpson as well as Lincoln. But southern Adams and northern Wilkinson have a tornado warning now in effect. This is important because if this continues northeastward towards Franklin County, that could put Franklin County on another tornado warning, possibly in the future. we'll wait and see, because this may move more towards the east, and it could weaken. But this is an active night, is it not? And so we could be looking at more weather with this storm as it moves from west to east across the area. Central Mississippi right now, not much going on in the metro, except for, of course, what Brendan Hall reported, that there's a debris fire in Madison County. You zoom out here, here's what's happening. There's Jackson in the middle of the screen. Northwest Rankin, where there's some heavy rain that's currently falling across the portions of Rankin County. And then we do have the confirmed, or radar observed tornado, I should say, coming out of eastern Simpson and into southern areas of Smith County. So this gives you an idea as to what's happening right now. If you're in McGee, you're dealing with some really rough weather. It's going to be about 15 more minutes until this clears out. But if you're in Raleigh, you're under this tornado warning as well. And Mize, you're included too. So again, these areas, Raleigh, Silverina, over through Mize, not Taylorsville, not right now, but Mize, Center Ridge, Cohay, Silverina, and Raleigh are all under this tornado warning as this storm is now moving from southwest to northeast. It's northeast of McGee. Even though you can see McGee's covered up with the rain, the tornadic part of the cell is actually just outside of town, north and east of McGee, and it's moving towards Raleigh.
Winfield is not looking super impressive at
No.
the moment. However, if we do take a look at radar, you do notice that little bow, which is the area of interest that we typically look at when it comes to circulations. But as of right now, not looking super impressive on our wind scans.
Right. And I think that's important to note, which is a good sign. We're just not getting the reports in right now. We're seeing a lot of this radar indicated stuff tonight, aren't we? Radar confirmed, radar observed, whatever. But you're not seeing the reports, which we're happy about. Really, the only damage report we've had so far is some limited damage in Madison and some limited damage in Copiah counties. So this right here is one storm. Let's go to the Brookhaven storm and update folks on what's happening with that one. And you can see that Brookhaven's in the heavy rain too, but the core of that storm is located near West Lincoln. And I'm seeing that notch again.
Yes.
I know you see it too. Why don't you focus on that for a second? This is right here, south of Highway 84, and this is approaching Brookhaven from the south and west. So here's Brookhaven right here. All right, and so this is where the cell is to the southwest. And it just updated really quick there. So now this is about to move into the south part of town. Let's put the downtown Brookhaven in the there we go, and you could see that we're currently by Auburn Drive Southwest, and this is going to intersect Highway 84 and 51 very shortly. So I know we've got our first alert storm tracker in Copiah County, but it's not far at all from this particular storm that's going to be moving over Brookhaven here in the next few minutes. Now, if you're in Brookhaven, again, you're watching TV, you're saying, Dave, it's already storming here. But the core of the storm, where the tornadic part of the cell is located farther southwest of town along Highway 84, and this is about to cross Interstate 55 in just a few minutes, and it will go right over 51, go right over downtown, and move very close to the city of Brookhaven, if not right over it. So take cover immediately in Brookhaven. This is staying just south of Zetas. Heavy rain in Zetas currently. That's going to continue, but this will stay south of Zetas, and this is going to go right over Brookhaven in the next few minutes. So we will know very soon if, in fact, this is on the ground or not. But this is a radar-indicated tornado that continues to move very close to Brookhaven. So I say we stay on this for a minute if you don't mind.
Now that notch is looking a little bit more prominent from new scans. Pulling up winds again. Not the most impressive, but there is still some decent winds here. I'll pull up.
And I think what concerns me is the notch
Yes.
matches the wind field so perfectly.
Yes. There's 72 mile an hour with this. So there is still some decent. There is still a decent wind field going on here.
Right.
With this notch.
I'm going to adjust something on the computer real quick.
Yes.
If you don't mind, if you could just keep talking for a little bit.
Yes.
And just give me a moment. I'm going to slide behind you here and work on something on the computer that will help us out with our coverage. So you keep doing.
Well, if you are just tuning in, we do have a few tornado warnings across the area right now. This is the current one for Simpson County right now that we're taking, or Lincoln County. As we take a look right now, this is a view from our home screen. taking a wide look of what's going on. This is a wide look of what's going on across the area right now. We do have one radar confirmed tornado warning. Now that is near McGee. As we continue to keep an eye on that, there is still a decent notch here. This is where the area of interest is going to be located as we continue to keep an eye on this storm. This is heading just east, I should say, of the Maddox area. If you are near County Road 50 or 503 South, as well as County Road 64, make sure to be in your safe place right now. We are still seeing this storm moving at 35 miles an hour to our north, to the northeast, and just off to our east as well. We're also, again, keeping an eye on this system heading just south of Brookhaven right now, heading towards the Brookhaven area. Again, new radar scans really showing this notch that we're keeping an eye on right now. This was just matching up with the wind field that I just showed. There's a new scan. Not looking as impressive, however, there is still some decent area of some broad rotation that we're going to continue to keep an eye on as well. We also have another tornado warning just off to our south near Adams County that we're keeping an eye on. This system is moving in just from Louisiana right now. Still not looking super impressive. That main core of that system is just off to the southwest in Louisiana. Hasn't made across the border yet into Mississippi, but we'll continue to keep an eye on that as well. Okay, so now we are going to turn to Quentin, who's in our storm tracker. He is now in Copiah County. Quentin, what do you have for us?
And here's the big reason why. You can see power crews are out restoring power, flipping the switch, getting people here in Hazelhurst out of the dark. We know thousands of people here in Copiah County, they were without power. And so right now we have power crews going all throughout town, restoring power. Right now we have a truck that we're gonna show you. This is a welcoming sight for many residents here in Hazelhurst and in Copiah County. The power is being restored, 2 power trucks right here. A lot of these neighborhoods and these homes, they were in the dark the first time we rode through, and the first time you all took a live shot from us. Their power is now being restored. When it comes to how things are looking weather-wise, the rain has slacked up. It's not lighting as much as it once was. Still sporadic lightning here and there, but the rain has let up. No more thunder, so things are essentially all quiet and calm right now, and power crews are out restoring power to these neighborhoods. But that's the very latest for here right now. We're going to continue to cruise throughout Copiah County, and we'll, when we stumble upon something else, we'll be sure to let you all know.
All right, thank you so much, Quentin Smith, and our first alert storm tracker right now moving through Copiah County, examining some of the damage that's come from the storms tonight. We're also focused right now on Brookhaven. Let's go closer into Brookhaven. Again, we had a pretty good notch approaching the south side of town. I'm going to ask that we put on debris tracker real quick and see if it's picking up anything with this storm. And again, it looks like a lot of noise. Doesn't look like there's anything necessarily showing up on it. So that's good news, right? We don't want to see anything on there if we can. Let's go over to McGee, do the same thing, and check the storm that's currently close to McGee and see if we're also picking up anything with that.
There is a little
yeah, it looks like a little something there on Highway 28 east of town, right? This would be towards Maddox. So let's just pay attention to this for a moment. Again, Highway 28 crossing County Road 57. We are now really just about moving. We're in Smith County at this point, and this just came through the McGee area. So let's see what's going on with this particular storm here. Again, there's a lot of moving parts to this weather. This is just west of Mize, and it's just about the Maddox community east of McGee. It was a few years ago. There was a pretty bad tornado on the east side of McGee. Let's roll it for a few minutes. Can you do that, or did it already just update on us?
It did just update
Okay, so it looks like it's gone, right? It looks like it's been absorbed, which is good. So that's the story there. We don't really have any other tornado warnings per se. Let's zoom out a little bit more and go back to regular radar. and just take a look at what we're dealing with here. Just want to make sure we're not missing anything. I'm looking over my list of stuff. We have going on right now in the southwest corner of our state, Wilkinson County, a new tornado warning for you, as we mentioned before. That's in the northern part of Wilkinson and southern Adams. And then this is the radar indicated. Give us a little update on what we're seeing with that one that's on the Simpson as well as Smith County border. This is east of McGee.
Yes, it looks like we've got a decent notch going on here. I'm going to put on a wind tracker here. There is still some decent wind associated. There's that new updated scan here, and that's starting to look pretty nasty here.
Yeah, can we just check what winds look like on there?
Yes.
Just curious about that.
50, 43 miles an hour.
Okay.
We also have a tornado warning. It says looks like for just north of that as well.
Yeah, it looks like that's. I'm trying to pull that up. If it's not a tornado, it looks like it's just a sliver of it. But let's get that pulled up too. This is for. This looks like it's for until 8:30. This is for northeastern sections of Simpson County and northern Smith County. So this is going to encompass more of the area. This will go north of Raleigh. So it's a pretty good storm cell that we're looking at right there. And you could see that all of this is moving northeastward towards Sandpoint and Raleigh. So there you go. And around Traxler as well. But this is a tornado warning. And now I notice the radar observed is gone.
Yes.
So we're getting a little progress here. We add a warning and then decrease the severity of another one. So you get the idea as to what's going on. But Smith County right now seems to have the worst of the weather. McGee, you're no longer under a tornado warning, so that's good. Tornado warning has been lifted for McGee, but we still have a tornado warning for Brookhaven and Raleigh. Those are the two most populated spots right now in South Central, or really in Mississippi, that are under tornado warnings currently. So this is what we have right now. Brookhaven, the storm is over the city of Brookhaven. It is moving northeastward. This has been an active night with a lot of places being impacted by tornado warnings. And fortunately, the damage has not been extensive thus far, but we have not received any additional reports. I'll just throw on debris tracker again real quick, make sure we're not missing anything. But here it's kind of hard to see it anyway. It's kind of mixed in, but we're not seeing any debris signatures per se. And the wind flow, the notch didn't seem as strong when this storm came through either. So that's good news. Back to regular radar we go, and let's look at the regional review and see what we can pick out. And you can see that it's a heavy rain over Brookhaven, heavy rain for Raleigh. The big part of the storm moved out of McGee. That looks like the worst storm right now on the radar. Would you agree, Ashley?
Yes, I would agree. And they've also decided to cancel the tornado warning for Simpson County.
Okay, so that's good news, because right now it's just for the extreme eastern part of the county.
Yes.
So we're going to narrow this down here pretty quickly. We're going to have a Smith County with a tornado warning, and then we're going to have probably just really Lincoln County with a tornado warning at this point. And the southwestern part of Mississippi will be looking at just a tornado warning. Interesting enough, all right, southwest Mississippi at this point looking at flash flooding concern. In fact, this rain is spreading into the southwest part of the state. We had a flash flood warning for all of Jefferson County. We had a flash flood warning for northern Adams County. And sure enough, wouldn't you know, that the flash flooding warning has been taken off. All right, did you see what just happened? Lincoln County just updated. So Franklin County, no more of a tornado warning, but Lincoln County around Brookhaven, we have a tornado warning that remains in effect for the city of Brookhaven. So we're going to continue to monitor this storm as it moves through the area. A little bit farther to the west, Natchez, the weather's improving a little bit for you after having some really rough stuff a little while ago. Most of the rain has now moved east. We still have a lot of rain here in a tornadic thunderstorm on radar, at least, in northern Wilkinson and southern Adams counties. So that's where we're watching this. And this is the only thing that concerns me at this point, right? Because this is going to keep moving eastward, and it may move into Franklin County before long. And we could have a new tornado warning on our hands. We'll wait and see on that. But I'm just letting you know how things are playing out on the field here. It is going to be Brookhaven, though, that has probably a tornado warning that we'll need to be concerned with over the next few minutes until that storm clears the area.
Yeah, Dave, it looks a little suspect. So it looks like a little bit of some tightening going on here. in terms of rotation. So we're going to continue to keep it just southwest of Brookhaven, I would say.
Right, and kind of what I said earlier, right? Highway 84, that corridor is going to be the hottest part probably for the rest of this evening, because that's the atmosphere where the atmosphere is still the hottest, the most unstable. We're seeing more stability. The more it rains in Metro Jackson, which it's been doing here the last couple of hours, the more it does that, the more it stabilizes the atmosphere. Rain calms down the atmosphere. When you don't have the rain and you've got these storms, the edges of these storms, that's where you're going to get this development, and that's why this cell is really going strong. It's on the southern edge of the storm system and the easternmost edge of it too. So it's feeding in all this moisture that came up off the Gulf of Mexico today. It started out kind of chilly this morning, right?
It did, yes.
Yeah, but by lunch we were like, wait a minute.
It's in the 80s.
Yeah, it was in the 80s, pretty quick. And so that's the problem when you deal with this type of weather. And you know, Ashley, I know you've been in Mississippi now, what, 4 years, 5 years?
Yes.
I don't know, 10 years?
It's close to that.
Whatever, 4 years. And you know, 4+ years really. And when you look at that, all right, you know what goes on, especially this time of year. The cold air can get overtaken by the warm, unstable air very quickly. And when it does that, okay, it makes things that much more unstable, and that's why you get severe weather to break out like this. But fortunately for now, this is a severe weather event, don't get me wrong. But for now, we're not getting a lot of reports of damage. We have a new tornado warning now in effect, again, and this will include Prentice and New Hebron and Monticello. A new tornado warning. This goes until 9 p.m., and I'll read the information for you on this. Stand by. This is for northeastern Lincoln County. And it is also for Lawrence County and northwestern Jefferson Davis County. New tornado warning in effect, radar indicated rotation. The storm is near East Lincoln and will be near Sontag by 8:10. So the tornado right now is over Brookhaven, which we are indicating by radar. It's now moving east at 40 miles per hour. So this is what we're looking at right here, and we're plotting it out for you to get you prepared. Silver Creek, 840. Monticello, 832. New Hebron, 845. NOLA, 822. New tornado warning just going into effect now. So the night is still young, at least for this area. And we were just saying moments ago about how Highway 84 would be the most active corridor tonight. And this is really what we're looking at right here with that storm coming out of Brookhaven. A little bit further north, Storm Tracker 3 in Quinton Smith is located in Copiah County. And I understand you're finding now some more significant damage?
That's right, Dave. So earlier I told you, so far all we're seeing is just debris from these storms, but we finally found our first structural damage. Take a look here. We're on Bank Street. This is the Oasis nightclub, and as you can see, the awning, the strong winds have ripped parts of the awning off and is hanging off the side of the building. This is the Oasis Club here on Bank Street, and if you look right across the street, you can see a piece of that awning actually flew across the street, and it's sitting right here. I'm going to pan the camera over so you can see that. So this is the only structural damages that we've been able to see so far from the strong winds that ripped through Hazelhurst today. Again, this is on Banks Street. Other than this, the only thing that we've been able to see so far since we've been here is tree limbs in the middle of the road and just a lot of damage and debris. Again, more good news to report. Earlier, there were thousands of people left in the dark here in Hazelhurst. As we've been driving throughout town, a lot of the neighborhoods and homes that were in the dark, the power has been restored to their homes. Right, and we can actually see a power line down right here. This is causing some of the power outages here in this neighborhood. But the neighborhood that we were in for the last live shot, we showed you 2 power crews out restoring power to that neighborhood. So they're slowly but surely trying to get the power restored. And this is the 3rd road we went to where a tree has been in the middle of the road blocking it right now. I'm going to pan down so you can see it. So this is the 3rd tree. This is from the strong storms that swept through the area here today. So far, just a lot of tree limbs in the road and debris, and of course power outages. But structural damages, just the Oasis nightclub that we just showed you here on Bank Street. The rain is actually starting to pick up here. Still a lot of lightning happening in this area. But the good news is there's not a whole lot of structural damages from the strong storms that swept through this area. But of course, we're going to continue. We're going to actually try to find our way to get to the other side of the street. We're going to continue to drive around and see what else we can find. And once we do, we'll be sure to check back in with you.
All right, now Quentin, give me an idea. Oasis nightclub. What part of Copiah County are you in right now? I just want to get an idea. Are you Hazelhurst? Are you still in Hazelhurst?
Hazelhurst. Yes. Hey, he's asking you where we are.
Yes, Dave, we're here in Hazelhurst on Bank Street.
Okay.
And there's a power line, I'm trying to get to it, a power line that's actually on this tree right here that's causing this neighborhood to be without power. I'm trying to zoom in so you all can see what we're looking at here. Let's see if I can play with it.
Oh, I can see that power line now.
Yeah, you can see it right here. So this is what's causing the power outage here on Bank Street here in Hazelhurst. So far, we have not seen any power crews in this neighborhood, but a few streets over, we saw power crews out restoring power in another neighborhood where the lights are slowly starting to come back on house by house there. I can only imagine that they're going to make their way over here to this neighborhood on Bank Street next. But again, you can see this big tree fell over and took the power lines down with it. This is from the strong storm that swept through Hazelhurst earlier today. And again, this is on Bank Street. This is also the same street where we saw the structural damage to the Oasis nightclub. That's the only structural damage that we've seen so far here in Hazelhurst. Everything else has been just tree limbs in the middle of the road and other storm debris scattered all throughout the roads. But of course, we're going to continue to try to find our way to the other side of this street to see what else we can find. And we'll definitely make sure we check back in with you.
All right, thank you so much, Quentin Smith in Storm Tracker 3 in Copiah County. And by the way, before you email me, Quentin is with somebody who's driving. He's doing the other work. I don't want you to think he's doing both at the same time. We don't have a distracted driver there by any means, but I appreciate his work that he's doing tonight in this rough weather. Just got another report in for you. This is from Simpson County. Sheriff Paul Mullins, who joined us on air not too long ago, just updated us and said, I've had no reports of damage. So that's good news, right? I mean, Ashley, the news is going in the right direction, that's for sure.
No good news is good news.
That's right. And you could see that as far as Smith County is concerned, we do not have any other reports of damage coming in, but we do have a tornado warning in effect. We're talking about that one near Raleigh and Mize. It has moved past Mize now, and so this is going to be closer to Silverina. Even Raleigh, it seems like the worst of the weather has moved east of town, but you're still being covered by some heavy weather. But you can see this is where the real rough stuff is. This is Highway, I believe, 540. Right here, let me make sure I have that right. It's it's 18, which is 18. Silverina Road, sorry. Yes. Silverina Road out here. And then you've got Center Ridge, and it seems like the worst of the weather is south of Highway 18. So that's the story with that storm that's moving off to the east. Now, let's go back into the storm system, the storm cluster that just came out of Brookhaven. And that one's moving eastward right now. We're working on getting you some information on Brookhaven. Good news is, Ashley, I don't know if you've seen anything, but I have not seen any news out of Brookhaven so far.
No, it's looking not super impressive as of right now, but it may start to get into some more energy as it kind of starts. It looks like it's starting to pulse back up just a little bit. As it's exiting Brookhaven, I should say. Right.
And so here's the thing. This storm is still moving along Highway 84. It's headed for Monticello. All right, so Monticello, you're going to have to deal with this storm before long. We'll storm track it for you here in a second. But Monticello and New Hebron, you're the two spots that are going to have to watch out for this storm as it starts moving out of Brookhaven. So you can see that we've got the actual storm plot here. And we're going to include the town of NOLA at 8:27, about 15 minutes or so. Monticello, 8:37. Ferguson, 8:40. Silver Creek, 8:46. So these areas are going to be impacted by the storm at about that time. I would say New Hebron, you're more likely at about 8:45-ish. The way this storm is kind of developing and moving out of Brookhaven right now. The worst of the weather has shifted out of Brookhaven. I wouldn't run outside by any means, but I'm just telling you the core of this storm has now shifted east of town, whereas over Brookhaven itself, we are still getting some very heavy rain, but the tornadic threat, the worst part of the storm, seems to be getting close to NOLA, if not Wanilla, as it keeps moving off to the east, right along Highway 84. Let's do a wind field check on it real quick and see what we got. And we're still seeing those winds around Fair River and East Lincoln.
Yes, we've got 77, 62 out near Hartman.
Yeah, so we still have a lot of activity with these winds, and that just shows you the storm system is pretty active above the ground. What we're trying not to have is those winds come down and reach the surface, because that will cause problems. But we were talking about the winds earlier today, right? And we saw even outside of storms, and that just updated the scan there for you. We saw even outside of storms. Ashley and I were looking over the data this afternoon before we went on TV. We actually saw the winds were going to be gusting over 50 miles per hour in many spots, even without the storms. So that just shows you how powerful of a weather system this is. So that's important to note right off the bat. But the good news that we're reporting to you, as you can see, we're able to get to most of the damage that Quentin's been pulling up for us on the First Alert Storm Tracker. And then also we've been checking in with our sheriffs and our emergency management directors by phone and just checking them, rechecking after a while and saying, hey, any damage, anything to report? So far, not much. We do have that fire that we've been reporting on in the northern part of Madison County. And so far, no additional information on that, but Brendan Hall came upon that as well. He was there actually before, I think he was there before the emergency workers showed up on it, so he came right across it. Hopefully that's not a major deal. Didn't sound like it, didn't look like it, but we'll keep you posted on that. But this storm system right now is very close to NOLA and moving off to the east. So it's a pretty active evening out there with the tornado warnings for Smith County and the tornado warning for Lincoln County right now standing out as the biggest ones. And then, I don't even want to talk about this, but Ashley, we can't ignore it. Farther west, we are looking at some rough weather that's on the southern part of Adams County. So in the southwest part of the state, we continue to have that. And I just saw, there we go, that's good news. So Adams County's out. There's really no population. I hate to say it. There's a couple homes right here on Highway 61 in the extreme southern part of Adams County, but there's not much. Northern part of Wilkinson is pretty, in this area, there's not a lot either, which is good, not a high population area. But there is a new flash flood warning that's out. And this was just put into effect for Hazelhurst, Crystal Springs, as well as Simpson County. Can you believe? Can you believe that after 4 or 5 months, really 6 months of intermittent drought, which the last 3-4 months have been significant, here we are, we're talking about a flash flood warning, and this extends for all of Simpson County right now and eastern areas of Copiah County. Now, we're not getting any reports of any major flooding, but this is the kind of stuff that quickly, we have all these, think about all the drains that are just clogged up out there. We haven't had any rain. So they're just clogged. They've been like this for a while. We're kind of finding out which ones are clogged and which ones aren't in a hurry. And so that's why you're seeing some of these flash flood warnings going up. But fortunately, we haven't had a lot of reports of flooding so far. But the rain is welcome, maybe not to this extent, but the rain is welcome. And the fact that we're seeing it is just an indication that we're getting further and further out of this drought. Mize, you're no longer under a tornado warning. McGee, you're no longer under a tornado warning. I mentioned that a little while ago. But Raleigh, you're still barely under one. If you really want to do the math, you can see that you're kind of split with one to the north of town, one to the south of town. But as I mentioned, the worst of that storm has now moved east. In fact, this is about to exit the county here near Silverina Road before long, and it's going to be over by Bay Springs. So that's where that's going to go very soon. So let's go back to our southernmost counties, because that's kind of where we're seeing the weather now. I'm talking about Brookhaven, over through about Monticello and New Hebron. So this would be Lawrence, parts of Lincoln County. That's where things are pretty active right now. And even Jefferson Davis County over by Prentice, this is where we still have a tornado warning in effect for this storm that's just going to keep moving right along Highway 84 over the coming minutes.
Yes, David, and this area near East Lincoln's looking a little concerning at this point. There's a little bit of a notch going on, a little bit of an S shape is what we're looking at here. It's looking, that's the kind of stuff that kind of will become and intensify those tornado circulations.
Okay, so what you're seeing here is we're seeing the inflow, pretty good inflow on it.
Yes.
The S formation is what indicates a kind of like a little vortex in the atmosphere. And it's definitely a concern, because if there's any part of the atmosphere that has not been tapped into so far tonight, this is it, right? I mean, in our area, this is pretty much it. So it's had an open access to the Gulf of Mexico moisture and instability that's been feeding into it through most of the day. How are we doing on power outages right now, by the way?
As I update here, we are now at 14,400 customers without power.
So those are customers. And you got to figure there's some homes there, 3-4 people in them. So, that's a lot of people that are without power. Most of them, I'm going to guess, have been in Copiah?
Yes.
Okay.
Simpson County, as though, is right behind it.
So it's starting to grow in Simpson County too. You know, we had those trees knocked down, we had the power failures in some parts, so it makes sense. Fortunately, we haven't had any major Okay, so what we're going to do now, let's go back, let's go take a look at the radar in the Metro Jackson area real quick. I just want to let folks know, because I know folks in Jackson are saying, what about us? And folks in Rankin are saying, what about us? There hasn't been a lot going on, just some rain scattered around the area. Madison County had a tornado warning earlier on this evening. Our own Brendan Hall is right now in Madison County. I believe you had a debris fire you checked in from a little while ago. What's the latest from where you're located?
Yeah, Dave, we did have a debris fire, and we were kind of driving around here in Madison County. We're not too far from the Country Club of Canton by the looks of it, and right now you can tell we've got a tree down here in the middle of the road, and it really doesn't seem to matter where you are in Madison County right now. This is a pretty familiar sight. On our way here from Jackson, there was another one down that we stopped at, and there were some EMA directors getting the chainsaw out and clearing it out of the way for drivers. So I would imagine there's several of these down throughout the county right now. Again, we're just outside the Canton city limits, if I'm not mistaken, and there are some homes along this strip. We just had someone, the homeowner right here, try to drive out of their driveway, but with this tree here right now, they can't even get out. So hopefully we can get some EMA directors out here soon. We'll make some calls and try to make that happen. It looks like people on this street do have power right now. It is pretty dark out here, but from the looks of it, unless they've got a generator, this street does have power at the moment. Again, the conditions not too bad, just drizzling right now, no wind, but as you can tell, clearly there was some wind earlier this evening. That's the very latest from here in Madison County. I'm Brendan Hall. Back to you, Dave.
All right, just to show you right now, there's not much going on in Madison County. As far as the weather's concerned, radar shows northern Madison County, we've got some showers. Metro Jackson, we've got some rain, mainly in southern Rankin and southern Hinds County. We're still getting some rain out here by Vicksburg. You're dealing with some rain, not severe weather though. So keep that in mind, that the rain continues to fall across parts of the area, and that's the most welcome news of the evening, right? Copiah County, Simpson County, you're still under this flash flood warning that's going to go for a while. And then where do we have tornado warnings? We have them in Smith County, although that storm is going to be exiting into Bay Springs pretty quickly. You can see it's already on the line, right? There it is. That one should be out of our hair before long. But a pretty impressive looking echo on that, right? As it's now exiting Smith County and getting further out. So we'll keep watching this one. This is probably going to cross the line and be out of our county here before long. That's Jasper County to the east. We're still seeing some heavy rain, Silverina over through Raleigh. The rain's going to continue to fall in many places. It's going to be quite heavy at times. You're going to think, oh my gosh, the storm's starting back up. That's not necessarily what's happening, but there is a considerable amount of heavy rain with these storms tonight. Let's go farther southwest. Show you that McGee's just getting rain now. And then you look here at Jefferson, Davis, and Lawrence, and then Lincoln counties. The back edge of the tornado warning is now over Brookhaven. So Brookhaven, you're on the back side of it. We believe the actual tornadic signature is right here near the NOLA community in Fair River. That is moving eastward along Highway 84. It will be close to Monticello. And then you've got New Hebron and Silver Creek in front of that. And so we'll keep watching this. This storm's been a pretty nasty looking one most of the evening, or at least last couple of hours or so we've been watching it. This thing started out much farther off to the southwest. But a little good news, that storm that's in southwestern Mississippi, the one that's in Wilkinson County, if you notice, they dropped the warning off of southern Adams County. And this storm doesn't look maybe as concerning.
No.
But I don't want to ruin it by saying too much, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So it's still, this is the area, again, south of 84 is where we're continuing to see the best chances for any kind of tornadic development as we go through the rest of this evening. It's all coming up at 8:30 now. We have the tornado watch in effect for most of the area until 11 o'clock. Let's show you where that tornado watch is in effect. Most of the area until 11 o'clock tonight. It does not include any more Humphreys, Sharkey, and Issaquah counties. You were taken out of this thing much earlier this evening, and that's great news for you. But the rest of the region remains under a tornado watch. Across the river, the tornado watch has been canceled as well. So there is progress there. It's showing up. It's just a little bit slower than probably any of us would like. So we're hopeful that this will be out of our hair before long. But that's the latest that's going on with that. What are you seeing right now, Ashley?
Just really looking like a mess for in terms of just rain, at least again just north of I-20. Again, that tornado warning that we're that's exiting Smith County, really heading into heading into near Bay Springs is about to be out of our way in terms of that. We also are just continuing to watch this storm that is just now east of Brookhaven. That out of all of the storms right now, this is the one that looks the most concerning, I would say, in terms of what we're still seeing. But yes.
So Brookhaven's on the back end of this particular storm cell. Okay, and then in front of it, you've got Monticello and the New Hebron and Prentice communities. So right now, Brookhaven, I would say the tornado threat, at least from this particular storm cell, is over with. I wouldn't worry too much more about it. But you go over here towards NOLA and you go over here towards New Hebron and Prentice, that's a little bit of a different story. That's where most of this weather has now popped out. So this is where you're still on the front side of it, but on the back side of the storm, Brookhaven, you should be out of this tornado warning before long, and the tornadic threat, at least from this particular storm cell, has moved eastward. So we're looking at a better picture for you. Let's go back to the big picture here of regional radar. And you can see north and west of Jackson, yes, there are showers, but things are really cleaning up, especially northwest of Jackson. There's just not much going on. It really is across our southernmost counties that we still have all the action. And really, it's Highway 84, if you know what I'm talking about. That's where, you know, from Natchez to Brookhaven and east of there, along that road and southward is where we still have enough energy, enough juice. Macomb, you're about to get some showers coming in from the west. We're hopeful, or at least hoping, that the showers that are in Wilkinson County won't be nearly as strong as they start moving eastward. And that would be good news, because if they continue to intensify, that could be a problem for Macomb and Tylertown eventually, not right away, but in a couple of hours. For now, though, it does appear that the rest of the area, things are quieting down just a little bit. I'm just going over here where my warnings are currently, and you could see that this particular warning that we've got right here, that's in effect for Lincoln, Lawrence, and western Jefferson Davis counties, that goes until 9 o'clock. So we'll see what's happening with that definitively. We ought to get these ones in Smith County off the board here pretty soon, as the actual tornadic cell has now exited Smith County. So there's about 3 tornado warnings that are currently out for Smith County, but the tornadic threat has really already left the county. It's moved into Jasper County, and now we just have some heavy rain around. And this storm is moving more east. So we've seen a little bit of a shift in the weather pattern here. A lot of the storms before were going northeastward. We're going at some pretty good clips. I think our first tornado warning tonight had 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts, or excuse me, was moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And now we're seeing a little bit more movement towards the east out of all this activity. But again, Metro Jackson, at least the immediate metro, being spared the brunt of the weather tonight, which is good and bad. Probably some more rain would have helped things, but fortunately we haven't had to deal with any kind of severe weather.
We do got some news out of Smith County. This is from Sheriff Joel Houston. He says, as of 8:15, we have nickel-sized hail between Mize and Raleigh, along with heavy wind and rain. One house has a limb through the roof south of Mize. No injuries from Smith County deputy, but the Smith County deputy's on scene.
Okay, and if we can, let's take a look at hail scan here, see if we're missing any kind of hail on any of these storms. So yeah, there was a pretty good line of hail that developed with that storm that came out of McGee. This is quarter-size hail, so that came out of that storm, and I'm sure there's little pockets in here, ping-pong-size hail too, that moved off to the east. So that's what's going on with that cell. Anywhere else we can see any, even though the storm going out, it's interesting, the storm in Lincoln County has smaller hail.
Yes.
So we had some pretty large hail, didn't we, earlier this evening?
We did. We had upwards of tennis ball size hail.
Yeah. On the first storm, right, that was coming across southwest
Yes.
Mississippi. But now the hail threat looks like that's probably diminished. And when we were listing our threats of weather, when we started with this, last week, I think we were saying that, you know, the wind damage and the tornado threat would be highest and the hail potential would be less likely, and that's what we've seen. We haven't had any reports of hail damage, which is good, but again, the rough stuff here is exiting Smith County. The stuff is holding its own in southwest Mississippi. I'm talking Wilkinson County. And we're more focused, at least at this point, on what's happening in Lawrence County, close to Monticello, with that particular storm that's moving east between 30 and 40 miles per hour right now. Not too much in Metro Jackson except some rain, welcome rain at that. It's raining pretty good also in Vicksburg, and that's where we're getting some light to moderate showers that are falling for the time being as well. We have our first alert storm tracker out in the field tonight. They've been traversing the roads of Copiah County, where initially we had a pretty good amount of damage. Most of the power outages tonight in Mississippi have been in Copiah County, right followed second by Simpson County. So at this point, the worst of the weather is located in Lincoln and Lawrence counties. Let's go take a look real close here at the radar in that area and get a better idea as to what's happening. Maybe you could talk us through it.
Yeah, so we're still dealing with still an area of broad rotation again, but it's not looking as impressive right now, at least near Fair River. It's where I'm seeing this little area of interest, maybe out near NOLA as well. A little bit of a notch going on right there, not as pronounced, really in the midst of this system, but it's not looking as impressive. If I pull up wind fields here, there is still some winds just off to the south near Highway 84, a little bit more pronounced, but other than that, it's still looking rather broad in my opinion.
Yeah, I just don't see, I don't see it like it's not a standout like it was a little while ago.
No.
At least at this point in time, which is certainly some good news.
Yes.
There was a lot of oh, that's a pretty good wind gust though right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the highest one we've seen so far tonight.
Yes.
But we're also a little bit higher in the sky right now as we scan it. The beam goes a lot higher in the sky when you're talking about Monticello or Lawrence County. So that just gives you an indication as to the kind of winds that we're seeing out there. What are we looking at for the rest of the night as far as the trend is concerned, in your opinion?
I think we have really tapped into a good majority of the energy that we could see with storms. Now, we're not completely out of the clear just yet. These storms look a little less and less organized. They did just cancel that tornado warning that was near Wilkinson County as well. But in my opinion, I think that we're nearing the brunt of what we're looking at as of right now in terms of how we can tap into energy, in terms of seeing, in terms of tornadic activity.
Yeah, I think at this point, if you were to probably draw a line, I would draw it from, let me see here. I don't know. I would probably say that it's Brookhaven south and east. If there's any chance for getting additional severe weather, it's probably going to be from Brookhaven south and east. I just don't see it north and west of Brookhaven. So we really are, not only are we down to Highway 84, but we're almost down to, we're almost east of I-55 at the same time too. So we're talking about a very, very small part of our viewing area. I think this is going to be more of an issue, if it can even hold together, maybe it's more of an issue in the Pine Belt.
Yes.
Or, down towards the Mississippi Gulf Coast.
So far, yeah, this is our really only impressive, I should say, storm, although there's, well, it looked a little like a notch. It was just blind, or a little,
line through it.
Yeah. But other than that, I don't see much. I mean, it wasn't looking as impressive.
And let's just put a hail tracker on it real quick, just see what's going on. Not impressive.
Not impressive.
Penny-size hail, just showing up between, really, on Highway 84 between Monticello and Brookhaven. I mean, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want to be driving in this by any means, but this is the one cell that you could get a quick spin-up tornado on it. But we don't have it confirmed, we don't have it observed. It is just a radar-indicated rotation, which we've been able to show you here. And I don't know if you want to put it into motion and show folks what it looks like, but so there's something there. On the southern flank of the storm, there's something there.
Something to continue to keep an eye on. But it seemed a little less organized, and then it reorganized, and then it's been kind of on this trend, it seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how this storm does. It's getting closer to New Hebron and Silver Creek and Monticello right now. It looks like it's over Monticello, the worst part of it. So let's just see how it behaves in the next 10 or 15 minutes. We'll have a better idea as to what it's doing. I would assume that Brookhaven will be dropped from this tornado warning at any moment as they kind of consolidate the size of the warning a little bit to accommodate where the storm is right now. But it doesn't look nearly as impressive as it did just a short time ago.
If anything, just this little area out near Monticello that's kind of a little finger looking. Maybe something in there if it's trying to wrap back up. But
almost looks like you have two notches in there. So
yeah.
there's like a little rotation, like some nodes are trying to form on the south side of it. And those nodes are just kind of rotating around the storm, around it, coming up from the south. But they don't seem to be, at least, doing it yet.
Yeah.
It's not coming together completely. It just looks like it's going through the motions of what we would expect from a rotating supercell thunderstorm. And that's what this is. But even this, there we go. Brookhaven's now out of it. Lincoln County is now out of this tornado warning, and the tornado warning has been consolidated to just encompass at this point Lawrence as well as Jefferson Davis counties. New Hebron, Monticello, and Prentiss are included in this tornado warning that goes for about another 25 minutes, and then that should be pretty much it. Do I have that right? 25 more?
Yeah.
9 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah.
9 o'clock.
So that's the story on this particular storm, and we'll see how it behaves in the coming minutes as it moves from west to east. We, again, are getting all kinds of different angles on their coverage tonight. We've been checking in with emergency management directors, meteorologist Ashley Civics monitoring the chat room traffic to see what's going on between emergency managers and the National Weather Service. But things are a lot quieter out there. Smith County no longer on the board. It is literally just Lawrence and Jefferson Davis counties where we have a tornado warning in effect right now for a radar indicated storm with a pretty good notch now. That notch that was over Monticello, it's moved a little bit. Now it's due south of New Hebron and very close to Silver Creek, Highway 43. That notch just kind of moved over. So it's still a decent setup storm here that's moving from west to east. The flash flood warning is in effect for the northern part of the storm. And in fact, all of Simpson County and a good chunk of Copiah County are included in that because it's just been raining and raining and raining this evening. And some people are really happy about that. Especially because it's been so long without significant rainfall. And I know you just showed on the radar a little while ago, we had 1-2 inches of rain in some spots tonight outside of hail. So that's really good news. We don't want the hail, but the rain is certainly welcome. And that's what we've been seeing out there. But this is where we have the most intense weather right now near the community of Silver Creek up through New Hebron. And we're not getting any reports in. So that's the thing. Nobody's letting us know of anything else. By the way, do want to remind you, if you are able to take a picture, and if you are able to take a picture with your phone or a video, send it in on the free First Alert weather app because we would love to be able to show it. Make sure you can just take it safely with you. So there you go. Just trying to see anything else out there.
Taking a look, a regional look here. Yes, the stuff that we were looking that was back in Louisiana, not really looking too impressive, mainly just looking like some heavy downpours. There was a tornado warning at one point for Wilkinson and part of Adams County, although that has since been expired. Not looking too impressive at this moment in time. The really only main storm is, again, this storm heading towards the New Hebron area in Silver Creek.
Gotcha. And we're watching this storm. I'm also getting some reports. There may have been a little damage near Mize a little while ago, just a little bit. I'll have more information on that shortly. As you can imagine, the communication is a little tough in some spots tonight where there's power failures. People are more concerned with probably getting, the help that they need. But as far as severe weather goes, we just haven't had a lot of reports, and that's the good news with all this. So for the rest of this week, what are we kind of dealing with here? We're going to be dealing with cooler temperatures. I mean, we're moving into more of a winter-like weather pattern for Mississippi standards. It's going to be kind of chilly for Thanksgiving, and we may even have some rain to deal with on Thanksgiving evening and Black Friday, which I know a lot of folks don't want to hear that standing in line. Hopefully you're not standing in a long line, but we could have some rain that we're going to be dealing with, and it's going to be a chilly rain at that, right? What are those temperatures that we're looking at?
We're looking at around mid-50s for us, so we're going to be slightly below average for this time of year, as this cold front really is going to push in some cooler and somewhat drier air, at least for the start of your Thanksgiving holiday. Now, Wednesday is looking pretty nice. I know we're still going to see partly cloudy skies, but there is still going to be some sunshine, and that's going to carry into your Thanksgiving as well. In terms of rain, again, as Dave just mentioned, we could see a chance for some light showers heading into Thursday night into the early start of Friday morning. Also backtracking a little bit, we could even still see the chance for some rain heading into the start to your Tuesday. Not looking to be a whole a whole lot in terms of our rain chances, but there still could be a few lingering showers as this system continues moving through.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see all these storms out here that are continuing to generally generate south and east of Jackson. And that's where most of the weather is taking place right now. The rain continues to move across I-20 and southward and along I-55 and eastward. So that's where the worst of the weather is taking place right now. But the good news is, at least in our viewing area at this point in time, the only place we have a tornado warning in effect is really northern sections of Lawrence and western Jefferson Davis. That's the worst of it around Sontag, Monticello, and even those notches we were talking about a little while ago, they're less pronounced now. Yeah. They don't stand out nearly as much. So let's see what's going on with this storm, whether it's going to continue to move eastward and stay strong, or it's going to start to kind of maintain or even fall apart a little bit as it moves eastward. So that's what's going on right now with that. Otherwise, we've got a lot of rain going on across central Mississippi, and that's certainly some good news. Folks are happy about getting the rain out there. I know I'm one of them. Of course, we'd rather not have it with all the storms, but it's raining pretty hard right now if you live in Brandon and across much of Rankin County. And this just shows you there's some good amounts of rainfall out there. You just picked right there on the border, 1.3 inches in eastern Madison, northwestern Lee County, a third of an inch around Utica, 1.1 inches in the Raleigh area, and even around Yazoo City, almost an inch, and about almost 2 inches around Meadville and Bude. So this is good news. Even Warren County had a good amount of rain today, 1.5 inches. It's been raining pretty hard around Vicksburg at times throughout the afternoon and evening. So we're making progress. This is definitely the rainfall that we kind of need to have. And as Ashley was just mentioning, we've got more rain on the way this week without the severe weather threat. It's just going to be regular rain, but a chilly rain. A really cold rain. I hope you're having a gumbo for Thanksgiving because that's going to be appropriate for the menu this year, because we're just going to have some really cold temperatures for this time of year. We were 81 degrees today, so in Mississippi fashion, we'll be 30 degrees colder probably as soon as tomorrow, actually. So, and we're going to just stay on the chilly side. I mean, tomorrow we're going to have a hard time getting out of the 50s. So, and probably, as Ashley said, Thanksgiving Day looks more like it's just going to be in the 50s. And our morning temperatures are also looking to be low 40s, maybe even upper 30s. So we're definitely going to be on the cooler side over the next couple of days. Yeah, so you're saying that, we could be in the upper 30s. We could be in the mid to upper 30s Thanksgiving morning, okay? And then we'll warm up into the 50s during the day, and it won't get much colder at night because the clouds are going to come in. We're going to get some rain. But yeah, kind of some chilly weather. Some folks it'll put in the holiday spirit. Okay, some folks it won't. Some it's going to make them. It's going to make them, a Scrooge. So you could see that we've got some rough weather that still continues right now across Lawrence and Jefferson Davis counties. New Hebron over through Monticello and Prentiss. That's where the worst of the weather is. And this weather is moving across Highway 27 and will continue moving eastward, getting close to Highway 42 and also near Silver Creek. So this is where you're going to have your roughest weather as you go through the coming days and weeks. So, the coming hours. As you can see, that's where it's going to be moving off to the east. Some heavy rain right in this area. Yeah, Dave, and I know we were talking about those notches earlier. They're not impressive as much anymore. They seem to have since died down, I should say. So we're looking at about another 18 minutes or so on this warning if it holds together. But that's about it for this as it continues moving eastward. You've got heavy rain right now over communities such as Rosella, New Hebron, Monticello. You're going to get on the backside of the storm now. There'll be some heavy rain moving in the next few minutes. Still hasn't rained that much near Prentiss or Silver Creek, but we think that as the storm sweeps eastward, that will also take place in the next few minutes. So the storm is definitely making some headway as it moves from west to east across the area. And there is some good news. It looks like that stuff that we were looking at just off to the south at least wasn't looking too impressive in terms of severe storm potential, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it as well. Yeah, absolutely. It's moving more eastward too, it looks like at this point. And it looks like it's maybe a little bit stronger right near the border of Louisiana and Mississippi. North and west of Jackson, though, it's just rain at this point, and that's the thing. So I'm not really seeing that changing very much at all. Have you had a lot of storm reports tonight as far as any kind of damage besides those spots where we've seen? Have the storm reports been filling up, or?
We haven't really heard of a lot. Maybe some downed trees and power lines, but that's about the extent of our storm reports.
And we've got crews deployed right now in Madison County. We also have Quentin Smith with the First Alert Storm Tracker. He's in Copiah County tonight, where there's been a lot of trees down, a lot of branches down, and power outages as well. But that's really been the extent of it. We just haven't had a lot of damage reports coming in, which is certainly some really good news. So this is the scene right now showing you north of Jackson, there's some lighter rain. We've got some heavier rain in eastern Atala County, northern sections of Lee County. But along I-20 south and eastward, that's where we're continuing to see the heavier rain. That's moving south and east. And you can see northern Lawrence and western Jefferson Davis counties, that's where the storm is continuing to remain most intense. And that's where that weather is going to continue going from west to east as we go through the coming minutes. But north and west of Jackson, there's just not much going on, just some lighter showers at this point. And that's also the case even as we get closer to Natchez at this point in time.
Yeah, it's, again, looking at like some heavy rain. If we put hail tracker on here, maybe some hail associated with this, but a penny in size. It's not looking too impressive. Same with our tornado warned storm, not looking super impressive in terms of hail.
Yeah, and that's the one storm that's left on the book. You know, you can see here, this is where the flash flood warning is in effect from Crystal Springs through Hazelhurst over through about the Wesson area, and then eastward, Pinola, McGee, Mendenhall, Delo. That's where we have a flash flood warning in effect. But as far as a tornado warning is concerned, the only place under a tornado warning you have Apprentice, New Hebron, Monticello, and Sontag. The rest of the area is pretty quiet at this point. Just a lot of moderate to heavy rain that's continuing to fall out there. Here's another look at that storm cell. And again, the heavy rain is just about to move over Monticello from the backside of that storm. In fact, we just saw the scan update there. That doesn't look like a notch to me. It looks like actually a little data thing.
Yes,
so,
it looks like a missing data piece.
Yeah, so we're not going to get too concerned about that. But this looks more to me like a regular thunderstorm at this point.
Yes.
Moving off to the east. And of course, we're just waiting to see if we're going to get some additional reports in. But not much going on.
Yeah, even looking at, well, there is some wind.
Yeah, we still have some wind out there. This is you're looking just north of Monticello. 55-mile-an-hour winds. I bet you'll find maybe something a little higher in there.
Yeah, 62, 63, but nothing super pronounced, I would say. Maybe a little bit of a broad rotation at best in this, but not looking too impressive at this point.
Yeah, 60-mile-per-hour winds at least, but we've been seeing that a lot.
Yes.
So that's the view right now from Monticello. Again, heavy rain about to move in. And this is going to continue sweeping eastward along Highway 84. So we think it's going to be over by Prentice here before long, Silver Creek as well, and then New Hebron. So you could see Oma, NOLA, not much going on, but the heavy rain will continue sweeping eastward as we get closer to Silver Creek and Prentice. So that's the good news. We should be out of this fairly quickly. We think within the next 20, 30 minutes, most of this weather will be shifting east. But this storm seems to be taking its sweet little time. That's how it feels, at least, with this storm out there right now, this particular storm cell. It's moving west to east across the area. But that seems to be the worst of the weather right now that we're seeing in the entire region. The rest of it's pretty quiet. We've got our crews covering the news in many different spots across the area this evening, from Madison County, also into Copiah County, where we've had damage reports as well. Power outages are pretty numerous. Ashley said we were at 14,000 customers. And let's go back to our First Alert Storm Tracker in Copiah County. We'll go check in with Quentin Smith, see where you are now and what you're seeing from your point of view.
That's right, Dave. So right now I'm here on West Gallatin Street, west of downtown. This is the only part of town we haven't showed you. Now, all night long, we've been telling you about the tree damage and storm debris that's in the middle of the roads. Well, check this out. Right now, we have crews from the Public Works Department that's out removing some of the tree limbs and some of the debris to open some of these streets back up so traffic can be back flowing smoothly again. The gentleman that you see out right now, he's been removing trees all throughout the city of Hazelhurst right now. Again, we're on West Gallatin Street, just west of downtown. He's removing these tree limbs to open this road back up because this tree was once blocking the road, but now he's kind of pushing things to the side to allow traffic to be back flowing smoothly again here on West Gallatin Street in Hazelhurst. Again, right now there's still a lot of people left in the dark. Power crews are still going throughout town to restore power, and we have crews with the Public Works Department continuing to go around town to try to clean up some of the debris in the roads and open these roads back up so traffic can be back flowing smoothly again. The rain has slacked up. There's very sporadic lightning, no more thunder, but right now this is the scene here in the western part of Hazelhurst. We're going to continue to drive throughout town and see what else we can find, and once we do find something else, we'll definitely make sure we check right back in with you.
You know, Quentin, that looks like the roughest part of the storm area, at least the roughest part of the area that you've been in tonight as far as looking at damage. It seems like there's a lot of stuff littering the road. I don't know if Quentin can hear me or not.
I would say it's the roughest part that we've been in so far, just because, well, clearly as you can see now, the Public Works Department, they've cleaned up much of the debris that was in the road, but this street was once blocked off. Tree limbs and debris was scattered everywhere. You can still see some of the debris, but a lot of it has been cleaned up. But I would say this is definitely the roughest part that we've seen. But again, the good news to report, no structural damages. We've only seen one, and that was the parts of the awning that was ripped off of the Oasis nightclub on Bank Street. But besides that, the only thing that we've been able to see is just tree limbs and other storm debris in the middle of the road. It appears as if this was just straight line winds that came through the area. As you can see, we have the power company. I'm gonna try to get this shot up for you. We have another power crew that's out restoring power here on West Gallatin Street, trying to get people in this neighborhood out of the dark tonight. Let's see, as I mentioned, people here in Hazelhurst, they've been in the dark since these strong storms swept through the area. So now power crews are going all throughout town, trying to flip the switch and restore power to these residents. And here's the latest example of that, of this power crew.
Hey, turn around. What are y'all doing?
Okay.
Okay.
We have more crews from the Public Works Department that's clearing the streets. As you can see, this gentleman right here is getting another tree limb out of the road. So right now, crews are just busy trying to restore power and trying to get all of the damage and debris out of the road to open these roads back up to drivers. And so they're going to leave West Gallatin Street now and go over to another street where there are tree limbs in the road and debris, and get everything cleared up from those streets to open things up and kind of get things back to normal here in Hazelhurst. But of course, we're going to continue to drive around town. And like I said, once we find something else like we did here, I'll definitely make sure we check back in with you all.
All right, thank you so much. Quentin Smith is in Storm Tracker 3. It's kind of interesting. You get a whole new perspective this way because you think about it. The Public Works folks, who's working at 8:52 at night besides your TV meteorologist, right? But the Public Works folks are really working hard out there in the middle of it all right, cleaning up the stuff now. This is not waiting till 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow, all right? It's not waiting till afternoon. This is being taken care of tonight. So really appreciate all the efforts that are being made by those folks in that field. And you know, we're watching the storm right now that is continuing to close in on New Hebron and over through Silver Creek. And that storm is now just over Monticello. Doesn't look nearly as intense as it did a few minutes ago. We still have a tornado warning in effect for a few more minutes. This includes Prentice. It includes New Hebron over through Monticello. But we haven't had the reports yet, have we, Ashley? We just nobody's reporting any damage with this particular storm.
We have not, and the National Weather Service is in talks right now of trimming down the tornado watch within the next couple of minutes. So that is some good news.
Yeah, absolutely good news. I know we were just talking about this, so why don't you kind of tell everybody what you saw. We were just talking about the Storm Prediction Center. They may be issuing more watches downstream outside of our area. It may include parts of the area, but it looks like it's going to be more outside of the area to the east. But we still have 2 hours to go, a little over 2 hours to go on our tornado watch that's in effect.
Yeah, and it looks like from what they're talking about right now, it's going to be moving off to our east, mainly along the Alabama state line, heading closer to that, as well as maybe further south for us here in Mississippi. But as of right now, we're really seeing the brunt of what we're expecting for the rest of tonight.
Absolutely. And so, you know, our curiosity is peaking here. We're going to see what happens with this tornado warning that's in effect for Jefferson, Davis, as well as Lawrence counties. That's where severe weather continues to threaten the area. This is where the worst of the weather is right now in the whole viewing area. So if you live in Silver Creek or New Hebron or over through Prentice, that's where this weather's moving in. Let's take a look here at the big picture and show you what the radar looks like for the rest of the area. And as far as we're concerned, you can see that we've got a lot of light to moderate rain going on in the Jackson metro area. That's welcome, isn't it? We really want that kind of rain. It's nice to see. It's raining from Jackson to Vicksburg and eastward over through Forest and Morton. And we've got rain up north through areas around Carthage and Kosciuszko. So we're getting the much needed rainfall that we have been so desperate for months. And then we've got flash flooding, a flash flood warning for Simpson and parts of Copiah County. That's where big storms pushed across the area earlier on. You saw the report from Quentin Smith in the First Alert Storm Tracker. And now the most intense weather is really condensed to northern Lawrence and northern sections of Jefferson, Davis counties. So southwest Mississippi, there's not much going on except for the heavy rain at this point that's moving across Franklin and southwest Mississippi. So we may be reaching that point where we've tapped into all the energy that these storms can possibly tap into. But again, curiosity will be peaking on what happens here with this tornado warning at 9 o'clock. That storm just hasn't done very much, and we haven't had a lot of reports to go along with it. It's getting closer to being out of the area, but it's still moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour or so. And so we think it's going to be moving through Silver Creek and Monticello before long. But again, even in this area, close to Highway 84, we just haven't had the reports. Nobody's reporting in any damage at this point. And of course, as soon as we get any kind of information like that, we're going to tell you right about it. But in the meantime, it's been Copiah County, it's been Madison County where we've had the damage reports. I am seeing some minor stuff that's been popping up elsewhere, but beyond that, not much else.
They have canceled the tornado watch now for Adams, Atala, Choctaw, Claiborne, Holmes, Jefferson. I'll pull up the
pull up the map
here.
And let's show everybody what it looks like.
But they have taken a good portion of us out of this
Good,
tornado watch.
and you can see Hines and Madison are out. So, you know, pretty much if you were to draw a line along the Natchez Trace, all right, yeah, I see it here. If you were to draw a line around the Natchez Trace, north of the Natchez Trace, west of the Natchez Trace, that's it. You're out of the tornado watch. So stay on this map here just for a second, because this is definitely welcome news. We're getting there, right?
We are.
Yeah, we're getting
slowly
there.
but surely.
So the tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. This was issued, what, about 4 o'clock today?
Yeah, round 4.
Yeah, around
today.
4, because you and I were doing a Facebook Live report right about the time that it came out. So we've been going on this for about 5 hours with our continuous coverage. And you could see that we're finally starting to make some headway, and a lot of the worst of the weather is starting to shift eastward and southward away from us, and that's certainly some good news. North, as I've been saying for a while now, and I hope I'm not droning on here, but really the metro area northward, there's just not a lot going on. Most of the weather has been, what did I say earlier today? Most of the weather would be from the metro southward, and that's kind of where we've had the tornado warnings today, generally from central Mississippi south. And beyond that, there wasn't a lot in the Delta, and there hasn't been a lot in our northernmost counties, but most of the action has been from the metro on southward. Again, we had that storm flare up in Madison County earlier this evening. That prompted a tornado warning, and that extended into Leake and Scott counties as well. But for the most part, it's been our southernmost counties that have seen the most intense storms throughout the afternoon and this evening. And right now, it's the same story out there. So let's take a look at the regional radar and give you a perspective as to what's going on. And again, the heaviest weather remains south and east of the metro area. This cluster of storms in southwest Mississippi just continues to look messy. Very heavy rain, but lacking the organization. So at this point, as far as any real potential for getting the rough weather, I'm still saying this, I think it's south and east of Brookhaven. I don't really see it much around the rest of the area. So, you know, I'm showing you different weather elements because we want to stay on the air as long as there's a tornado warning in place. We're doing that because a lot of folks are without power. Ashley, you said, what, 14,000 customers statewide are without power?
Yeah, we are up to around almost 14,500 without power.
It's a lot of people because, again, a customer means really just an address. So, you start talking about that, and for a lot of folks that are without power, they don't have any way of watching TV. So what we're doing here is we stream on our free First Alert weather app. We're also on WLBT.com, so you can watch it on the phone. Maybe you're taking cover. You still need to be able to get the information. So we stream it so you can watch it. And even if the power goes out, you can at least watch it, maybe not on your tablet unless you have cellular, but you can certainly watch it on your phone and stay in touch with the latest weather information. But this is the last tornado warning that's currently on the board here, coming up on 8:58, 8:59. And we'll see if this storm continues to move eastward and gets a tornado warning extension. I don't know if you've seen anything, Ashley, in the discussion on this yet.
There hasn't been any mention, but it's looking less and less organized.
Yeah, it looks less organized to me as well, but we'll have to wait and see. But if not, we'll continue to stay on the air and give you the very latest information. It's just one of those things where, again, we're just not getting the reports. And it is moved over a populated area, pretty close to Monticello, Highway 27, for instance. And now it's continuing to move eastward. A lot of heavy rain in this storm. But it doesn't have the same structure as it did earlier. But again, we'll have to wait and see if this warning gets extended or a new warning gets issued. But at this point, that's the latest radar scan there that you're showing us. And, there hasn't been a lot of intense wind, not with this particular storm. Farther west you did. I know earlier tonight you had some 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts that you were measuring. So it was definitely a nasty storm. And the tornado warning has now been lifted. Do we see any others being added?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just show you reset the radar here, and we're going to go back to regularly scheduled programming. Some of you want to catch up on your stories. We appreciate that. We're going to catch up on getting a little refreshing drink to, moisten our throats here. And we're going to basically sit back and watch if additional warnings get issued. If additional tornado warnings do get issued, okay, meteorologist Ashley Civic and myself, we're going to pop back on the air along with the First Alert weather team, give you the latest information on this. But in the meantime, a tornado watch continues until 11 o'clock. You've got Fox 40 News at 9, which will have additional coverage, and WLBT News at 10 coming up in just about an hour's time. Until then, we're going to return you to regularly scheduled programming. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dave Roberts, First Alert Weather.
This has been a First Alert Weather Update. We now return you to our regularly scheduled programming.
Live, local, now. This is WDBD Fox 40 News.
Well, we have been following severe weather coverage on Fox 40. Now we will go to Dave Roberts, who will give us an update on what he sees in parts of Mississippi.
In fact, we're right now looking. But as far as concerned, the rain will keep moving from west to east across the area, and right now a flash flood watch remains in effect for Simpson as well as Copiah counties. Much of central Mississippi is dealing with some light to moderate rain, but the worst of the severe weather threat is over with, and you can see that we're going to continue to monitor for the latest weather information and keep you posted as we go through this evening.
Thank you, Dave. Now we are going to go to Quentin Smith, who has been traveling throughout parts of the state, showing us damage. Quentin, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Patrice, right now we're here on Gallatin Street. It's just west of downtown. I want you to take a look at what we're seeing right here. A large tree toppled over and It fell on top of a home here on Gallatin Street. It barely hit the home, but it did fall on top of the home nonetheless. I want you to take a look at how large this tree is. As you can see, it was uprooted. This is from the strong storms that swept through the area right now. And right now we have people with the city of Hazelhurst speaking to the homeowners inside, trying to assess the damage and make sure everyone is okay. I'm trying to pan over so you can see it barely hit the top of the home. The people were inside when this happened. Again, people with the city of Hazelhurst, they're inside right now inspecting the damage and looking at everything. But we have this that you're looking at right now, and there's also a lot of homeowners here in Hazelhurst that are without power. There's down trees on streets, debris scattered everywhere. That's the gist of things here in Hazelhurst. This home that we're seeing right here, this is the only tree that we've seen that fell on top of a home. The other trees we've seen, they fell on top of the road, and a few of them actually had caused roads to be closed off. But we do know that crews with the Public Works Department, they're out right now as we speak, removing those trees and tree limbs from the road to open things back up to traffic. And we also know power crews are out in the city right now working to restore power to those who are in the dark right now. We know that's going to take a while before everyone has their power restored, but right now we do know that some homes, they do have power right now. Some are still without power, but nonetheless, power crews are out right now as we speak, looking to flip the switch. So far, we have this home that you're looking at right now, and we also have structural damage that we saw at a club on Bank Street called the Oasis Club. Those are the only two structural damages that we've been able to see so far in Hazelhurst. Everything else has been just damage and debris scattered everywhere. But that's the very latest from here in Hazelhurst. I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Quentin. Make sure you stay safe out there. Fox 40's Brendan Hall is in Madison County. He joins us with how crews are picking up the pieces after storms pushed across that area.
You can hear the sound of chainsaws behind me as crews clear another tree here in Madison County. We're here along Dampier Road, just not about a mile away from the Country Club of Canton. And this is the second tree we've come across just as we've been driving throughout Madison County. Luckily, several crews are out clearing the roadways pretty quickly. And it's just a good reminder to stay cautious on the roads, keep a close eye out, because even though the conditions aren't too bad right now, it's just a light drizzle and not much wind. Clearly, you can tell there was some high winds earlier, so be sure to exercise some caution and drive slow because it is dark out here. And we've, like I said, come across several trees blocking roadways here in Madison County. We'll continue to keep an eye out on the area here just outside Canton city limits.